Futures little change here so far this morning, trying to hold on to positive territory, coming off not only a negative showing on Friday, but negative week as well for all three U.S. markets ahead of key inflation data. We get a lot of it this week. Starting tomorrow morning, we'll get January CPI right now, in fact. So be with us tomorrow. We'll come on probably 5 minutes early to bring you that January CPI print. Then later in the week, PPI comes through, so we get producer prices, not as closely watched by the market overall, but if it does come in higher or lower than expected, could be a market-moving event. So Tuesday and Thursday going to be the big days as far as economic reports this week. We do have one Fed official speaking this morning. We'll get a couple others later in the day, but overall, a ton of things moving around so far this morning, including tech, including Tesla back to the upside, even as it might be squeezed out of some of this funding coming from the Biden administration. We'll talk about that a little bit. Bed Bath & Beyond officially going to shut down operations in Canada. Had the stock higher initially this morning. We're already back to the downside. Let's get right into what's going to be a busy Monday. It's February 13th, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. There we go. Look at some positive numbers right now. 0.46 for the NASDAQ, trying to lead. Good to see as we saw relative strength in the NASDAQ and tech in general right across the board. Heading into the weekend, the Dow has been kind of chopping around. It was red at one point, now 0.1, 0.2 there for the S&P. But weakness bottom end here, crude oil and Ethereum specifically, 1.5%. Bitcoin holding on to a bit of a gain on the 24-hour period right now. Just seeing a hey, yet another ChatGPT AI note, something called ZenV, Z-E-N-V, just coming out with AI.
Let's ride that bandwagon.
Yeah, no kidding. Sharif here, as always, going to be an interesting week here as we get inflation. More importantly, did you watch Super Bowl?
I did. I watched the second half because I was doing stuff in the first half. I really liked the halftime show. That brought up a lot of memories with Rihanna. And I didn't like the way the game ended, but a great game nonetheless, very competitive, Brendo.
I know Neil is happy this morning. I don't know, guys, did you ever come up with an idea for Super Bowl or? Not really, no. But it was KC, obviously. Neil's smiling.
Mostly because like my team wasn't. I mean, the Packers weren't there and the Bills weren't there. So to create some interest in it, and quite frankly, I don't know that I slightly like the Chiefs more than Philly, but I do kind of like both. I did kind of like both teams, and it's not that big of a deal. Well, he said. Can you say it the way you say it again, Sharif? Because I think you say it like Rihanna. Say Rihanna again.
Oh, yeah. I say it the Arabic way. I've been criticized for this before. Rihanna. Yeah, I know. It's Rihanna. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. It's Rihanna.
I just saw someone in the chat say something about
Rihanna.
But amazing that she's pregnant again after just having a baby 10 months ago. So that's pretty incredible. Great performance by Rihanna.
I wouldn't know how that performance went because I did not even watch it. No, it's on. Oh, that's why I'm like, I see the light on. Hey, it's the day after the Super Bowl, which is always one of the most productive days out there. But yeah, I was putting my daughter to bed and reading her stories, and then when I came back down, I was like, yeah, should I watch the halftime show or should I just fast forward through it and get back to the game? I elected the latter, so I'll probably tune into it at some point. To see how Rihanna did, and apparently it was a good performance, and Rihanna is pregnant again, so there you go.
Yeah, it was amazing that, I can't believe she was up on those platforms there, ASAP Rocky, letting her do that, I guess. That's pretty risky, I thought, to be doing that. But yeah, shutouts, big show, big day. Good. Too bad the game ended that way, but you know that's how the NFL works. You got to make calls every
false starts.
You got to make calls every once in a while, and it just sucks that it happens right at the end of the game, of course. But yeah, welcome to another day here. Monday, it should be a good one. Lots of names. I'm just figuring out. Well, I'm not figuring it out. I'm just posting this right now. The sticky note should be a good one, man. Yeah,
Rhonda.
Well, I'm trying to figure out what everyone's favorite spot was. 35-35 was a great game. You know, it was a great game. Just too bad it ended like that. I would have liked to see an overtime, but you know,
that would have been fun.
I was kind of hoping that he missed the kick and then just to see who wins in the overtime.
That would have been fun.
But yeah, good game, good everything. One green team, that's Green Bay, but
What was the best
Eagles.
commercial though? Because I felt like
I didn't see them.
I didn't see them all, but I kind of have seen. You know when people summarize them and like you watch.
I didn't
like,
even
watch
get to
it,
that
like,
far yet.
They just go to like a web page or something. One of them
Yeah,
had it,
YouTube,
and I didn't
probably.
think anything was better than the Breaking Bad one that came out last week. The Breaking Bad
was there? I
Doritos
missed
one.
them all.
But like I saw that a week and a half
Yeah,
ago.
people are saying Doritos. They like
Doritos
that
was
one.
really cool. I mean, look, if you're a Breaking
That's
Bad
Pepsi.
fan,
Buy some Pepsi stock.
bring everyone back, baby.
Are they doing Breaking Bad again? No.
No, it was just they brought them back
Right,
for the commercial with Walter White.
Okay,
and,
I didn't know if they
mean,
were doing another.
And Tuco was in there.
Yeah.
Tuco. Tight.
Yeah, see, I gotta watch this commercial. You guys.
Yeah,
are
you gotta
crazy.
check it.
Yeah,
What
no,
were we talking
I think it could have been the halftime show. Like that was the best last year when I thought 50 Cent was gonna fall on his head when he came down upside down and stuff. And then you had Snoop Dogg and everything. So yeah, I think last year's maybe a little bit better for me, but I still like the songs, everything. But all right, we know Brendan didn't watch it, but we'll go back over to the big desk and summarize maybe our watch list or something.
Yeah, we were just talking about Breaking Bad. That was such a great show. Yeah, a few things. Let's jump into the overall market here to kick things off. I mean, it was kind of a choppy day over in the Asian session, kind of a choppy day so far throughout Europe here, as well as everyone points to and awaits inflation data. CPI coming up tomorrow morning, as I mentioned off the top there. It is, I'll grab the numbers here so we can talk a little bit about specifics as far as what is expected, what could come. But it's a key number coming off that jobs report that we had going back a couple of weeks that was much higher than expected. Fed Powell then comes out last week and says, see, I told you so. So what happens if we get, even a number that's in line with expectations on inflation?
Yeah, and he's going to be looking at services too, Brendo, because he said services were slow to disinflate as opposed to goods. So I'm going to be keeping my eye on that. We're not going to get anything job related tomorrow, I don't think, right? So I think the focus is definitely going to be on services. I can't wait for this number to come out. This is, I feel, is going to have a nice directional move on the market for the next few weeks or so.
Yeah, we'll see you again tomorrow, 8:30, guys. We'll probably be on 5 minutes early to bring that to you live. An important number, though, guys, as we mentioned there, coming off the employment data that came out last time. Keep in mind as well, the next Fed meeting is the one that we get the economic projections and forecasts that come through with the actual number, which is going to be obviously in March. But CPI, the big one coming up tomorrow.
Yeah, and the timing of it, the timing of it always matters because it always moves the market, at least recently. But you just had a bit of a turn in the NASDAQ. Look at the cues here, right? Like you ended the week kind of pulling back after what has been a pretty significant rally and a great first month of the year, to be sure. Like January was just a banger, and then you're kind of breaking down. If this, like, let's just imagine a world in which it comes in hot. Like, if it is a hot print, there is a lot of room for like an instant snapback trade. So my first gut thought was, well, it's Monday after the Super Bowl, so maybe not a heck of a lot in terms of earnings. You get aftermarket like Palantir, and I think that's pretty much it. So I think you could see a little bit of an inside day today in front of that number, and then there is some risk of a big pullback. If it is a hot number, I think the risk would be that you could have one of those 3 or 4% down days tomorrow. Today, you want to be inside the pocket, I think, not to use football terminology, but trying to find names that are at pretty key levels. I know, Tesla's actually sinking a little bit here, but you find something like Tesla where it showed you that 200 level on the way back in after that reversal the last 2 days, Thursday and Friday, and then 200 in the early morning turned into resistance. It's got a 200 top this morning. Like, that's a level I know you can kind of dig into, and if it bounces to the upside, that's probably fadeable. So I'm looking for it's always looking for key levels, but I'm not necessarily thinking we're going to break well outside of the ranges, although Tesla's telling me it wants to be at Friday's low, apparently. That's a pretty big drop. When we sat down, Tesla was actually green when we sat down over 197, and it's already cracked 195 and still falling here.
All right. I was just looking here at, for me, my main idea is going to be Meta today. Possible job cuts, more, they're talking about efficiencies, more things going on Meta. Meta's been a huge mover, obviously here on the daily chart because, you had that huge move. They're off earnings up to 196, 197 as the top. And then just the last couple of days, it's been faded down. So let's see if we can hold. I think we can hold this 174, 176 area. So this is what we're looking at here for me today for Meta. Trying to break above. This is just a 20-minute chart here. So you have the 200 period right here. We're above the 50 VWAP and everything. So I'm still pretty positive here on Meta, trying to hold off that 175 area. So for me, Meta's a level that I definitely like to look at there. So Meta at 175. Let's take a look long there. And I like AMD down at 80, but we'll get over all these as we continue to talk. I think the market could be in a little bit of a rally mode today. Heading into tomorrow, you're up 0.5. Let's see if it can hold. You know, the market, we talked about that on Friday being relatively quiet until it had its moments, but still ended sort of where we started. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a, some consistency here to what was a choppy market last week. So tomorrow's going to be big, and we'll see if today can sort of toe the line and stay above green.
Note from Google and Uber this morning. I just saw Uber popping back to the upside here on an uptick, trying to get back above that initial break higher this morning. This came out, so Google Cloud going to provide more technical investments across ads, cloud support right across the Uber network. So Uber really didn't move on that initially. It was more volume that came in, but interesting look for Uber teaming up with Google.
Seems more like a 2020 headline, Brendo, migrating to the cloud. Looks like they're doing a deal with Oracle as well, signing a 7-year deal. So it looks like they're in bed with a couple of companies here.
Yeah, I mean, maybe some technical support needed here for Uber, guys, but more cloud capacity coming across the Uber network.
Yeah, it's interesting. Well, okay, the first thing I was going to mention Alphabet there, just because it had a rough last couple of days. I think we all saw that. And then it bounced off the 50 period. That's just going to still be in play. The 50 on the daily, that 94 area. It feels like after that kind of, the aftermath after Bard and the demonstration, that you put in a little bit of a low. So I want to be able to respect that. Uber and Lyft were so vastly different. But at the end of the day, Uber made that one move on earnings and has come right back to that 34 level. So, Uber is going to be in play for me here today. My first thought when I left on Friday was, well, when looking over the charts, it's like, okay, well, 34, that'd be an interesting breakdown. You have such a big move to the upside, bouncing for like 6-7 days in a row, and then if 34 gets taken out, you could have yourself a bit of a short day. And now you're gapping above that. Well, not a huge gap, but you're holding above that level. So 34 is, that's the level for me I want to look at right at the open on Uber. If we get a rally kind of day, Uber above that price is kind of like an easy long. But once you're through there, I'm not going to be hunting for Uber at any other price except for defending that 34 level. No pre-market volume that I see here for either one of those names that stands out. But at the open, I got the level for Uber that I like, and that'll be valid tomorrow as well on the CPI number. If you take that level out, let's say we get a hot print, 34 gets taken out to the south side, I'm probably going to like a short there tomorrow. We'll cross that bridge if it breaks, though.
No, 1 day chart. It's not even saying
what?
Day. What is going on here? Oh, these charts are in one chart here.
Did you log? I know what happened.
I must have logged.
You must have logged into Spanish.
Yeah, but still, why is my daily chart still not working? Okay, I have to.
So,
Intervallo right now.
That's awesome. You should keep it.
I should keep it, but I haven't seen any other different change. It
No,
still
I can
says
see
accepted in here.
Oh, but your summary says summary.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, but
It's
it says
half English,
regional.
half Spanish.
Yeah,
right
anyways,
now.
okay.
That's awesome.
I'll log out into the Spanish. I like that. Maybe I'll stay in the Spanish version. That's pretty cool.
You should, dude.
All right, so $65 here. I mean, another name if we're going to talk about DoorDash or Uber. I think DoorDash, they report on the 16th. So just a couple days, we'll have DoorDash earnings come through. Look at this 65 level. I mean, that looks pretty juicy to me. This is a name that you may want to look at as far as possibly picking up some calls or something like that if you liked. The Uber quarter, I mean, I know it's different than Uber. It's not the same. I mean, Uber does have Uber Eats, of course, and DoorDash completely different. But if that economy is back and working and there's a, sort of a surplus of drivers here, we don't have we do have DoorDash in Canada, but I don't think it's not as prevalent there as it is in the States. So I don't know. I think that if you like this, Lyft struggled because they didn't have sort of this in their back pocket, or it's a little bit of diversification. So let's see what DoorDash does here. I'm kind of interested in this. 65, like there's 65 right here, goes back to November, and then even goes back to September, and all the way through. And then right where we are now, 58, 59, has held. Sure, you've gotten some dips down, but what about DoorDash? Obviously, it's only 3,000 shares right now, so it's kind of a nothing burger. But I like DoorDash here heading into a report that's on the 16th. So coming up pretty soon, DoorDash earnings should be on the watch. So that's something to look at. And I like Uber, but I'll be trading the big tech names. All the same usual suspects on my mind here.
We were just talking about Manchester United here. We'll take a look at Man U just popping up on volume as well. This is a Bloomberg note, guys, but Qatar said to be preparing an imminent bid for Manchester United. If you remember the last time we heard about this, they came out and clarified saying that they might only be interested in a minority stake in the team. This actually doesn't say, I don't see anything that says whether it will be or not, but thoughts here on Man U, another
Yeah,
pop.
it's interesting. I mean, last week we heard a rumor circulating that they were looking for not just Man U, they were looking for a Premier League team. Now it looks like they're focusing again on Manchester United. Recall, guys, this is the country that already owns Paris Saint-Germain, so they're looking to consolidate, obviously, some buying power here. Who knows? Yeah, we're speaking off camera about the implications of a lot of concentrated ownership here, Brendo.
Yeah, for sure, and in a very concentrated area as well. Man, you guys, I'm going to keep looking here, but it doesn't say whether it will be for the majority stake or a minority stake, but one that keeps popping up on these M&A headlines.
Yeah, it just feels like, yeah, let's just have a deal happen already so we can get some clarity here. But, it is up today. You can kind of look at the daily and say, okay, well, maybe there's a little something. If you get longs in the low 23 range and just sort of sit in this until they get a deal, maybe there is a little bit of something. But it got sold off huge on Friday. So you get your rumors. Oh, something's going to happen. Oh, wait a minute, maybe it's not what we expect. Oh, wait a minute, something's going to happen. I don't know. If I see this at like 23 or something, barcoding, that's probably the play there. Or just keep your ear to the ground, wait for announcement. I remember hearing rumors that if it was the whole thing, at one point there were numbers like 27 be thrown out. But it feels like until you get something more definitive, you're probably just trying to go long off that 23 area and just think that news comes your way while you're sitting in it or go for a scalp trade. Not really exciting for a day trade per se, unless it starts going, breaks out some highs, some chatter comes through. Always keep the ear to the ground. It's up 5%, and we've seen it make some moves before. But I don't really see anything I like this morning on Man U.
I'd say, you don't want to buy it's rated the same range as it's always been. It's not even breaking out above 26. That's going to be sort of your key. I still have Dash up. I was looking at this chart here. But here's the daily chart for Man U. I'm not looking at Dash. I had to log out of the Spanish version there and into the English version. But yeah, you're above this level. That's 23, 24. The thing is, when the buyout started to sort of circulated here, you already broke out through 15. So unless it comes back into 20, 21, something like that, the buyout's going to be somewhere around here, I would imagine, maybe a buck or two higher. Like I said, the interest started down here at 13, 14, so you double that up. That's 26. You're kind of already here on this news, so I don't think it's any surprise that Qatar and all this wants to get involved. We already heard another name, WWE was another one that had buyout circulation around it, and it's sort of hung out at the high side still where we are. So if anything, WWE is pulling back a little bit. I'd like to look at this around 84, 85 maybe. You're almost there right now. If this name is a little bit weaker, WWE, then I can see this getting scooped up a little bit here. If those rumors swirled around $68, $70 right here, where we kind of made a base, now you're seeing a nice bump up on that. So this name is coming in a little more than the others. So WWE just had Royal Rumble, they just had Royal Rumble, but I think they had SummerSlam or something in Saudi Arabia or in Qatar. So I can really see that starting to get going as well. So, down here to 80s, mid 80s, I think is a good level for WWE. So that's another name. And then, of course, you have the biggest and the baddest of them all, the one that's most likely. Wow, you're down to $10 again. I know Lucid got hit, it's been getting hit, but this name, again, another one that, we saw an upsize move on the same kind of rumors, up to $17 or $18. Wow, all the way back to 10, eh? I know we talked about this on the week or last week and saying that this was a little bit, if you wanted to switch into something, if you take some of your Tesla profits, which we talked about there, sub 2 or greater than 200, threw it into Lucid, but I don't know, this is another name here that are they going to let the Lucid Air and Dream and all that just sort of fizzle, or are they going to come back in to support this company that I believe the Saudis already own 40+% in? So well, let's wait to see what happens here on Lucid. That's another name that you can look at. So WWE, Man U, and Lucid are all sort of part of that whole same Saudi fund type thing.
A few key, I saw a few people mentioning Airbnb there. A few key earnings to contend with coming up this week as well, which is why I brought that up. Airbnb did get a couple of positive notes from analysts off of the Lyft and Uber reports going back to the last couple of weeks, including the last one there from Cowen on Airbnb. They're tomorrow after the close, but a lot of people watching Palantir coming up tonight. I mean, you just mentioned off camera there, we were talking a little bit about what happens if Palantir even suggests the term AI in this report.
That's why I like both of these trades going in. I like Airbnb because we've heard a lot about money, consumer spending, shifting from goods into services. Airbnb stands to benefit from that. So I like it for that reason. I like Palantir because we're riding the AI wave, right, guys? They say anything, and well, I'm not going to make predictions, but let's see how it goes.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right?
Yeah.
Palantir, I mean, both not really doing anything, both positive on the morning, but Airbnb coming up again tomorrow night. Palantir we get tonight, guys.
Yeah, well, looking at Airbnb, look, a lot of stocks have made this move, but Airbnb basically went 80 to 120, and you're kind of teetering on this one pullback that it had anyway. It's like this significant pullback before it made the 120 high, got you right into 108. And so ahead of earnings, that's essentially where you dip. So dip beneath that number, come back and sort of support right around that 108. So I'm kind of looking at this, like the afternoon lower high, like 107.50. Maybe that can be support going into the earnings. But that's more just, okay, well, it got beaten up for a couple of days. If we don't have a crazy capitulation day to the downside before CPI and before earnings, then that's where I'd look for support instead of the absolute bottom. So it's kind of on my radar, only, I don't know if it's a first name that I would come to. But if you think it's going to be an inside kind of day, like that would be the sort of setup I'd be looking at. Like if I don't think we're breaking out and getting toward Friday's lows or necessarily going too far away to the upside that you can't catch some longs, well, something like an Airbnb around that 108 in front of 107.50 does make some sense to me. I don't really look at Palantir. I feel like that's one we wait until Palantir reports. Palantir has a big catalyst. That's when we go over to it. Whereas occasionally Airbnb will set up regardless.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've been talking for weeks about Palantir and AI ever since it started to bump up. That's why I feel like it's going to be disappointment. I don't, they can say whatever they want about everything, but, in this recent run up from a lot of these names, Palantir did have the same move. So, you went vertical and then you've made it all fallen all the way back in, right? So, whether or not you took profits up there at 9, I don't think so. A lot of us are bag holding. Well, it's not bag holding, but, it came to market at, was it 925 or 950, something like that as a direct list. So you're not too far down, but you're still red on when they, came to market. So not a good one. The short interest is only like 7%. So it's not huge here on Palantir for a short interest. No PE, they don't make money. Market cap is still $15 billion. They're going to have to say something pretty special to get the chains moving on this. But again, just looking at a 20-minute chart, let's see what happens today. I mean, you could go back down to their lows of $6, I think it was, there on any kind of a miss and no talk. So I just think you're really taking, down here $6. You're really taking a big risk, trying to buy a stock ahead of hoping they say something. So I think it's better off waiting for that catalyst. But again, if you're trying to go, I don't want to say YOLO, I don't think you need to do that. But if you're trying to buy some Palantir, I think you could buy it now. You're right at the 50 period. You're just a little bit below the 200 period right now at the 50 and looking to go a little bit higher. So, the problem was you saw a firm go down, 35% on their report. Same thing could happen here with Palantir. So I'd say stay humble with it and wait to see, where that report comes. But I don't think there's anything wrong with nibbling. And I think that with the options, probably a little bit expensive, but we'll find out the implied move. But I like Palantir down here at some of these levels with the potential of more contracts and then, of course, some sort of AI talk. I mean, they have tons of AI. It's just a matter of, is it going to be a profitable thing? Just because you have AI, I mean, every company has it. I mean, BuzzFeed was getting them. We use AI. BuzzFeed was getting them to write stuff for us. It writes stuff for us as well. So, I mean, I think this is just part of the world here that we're coming into. So, that is what it is. We'll wait for Palantir earnings.
We got a little bit of analyst movement this morning. Not a lot to choose from on this board once again, but Fastly with a nice pop to the upside. Bank of America with the upgrade this morning. Progressive on here. Ralph Lauren as well from the apparel maker group. Caterpillar, we get Deere this week. Deere coming through with earnings. Cat to the downside from Baird. Rio Tinto on here. Take your pick.
I feel like Caterpillar. Look, I own Caterpillar. It's been a great stock. It's just I sold some, probably a little bit early when it got just up to that 250 higher in front of it. But now you've tested and held, like it's gotten beneath 250, you've tested and held 244, 45 on CAT, and this little rotation that we've had, and look, it's been a great run, but the little rotation we've had to start January where some of the tech names have done better has sort of coincided with this lag here, and then you throw in the fact that if we do end up on the not soft landing end of things, this could be breaking the 50 period. Like if this starts breaking the 44, now I know it's held pretty much the entire year going back into last year, but if this gets taken out, you could really see a decent pullback in there. So I'm not completely unconvinced that there couldn't be some decline in CAT. So you got to watch out for those deer headlines pretty quickly, pretty closely. When we get them, if it's not a good report, I mean, Caterpillar is pretty well poised for a decent pullback, but like everything else, I don't think there's a trade, I think, on this after we get the deer report. And my fear is that you could be having a little bit of a pullback here. But all this kind of stuff can change when you get the earnings report. All of this can change when we get tomorrow. The CPI report's probably going to be moving some of these. But you want to be prepared just in case. I've had my eye on Caterpillar for a while for this potential pullback because I think there's going to be some value if it gets near the 200 period again.
Everybody talks about Super Bowl ads and things like that. Apparently the Doritos ad and things, there's some decent ads going through. What about Pepsi, if we're going to talk about a name like a Caterpillar or something that there's a lot of traders have in your portfolio? Pepsi bouncing really, although it's had a little bit of a rough run over the last 6 months, but so has everything. Nice bounce off here, 170, now starting to go back up to the high side. Pepsi's increased their dividend for 51 straight years. It's only 2.6%, but still nice move to the upside here for Pepsi. So I just look at that as a nice little bottom here, 175. If you get something long here around 172, 174, not bad, especially with CPI coming through tomorrow. I could see Pepsi starting to move around a little bit. I mean, how much are they going to be able to charge for Doritos and, the soft drinks and all that kind of stuff moving forward? I know prices have increased a lot, but I feel like consumers don't have a problem paying these prices for some of these products. So, there's more cash in the consumer's pocket now than there was in 2020. So I still like to think Pepsi can work back up to the upside as we sort of try to get some of these pricings returned back to normal. I could see Pepsi sort of keeping some of their pricings high and being able to keep that margin. So let's wait to see about this name. But again, a nice bottom here, 168, 170 for Pep.
Positive note just coming through, speaking of analyst moves, from Evercore, guys, on Apple, talking about an upward trend in consumer interest post-August, so from the summer, essentially right through the holiday season. So Evercore just coming out with a positive note on Apple here, one that was a little bit quiet at the beginning of the week last week, but did kind of, show its cards a little bit heading in Thursday and Friday into the weekend was a little bit stronger. But nice note there talking about an upward trend from Evercore on Apple.
Yeah, like you said, it's been quiet. And trading-wise on the Midday show, we really haven't been on it that much. There's been bigger names, Tesla, Meta. We also heard that there was a downturn in iPhone demand because of the shutdown in the China facility. So that's not really going to continue. So let's see if we get a bump here.
Yeah, we're getting to the time of year as well where we'll start to get some of the launch events coming up over the next couple of months here from the Apples and Alphabets of the world. But nice look there from Evercore, at least, guys, saying Apple's selling more stuff of late.
They sell a lot of stuff. I don't know if you guys paid attention to Apple the last few years, but they do actually sell some things. Look, what's interesting to me with Apple, as we get into obviously a big week with CPI and all that, is going to be this test of the 200 period. Like I was just talking about it with Caterpillar, and Apple is pretty much right here, a couple of dollars away from it, but 148, that was the bottom on Friday. Essentially, I mean, pre-market maybe a little bit higher than that, but that corresponds with the 200 period moving average. So that's the support I want to put on Apple this week. I'm not back saying that 150 is going to be a big deal. I'd like to see it tested again. It didn't hold all that much significance until the late afternoon on Friday. It kind of bounced off that level, so it's just a round number at this point, and that 200 period moving average looks like better support for Apple. I'll be down there. If we see that today, like if Apple's dropping, I don't think it's going to happen, but if Apple drops enough to get a log in front of 148, I'll be there for sure. Not anticipating or I'd already be on the bid. Kind of like a few other names. You'll see on our watch list, we're looking at Meta, we're looking at Alphabet, we talked about that already. Microsoft a little bit stronger. Apple's flat, the ES is flat. It has to make a move for me to get interested in this one, and it's got to be down to that 148.
Yeah, my number one name here on the sticky note today is going to be Meta. I really like Meta down here. Meta's fallen off for the last couple of days here, off that 190 down to 170. Trying to find a base again today, up well more than the market here, up 2% on Meta. So I'll be looking at Apple, but I just think this 175, you know, sort of area where we closed there on Friday for, let me see here, I'll just pull this down here, for Meta, right down into here, 174, 175, even 176. This is where my buys are here for Meta right now, back in. If we could fade back to 174, 175, then those are the big longs for me. But yeah, as long as Apple's around 150, I think you just want to keep going long around that area, and then you can always deal with it when it breaks. So, you know, you held 150 there on Friday into the afternoon, you know, before bumping up, and now, whatever, these upgrades and downgrades, I don't really, for Apple, we all know that Apple's not going anywhere. That all-time high is 183.50, something around there. I don't think, you know, it's probably be tough to get back there this year, but I could see them getting back to that 175-ish area for sure for Apple. Or maybe we float back to like 140 again. So for me, this is a pretty tricky name to trade until you get around some key levels. So, you know, you saw us respect that 149. Remember, Friday wasn't a great day. You know, it was kind of just back and forth and around, but Apple still, you know, kept its cool and hung out above 150 with its low being 149.50. So I feel like you're fine even going long. If you like the long today, you can go long Apple right now and be fine with it because you have your 149.50 out. So what's the worst you're going to hit? Is it $170 out of this? So you take a couple hundred shares, you can really figure out your loss. I still think the market flies a little bit today, but the market trajectory is down. So coming into CPI tomorrow, I don't know, man. Maybe, you know, maybe we just want to hover around flat, kind of like what we were doing on Friday. Start the day up 0.3, finish the day up 0.2 or down 0.1, something like that. I could see that happening, and then a little bit of divergence in the middle of the day. So for me, Apple only being up 0.1, you have Meta up 2, you have Google up I don't know what's been happening in the last couple seconds here, but Google was up more, yeah, still up 0.5. And then AMD is another name that I have written on here that I like all better than Apple. So Apple, Google, Meta, Apple, AMD, all better than Google or better than Apple for me. So AMD above 80, I like better than Apple above 150. So yeah, a couple different tech names that are in my basket instead of Apple here.
Quick look at how things in Europe are shaping up to kick off a brand new week. Positive. Good to start. Anyways, top to bottom here. Looks like Sweden leading the way there, 1.1%, but nice positive start for the European landscape so far. First segment of the show, guys, brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits, trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, and more. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use that promo code TTV. Bottom of the screen there, you'll get 10% off. Let's bring in Arun, get a check of the overall market here in North America to start a brand new week here, Arun. I mean, we were talking a little bit last week about maybe in need of a pullback. We got a little bit of a pullback. Do we get more ahead of CPI tomorrow?
Well, I mean, Friday was somewhat of a slow day, just went sideways. I mean, you really can't account for anything that Friday gave you in terms of setting up. But today, I think we might get some decent action. We're in the right zones here. We're kind of flirting around with these 4100s. We got above. We saw what's above there. We are coming back in, which is a good sign for potential shorts. And what I'm looking for is a drop below 4100 that tries to bounce back up. So let's say we get down. We're at 4103, 4095, 4092, whatever. And then we try to bounce back above 4,100. Once we clear 4,100 to the downside, I want to see it attempt back up. And if that attempt fails, I think I'd be open to the idea of the short here near the top end of the range. That's some previous supports that have kind of been blown up now. So let's see if we can't use that as resistance. 4,140 is going to be the top end stop on that. Flip side of this is if this market now goes through that low, and we're still looking at that 4060, if that 4060 gets taken out and it can't past that, let's just say we break through, we go down to 4050, and then we snap back up, that could be a potential long as well. So it's two-sided trading until we get that CPI number coming up fairly soon. So 4035 is going to be to the bottom, and then 4140 is going to be up to the top. Potential trades on both sides. So remember, 4100 breaking down and then failing a bounce back up would give you the short. And then the flip side of that would be the 4060 breaking and not able to continue that sell would give you that long. So be ready to play both sides until we get some accelerated movement, most likely tomorrow.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow. Fed's Bowman still making some comments I'm seeing here just coming across. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab that. Very easy. Scan the QR code, hit the link, sign up for the absolutely free for you daily watch list that we send out every morning before we come on at 8:30. The shout out to Fahad for the video graphic there on that. We'll start things off with Meta. It was the Financial Times on Saturday that came out with this note suggesting that Meta had delayed finalizing their most recent budget, suggesting that that could be due to the fact that they're planning another round of job cuts to come here. So nice look for Meta to start things off, up 2%.
Yeah, not surprised with this, Brendo. Zuckerberg said on the call that this was going to be the year of efficiency, and so one has to assume that sadly there's more job cuts on the way. I do like this stock going into this weekend as well as a result of these balloon wars that we've been having and the tailwind that will create. Obviously, with the implication here being that there may be more bans or restrictions to TikTok.
It seems like a daily thing at this point. It's so crazy. If you remember, the initial cut from Meta was 11,000 jobs, or about 13%. So that is higher, guys, than most other tech companies have come through with to this point.
Yeah, people like job cuts. But Sharif's right. Look, balloon gate, whatever you want. It just China-U.S. tension, any tension for them in that realm could be good for Meta. I think everyone kind of understands that with the battle between them and TikTok. I look at the gap that it made, and you had that bottom at 180. So anything above Meta 180, it gets back above that price. There's just so much room to kind of retest that 200 level, which it couldn't get to before, that it's almost like you're breaking 180, that's going to be a long pretty much no matter what. Now, will I short in front of it? Yeah, I'd probably go for right at that 180 short. It was a top on Friday, and again, there's a lot of room if it were to gap fill to the downside. So I have no issues in kind of playing that level in both directions. I need confirmation of Friday's bottoms for the dips, and you look at it just on a higher time frame here. The price would seem to just be where it closed at 174. But I don't want to. I want to see if it comes down and Meta starts filling in the gap to the downside. I'd much rather wait for it to make a bounce down there than kind of stand in front of a level. I know what I like above the 180 level. I just think there's a lot of room above there. I know I look for a short probably in the 90, 79, 75 to 90 range, tight to that 180. Don't get in too early. Understand that above those prices, I'm looking for longs. And then just play it from there. So, on the way to the downside, if it does just fall $4 or $5, I'm not just going to sit in front of the bid, but I would be looking for it to make a bottom around Friday's close. Just rather be playing off the 180 level. I just think there's so much upside if it reclaims that.
Yeah, we're going to watch out for that falling bottom here. So basically, I'm going to get out if it breaks 175. So I want to try and test sort of this 176 area here on Meta. This is, again, from Friday. It was the worst one. It bled all the way down. We've had the biggest move up for Meta. As far as valuation-wise, they're still in the pocket. They're still a great stock to own if you're going to go by valuation. The 13 or 14 times PE, plus you have the TikTok sort of tailwind there, I think can happen for them. And then Reels still popping like crazy. I like them, but I do see what people are saying here, that we could sort of fill this gap back down here to 173 for sure right now off the open. So I'm going to test a 176. I'm getting out if we break 175. So, and then we'll see about that 173.50. I just feel like if we do make a beeline to the downside here and fill this 175, I got to get out because, when we broke through 175, we trailed down to 173.50. So for me, yeah, nice move down here in Meta could mean a little bit of an issue here for the name. And included, I actually like this 173.50 short. So although it's the number one name here for the long, this is why you got to watch the show. And, don't at me when Meta tanks down and I put a chart up that I made money short. It's 173.50. We'll lose on the long. We're going to test the long here. 176, 175.50. But if it breaks 175 on Meta, we're out. And then we'll look to take this break lower. If we get into this area here, 173.50, 174, unless the market is going upside, I'm looking for it to break down through this level. So Meta, although I know I sold some NVIDIA last week, I feel like selling Meta was the right call. So yeah, feeling like it's a little overbought here maybe on Meta. I don't want to start a new position. A new position to me has to come in and around. I don't have a new position. I still I have my own position, but I think if you're going to put new money to work, probably around here, 140, 150 is that gap fill, that maybe the longer term gap that you guys are talking about back here into earnings. So let's see what happens there. But for now, Meta's trying to poke its head, made a move down, trying to poke back above here, 180. So let's see if that can happen. I don't want to break out anything long today, because if I have those in mind, then that's going to be Google breaking 96 to the upside and is waiting on a Meta move. So that's my play here for Meta.
Ray, just saw Microsoft pop up there on a volume scanner, but not seeing anything new. You can see a little bit of a volume spike came in for MSFT. CEO Adam Aron, AMC CEO Adam Aron, just saying 2023 hike in movie releases touts path to eventual pandemic recovery. AMC did not do a thing, as Adam Aron is making some comments, apparently. But here's Microsoft up nicely once again, 1.4% back to the upside, as we saw last week, very, very strong on the AI note. Stifle with the price target increase this morning. They actually had a very positive note attached to this, essentially saying, not only are they going to win between the battle between Google and Microsoft, but they're basically already there.
Yeah, they were saying they're playing from a position of strength, something that they haven't had in the past. Google's obviously been dominating that space, but it looks like anything Google negative is Microsoft positive at the moment. So let's see what more news brings, Brendo.
Yeah, more strength here, guys, for Softy to kick off the week.
Yeah, the gap up is pretty impressive with Microsoft right now, because if you look at this, and the way I sort of see it is you get the double top on Friday, and my first inclination when you have a couple of days to the downside and you get this little bit of a double top is, you know, look for the longs. That's where we supported the dip, or like that's where the market supported the dip on Thursday all the way down. It was flying all day, and then that turned into resistance. You gap above it, and then just look for the longs. It's almost like this day just didn't happen, and you're back to the upside. And that would correspond with what happened in the NASDAQ here, where essentially, well, sorry, the ES, I should say, sorry, 4,100 level. It's like multiple cracks at it, and then even as we're dipping back in, you're getting a dip into that resistance level, that 4,100. But the difference with Microsoft that puts it into the relative strength category is, well, it's nowhere near those levels. So now you're $3, $2.50 above where I think support should come in, 63, 64 area. I'll be on the bid just in case it happens, but if it never breaks down, then this isn't a bucket where you want to look for longs, even if it doesn't give it to you on the good dip buys down in that 63, 64 range. Could just end up playing off the pre-market lows if the market wants to hold 4,100. Again, this is just another name that has a lot of room to get back up. Like 75, you could easily see. Like this was flying, and everyone wanted a piece of it on some of that AI talk. So if we get a strong day, we're being told what's strong this morning. I mean, up 1.5%. You saw Meta up doing nicely. I mean, Tesla's down 1.5%, which is kind of crazy. That sold off for a good like 30 minutes straight at one point. But Microsoft has been holding up pretty well. I'm going to be looking for longs here. I don't really have a short setup at all for Microsoft. On the bid, 63s. I'm not sure we even get that anymore. Felt like there was a chance earlier, but probably going to have to look at those pre-market lows if I want to catch this.
Anything and everything as far as money is concerned. We were just discussing Bed Bath & Beyond there. One thing to note on those AI names, I mean, right across the board, obviously very headline-driven and will remain headline-driven going forward. So yeah, Microsoft showing strength now, but let's see what the Google response, the latest Google response will be. Here's the note this morning, again, over the weekend, BBBY, I guess it was late Friday, BBBY filing that they will officially wind down their Canadian operations, which include currently 54 Bed Bath & Beyond stores and 11 Bye Bye Baby stores. But you were just reading an interesting fact there that the assets are actually higher than what they owe in this country.
Yeah, it looks like it's probably an ongoing issue with maybe operating income or operating business. I'm not really sure, but their total assets are 427.4 million Canadian. Their liabilities are 342.8 million Canadian. So, you know, it looks like their balance sheet's decent for the moment, but they actually went and received creditor protection in the Ontario Superior Court last year to protect them from creditors. So this is kind of like the final straw.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the one just down the street from us here close. I think it was, I want to say a year ago. It hasn't been around for quite some time. So maybe just a case of anything is better than nothing at this point for Bed Bath & Beyond. But we saw the gap to the upside on that headline this morning, guys, already gone.
Yeah, I mean, nothing could be the day that it's a nothing burger. Look, since the beginning of last week, it's been basically one play. When it gapped down, obviously, it was short every single pop, right? And that trade, either you sit in the short or short the pop, sit in the short every pop you get. You can see that hasn't really cost you anything. It's just the moves have gotten so small. You know, before you were getting 10% easy, no problem, maybe even more than that. And then on Friday, like you got the 250 and it gave you like 15, 20 cents, not bad. I'm not even thinking you get that much. I want the 250. It's like whatever it happens to pop to, I'll still roll into the shorts until the day that stops working. And once it stops working, we'll go away from the well. But I'm not sure this is going to be the one. I know AMC, there's a lot of chatter about this. And of course, the APE and the vote is next month for that. And that does set it up. Like it has been falling, so you're getting a little bit more of that whole convergence as AMC's been coming down and breaking down. And then you're seeing APE at least try to hold a little bit here. And I know the notion of the whole hedge, okay, long APE, short AMC could potentially be in. But as long as AMC's in a downward trend, then I think looking for like dip support, which it feels like APE has found at about 2.25, that would be the trade. Like I'm not really seeing a heck of a lot of logic to the AMC long unless you think some kind of a squeeze is going to happen because there's so many people putting this arbitrage trade on. But it just feels a little bit safer if you can find a support level in APE to go for it. I think we might have one at 225, but again, no real volume here, so a bit of a disappointment.
Yeah, I mean, Bed Bath & Beyond, I still feel like $3 up here, you know, but I don't think we're going to get anywhere near there. So I think you're going to have to either wait for a pop to short it around this 265, 270 area. Could be something there as they wind down some of this. I mean, it all started a couple days ago, right? When they had that $1 billion financing deal and they dropped that after it just went haywire here up to $6, $7. They dropped it. Since then, it's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 straight down days. You're looking right now to break through $2. It's held $2 before, so there's $2. I mean, it dropped down below, but you know we were bouncing around $2 before bouncing back up. So I could see right there we tick down to 210. So you're coming into this area. So anybody that shorted off this deal here, I feel like will start to cover around $2. Feels like the next move down here is going to be the pink sheets for Bed Bath & Beyond. It's just it's well cooked. Now down to the downside. So unless we see some sort of a gamma squeeze or something to the upside, let's just check out what the BBBY. The other name here was Carvana. So 83% short, and it still can't get going. CVNA, okay, that's better. At least it's 57. The thing about Carvana is you're down near another key level. So just like Bed Bath & Beyond is near 2, which is a little more important than come on, charts, which is a little more important than Carvana being near 10. But at least for Carvana here on a daily chart, you know, we had that Morgan Stanley death punch in the face, I guess, when it was up at 10 before. It went down to $3 off of a $1 downgrade there. But right now you have the 50 period. The reason why I bring this up about Carvana is the 50 period is right here at $9.50, $10. So, you know, you could see a little bit of a dip down here into $8.59. Those are those tops for Carvana. So I think like if you're going to try to think about a possible name that could spike back to the upside, to me it would be Carvana off this $7 or $8 mark. You're at 10 now, so there's still quite a move down. Like you give this 10% down, which could happen, right? 10% down puts that into 9, and then you're looking for some bumps off that 850. So for me, I like Carvana a little more than Bed Bath & Beyond right now, but I like Bed Bath & Beyond for a squeeze back up through $3 at some point, or you drop another 20%. It's crazy, like dropping 20% from here gets you to $2. But, you know, that could be a level that you start to defend as well. So I feel like a lot of these names are dead for right now. AMC is nice to see that Adam Aaron's out talking again, but Neil just reviewed that. It doesn't seem like it's going anywhere. Here's the imbalance locator for today. Again, like Blue Apron, like I don't like what is... There's nothing. There's a penny stock now. There's nothing on here. XPEV, we could talk a little bit about them. I mean, that's fine. GM is there. NEO is always on here, which I don't even see right now. So yeah, it seems to be pretty like CCL 70,000. I don't know. Oh, J&J, I didn't miss that one. J&J, I guess the biggest notional name on here being $162. But other than that, a pretty quiet J&J's had a nice little move down too, by the way, right here off 180. Wow, one down to 164. This is another name that I own. I just keep buying this name. This is a drip name, but wow, right back into these levels as well. This is probably a buy. Wow, good thing we looked at J&J down here. All I know is I should have sold it. That's all that this chart tells me. But down here to 160, 161. That looks like a decent buying opportunity for some Johnson & Johnson right now. Might have to put some more money to work over there. But all right, Brennan, only 10 minutes to go before firework time.
There was an interesting note, yeah, no kidding. There was an interesting note on Google, Alphabet. They march out the boss of Google search on the weekend to, it was interesting, it was a German newspaper that did this interview. And he was basically telling everyone to slow down, everyone take a breath when it comes to AI. There's a lot of question marks, which is not wrong, on how these are going to work, how they're going to be regulated, what kind of content is going to come out of them, and how it will be displayed. So Google trying to calm the fires here after what happened last week.
Yeah, to not look, like you said, he's not wrong, but that's not the look you want at the moment. The hype is there, money's flowing, and they're receiving a lot of dissent from within on an internal Google forum. Basically, employees really went at Pichai, calling it rushed, botched, and ungoogly, Ungoogle-like.
Term of the day.
So it didn't look good.
It's the word of the day already, apparently. What do we think here, guys? Is there a trade for Google here?
I think so. Look, I mean, Google's saying stop,
no
collaborate, listen. They're back. They got a new invention. It's Bard. It's going to grab a hold of you tightly, and I don't know. That's whatever. Look, Alphabet. There's one level we're looking at least I'm looking at today. You saw the bottom get made off this whole AI stuff, and Bard had the bad demonstration. But 94 has been holding. So I'm not going to make this too complicated. You pop up the daily. The 50 period on the daily also coincides with that level. So I'm on the bid in front of it. I think I'll be looking for scalp plays and bounce and hold. If it breaks, the low last week was 93.60, I think, on that. So beneath that number, I would be looking for some shorts in Alphabet. So I'm just going to keep it really simple when it comes to this name. I know the level we're looking at. It's right there, that 50 period on the daily.
Look, guys, there's a reason Google's here on the sticky note today. So I really like Google here, trying to break back below. Looks like Neil said, man, that 94 is a pretty key level. We've been looking at that for a bit. I'm already bidding down there, but I also like a 96 break long. I mean, it's too bad that these charts look like this, but from Friday, yeah, I'm gonna have to. Let me just call down here. Here's a 3-minute chart from Google so far here today. Maybe a 20 minutes, a little bit better. But here's 96 right here. So, I mean, this is 95.80, but this little level right there, 95.80, bump it up here. There's your 96. So I just feel like we get above this, 95.50, that's the pre-market high. Then you can use that as your bottom. Then in order to confirm a break, I like this 96. Forget about what happened early on Friday. There's a lot of up and down moves. We went up to 97, back down to 95.50, back up and down before eventually breaking and starting to head lower. That's fine. We know the momentum is to the low side, but there's no way Bard tanks this stock 12 or 13%. That's not happening, so there has to be something else here. And if there's not, then I want to go long Google. I want to go long Google for a while. There's something called Android that they have in their back pocket. So you're going to get ready to see that explode soon too as well, from the talk of AI and just throwing that into cell phones and things like that. So let's just wait to see. I feel like they did screw that release up, obviously. I mean, whether or not they did or not, the market's telling you they did. So I think we can get back into this area, 96. So I think the 95.80, now that I look at this, is actually a little bit better. But 96 is a key level. We like to play flat breaks. So I'll probably play this 96 break and then hold it back to 95.50, 95. But yeah, 94 flat, this is where I'm bidding. I'm bidding right here, right now. If the market tanks, that's a long that I like. There's only 7 minutes to go. We've been really on fire lately. We're going to try to keep going with some of these names, and Google's going to be one of those today. So is there a trade in this name? Yes, there is. I think there's going to be a good one here today, whether or not it's the bottom or the top. The ES, look, man, when I wrote the sticky note, we were at 0.5. We went down to 0.3. We got up to 0.8. So let's just wait to see what happens right now with this market. It looks like it's trying to get back to the upside. So yeah, I mean, let's put on our rally cap a little bit here, possibly for the morning. There's Twilio right now announcing a 17% workforce cut. So that should rally Twilio, I would think, to the north side here. Let's just check out what exactly it's doing. There it is. So from $60 up to $64 on these cuts for Twilio. So that stock is really off its bottom, looking to break higher. This could be a great trade here today too, breaking above 66 with this news from Twilio announcing 17% workforce cut.
Yeah, it's a blog post right on the company's website that they used to make this announcement, guys, but Bloomberg reporting that as well. So 17%, as Sean was mentioning. There's the Twilio blog with that news just coming through. Let's talk about Tesla to wrap things up here. There was a note from the Transportation Board suggesting that they need to do a better job of opening or hurry up with opening up their charging network to be able to take advantage of some of the funding coming through from the latest bill from the Biden administration. No response, obviously, from Tesla on this, but to this point, Tesla's charging network is still Tesla's charging network.
Yeah, definitely. The Biden administration wants to increase the charging stations from 100,000 back in 2021 to about 500,000 by the end of next year. That's going to include the big player like Tesla. Now, when you hear the Tesla customers respond to this, they're none too pleased because they say that supercharging stations are already busy. They're having to wait longer to charge their cars. They don't want to see Hyundai owners in their window. But the other angle to this, I just want to mention real quick, is does this give Elon an opportunity to kind of play like the anti-hero a little bit? No, we don't want to take your money, Joe Biden. We'll fend for ourselves. We'll do our own thing. So yeah. I don't know how that kind of plays out.
$7.5 billion worth of said funding available to the entire group, obviously. That's going to put some work towards this charging network, guys. But nothing from Tesla on whether or not they'll actually go ahead with this yet.
Yeah, look, it's a big chunk of change. So of course, maybe you were already headed this way anyways, but they have to consider it. It's just entirely, there's a logic to it as well to maybe get some goodwill. I'm just looking at the 200 level again, just try to keep it pretty simple. When you go to the, yesterday I shouldn't say yesterday, I should say Friday. Friday, right at the open, you'd failed at 205. The afternoon high was right around that 200 level. You couldn't get back above it. So with the reversal that got put on, you can see the tear that the stock has been on. It failed that 205 breakout on the daily. I'm just looking for shorts in front of 200 on Tesla. The other name, and I feel like this was the one we were looking at, still NASDAQ, for the EV space, and that's going to be Lucid, just very quickly. Lucid's trying to bounce right at $10 after pulling back. I know Sean already talked about this one. If it breaks the low, it's got the 50 period on the daily as well for potential support down there. So if Lucid does fall apart, there's 850 to 865. That's the 50 period. But that $10 level, if it gets back above, great. But if it starts flushing again and can't hold 10, it's got another potential leg down, as crazy as that even seems, just looking at the charts. But if Tesla breaks 200, Lucid's probably going to be a trade somewhere around here above that $10 level. It's just fallen so far since in the last week.
So there's not too much coming out here on the imbalances. The market did start to pull back here. I'm not really sure why. I mean, it's not a big pullback. I thought maybe we'd be able to see something here on imbalance. I see Intel as a sell, not a big deal there for that one. All right, AMD, we'll get rid of the imbalance look here. There's really not much happening here. AMD back down to 80. This is a level that I really like. Again, we'll see if that can happen here today for AMD. Again, you just go back to what happened on Friday, and there it is, man. We just, in what was a pretty back and forth day, we held out for 80 there, and also you held out the top of 82 and change. So that's right where we are right now. So AMD kind of doing nothing right now, flat. But again, I'm just telling you, I'm bidding down near 80 flat for AMD. I mean, even 80.50 right now for AMD to the downside. So that's a level I think we're done the rundown here. Yep. We're going to watch Tesla at that 200 level for sure, about as key as you can get. So $80 flat for AMD. I'm looking for a Google long off the open. We could check out some Apple here. Yeah, not much happening. Let's check out some DraftKings on what was a good weekend probably for the books here. With it just being such a close game. I mean, most people, the spread was 1.5, but again, I don't think DraftKings would be too interested in the spread. It was more about the props and things like that. And you can see it's not really moving here off of that. So you can, I don't know, I thought maybe DraftKings would have a little bit more juice to it. Nice pullback in. They report this week, I believe, DKNG. Let me see.
They do.
Yeah, let's just find out when it was. The 16th post-market. So Thursday after market, we'll come through with some DraftKings report. So I like this name back down near 15 if we can get anything around there for a possible buy. We exploded through there, went to 18. You're pulling back off DraftKings right now. So again, what was a good week for gambling? We had UFC, and then of course you had Super Bowl. So I think that was pretty good. A fun week of sports. But yeah, 15, a good little level there for DKNG. But yeah, it doesn't look much here on the imbalance locator to start the day. So I'm looking with my bids right now: Meta, AMD, and Google.
Yes, sir. Actually, Alphabet pulling back a little bit as we go into the open, so it just dipped to 94.5. Looks like we might get a run at that. You know, 94 is on the daily is going to be that 50 period. But we have 20 seconds to go. Looking for some dip buys there. Maybe we get that 200 on Tesla on a pop to the upside. We'll like that one for the short side. We got Pratt on the bell. He's wearing the right colors, although I see Houston Rockets, but he's got the red supporting the Chief. Maybe he is, maybe he isn't. In 5, whoa.
There we go, there we go.
3, 2, and 1. Ring it.
All righty then. Yeah, Rihanna
I didn't see that
last
one
night.
coming.
Yeah, I still can't believe you didn't see that, but you'll see that later
I'll
on
watch the highlights
today. So, okay, all right. So just watching Google here, nice little dip down, but not really. Just flatted out at 94.50, I think was that bottom. So let's wait to see if there makes more of a bottom. Meta trying to go back up, and AMD just cruising around. So right now, not much happening. So for me, none of the levels being filled out right yet. Still looking for that first couple trades here.
Oh, you just psyched me out, Brendan. Rob just asked for coffee, and Brendan was like, "See," and then I called up SI. But the good thing about calling up SI by accident is Coinbase is relatively weak. Got to get to this one. Down 4% almost already here, and it is heading to the downside as we speak. With the market kind of flat to open, this is breaking. Well, it broke 55. This is heading to the downside once again. Super weak name here. Plenty of room to get to the next support level. I'm going to look for a short off this on the pre-market highs, just seeing the kind of weakness it has. Google's getting close to 94, but I don't want to step too far in front of it. It is plunging right now, and yet another day, if you just sat in that Bed Bath & Beyond short, you were golden, as usual.
Yeah, we like that talk. All right, let's just
taken it. Like,
Bed Bath & Beyond.
every day.
All right, Google came pretty close, man. We got pretty close to getting filled there. I don't know exactly why we did it, because it went only to 30 right now for Google. So as this market makes that move down, now we're starting to figure out where some key levels are in all of this. So yeah, let's just continue to watch out for our trades, including obviously Google there, back down in. Let's see if it can come through. Meta right now, 177 and not really moving too much. We'll check out some Netflix. I see some people talking about Netflix. We'll see if they're getting a little bit of a move here as well. NFLX. Yeah, nice move down. They just broke through that level there, creating a nice little downside move here for Netflix.
Oh my God,
taking out
Bed Bath.
Friday's bottom as well. So Bed Bath & Beyond is going. I'm not even on that.
So I did take, I took 55s on Coin, but Bed Bath & Beyond, it's just tanked. I mean, it's already giving you like the move that you're looking for to the downside. Maybe there's a pop. It's going to be short. It's going to be at probably SSR, maybe not. But any pop, I'm going to take a shot on this name to be sure. Alphabet just bounced, and I might have just missed it. 94.33. It looks like it made a decent bottom there. And we didn't talk too much about the Chinese ADRs, so I don't want to make sure we go over them. As long as nothing that's at my key prices is filled, you want to look to what else is happening. And BABA here breaking through the top as some of the Chinese ADRs are looking pretty strong. It had a 166.66 top on, I'm not making this up, at the open on Friday. So I think that could be the level for potential breakout. And I was looking at Pinduoduo for strength. That held a 50 period on the daily at 90. It is tanking right now, down $2 on PDD, but that $90 level was an absolute wall. If this fills in the entire gap, I'd go long there. But I'm not sure why PDD is flushing so badly in BABA's strength. As I said, Coinbase heading to the downside. I rang the register at 54.5 here. I might try to short pops in Coinbase. Look, it's just been relatively weak for the last little week there. There was a note with Binance again, and there's some crackdowns. Once again, more crackdowns on Binance as I guess it's their stablecoin product, which is hosted by somebody else. But I'm shorting pops here in Coin every chance I get.
Yeah, we just shorted. I don't know if it looks like we got away with a little bit of a profit spot there. I'm going to be shorted till 98 here on Amazon. So let's just wait to see if You know, it's a name that I'm not, whatever. We'll watch it. It came back in. So again, just for today, we shorted this name last week and we really did really well on it. Now the market's starting to break a little bit lower. This could be the day that obviously Amazon does decide to pop up, which is why we're going to give this to 98. I mean, it was here in the pre-market. If it wants to work out, it can work out. Here it goes right back up to the upside. So even though the market's starting to head down, maybe it looks like Amazon today is not going to be that weak name. So we'll watch out for that. We still are waiting for some Google longs to come through, but there's Amazon, just went up to 70s, back through 50 again, so now we're flat on this name. Maybe we have to massage this position a little bit better than we are. What's up, Brando?
Another one showing a ton of weakness here to kick things off. PayPal, guys. Remember earnings last week. A couple of analysts moves downside on PayPal. Just went green to red, down a couple bucks as well for that one.
Yeah, Microsoft is just taking off. Like Microsoft's a name that we had on. Up to 270. Oh, thank you, Rob. Thank you so much for that one, Mr. Rob, for that. But there it is, another one downside. I'm going to watch Microsoft in a minute, but I really got to focus on Amazon because it did take me out a little bit more there in the 30s again. We're just taking 10 cents, but I want a hell of a lot more. This is my upsized position right now. The only one I have is Amazon.
Yeah, Meta actually got pretty close to that 180. Not quite there, 179.50. So it looks like I did miss the opportunity to run into that short. If it gets back up to the top, I guess I'll go for it. Maybe a little bit more aggressively, obviously. But you're going to see Microsoft is just churning to the upside. I said this might happen, and I would have to get rid of the dip buys to 63, 64, and just look for the breakout area up here at 67s. One more before I get to Tesla, because Tesla's falling like a rock. Intel's already rolling over off 28. So I'm going to short the next pop into the 28 level on Intel. I just want to be patient with this. But Tesla, this is the story dragging everything to the downside. Tesla just bounced off of 190. So we can forget about 200 shorts. We're going to have to look at this 195 on Tesla, or maybe even lower, 190 breaking. It's falling like an absolute rock right now.
Tesla, yeah, hopefully Amazon falls like a rock as well because we're solid like a rock on this one here. There it is, man. We got 97.50. We're only out of a third right now. Trying to see about a lower push here for Amazon. So I'm bidding 97.07 randomly there ahead of O's. We'll see if we can get that fill. Prices shouldn't matter that much right at this time of day unless you're trying to pick up something like from the bottom, and which we're not really trying to do. So let's wait to see if this one can work out for us. It's bouncing off 20 a little bit. Let me put a bid here at 18. We'll take another piece out right now. But like I said, man, one good trade. And by the way, here's one good trade. Right now, it's Amazon to the short side. We have this. We've been looking at it for a very, very long time. So here it comes through again. Amazon ringing the register on that one. All right, let's just go back over to Google to have another look. So I'm still looking at my sticky note here. We still got Meta, Google, and AMD all on here, but they're not really at levels. Google's just doing this. Nothing right now. So nothing to see here, says Google. We'll wait to see for a little bit of a take on that one. Meta, another name that I'm looking at, still not much happening. I am bidding Meta down here near 176.25 to see if that's going to be a move. I'm going to actually cancel some of these bids right now because Amazon is absolutely in the tank right here, and this is my trade. So I think we'll hold on to this for a minute until I see something else.
Yeah, I actually just paid out in front of 54 on coin. So late entry on the 55 break to the downside, got out at 54, got halfway, and then kind of flushed all the way into the downside. Now it's going to be, I want to focus on Tesla a little bit here because it looks like it's trying to make a bit of a bid. I got in and out very quickly at 90s, realized, you know what, I want to be chasing this move. If it pops, I'm going to look at those pre-market lows as a bit of a more interesting level to be found, and do not want to forget about Meta here. Meta catching a bid off 77s. If it gets up tighter to that 180, I do like the shorts, and with the market coming down, look at Microsoft. There are no dips in this stock right now. It's at 270 or very close to 270. At some point, if the market keeps falling, I'm going to try and get this dip. But wow, if the market reverses, you could be looking at a breakout here on Microsoft, Brendan. A
little Chinese name just popping up. Ding Dong. Ding Dong. I don't even make this up. It's literally Ding Dong. They are a grocery delivery company reporting earnings, guys. DDL in New York on a move through 6 there on volume.
All right.
That's too good.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's too good.
All right, we are really hitting out Amazon right now. So, I mean, this has been quite a move to the downside there. We just got a 96.90 downside pick there on Amazon. The only opportunity that we really missed, I feel like, was that AMD trade right there. So that could be something down near 80. We were waiting for an 80 bid, but we waited a little too I think we're a little too frugal on that one. So we'll wait to see if that one can come back in. But yeah, man, so far so good. It's all about Amazon for me. As you guys can see, one trade so far. We're still going to watch out for that. Tesla down to 190 and collapsing, which makes me think that maybe Meta wants to do the same thing, but Meta's still holding out high. Meta up 2% as this market's trying to be in this little bit of a rally mode now. I don't know, off 12.3. I don't know. We're still only up 0.26. Big day tomorrow coming through, guys.
No, definitely a big day coming through tomorrow on CPI, but some moves happening here. I'm going to try to get back into Coinbase, but I did just finally pick up Intel on the way back to 28. So it flushed at the open. You've seen it do this V-shape before. If it breaks through 28, I can just get out, but I'm looking for a re-entry back in a coin after what I was able to see right away. If it's VWAP, it's VWAP. If it's 55, it's 55. Just wherever the next little pop gets me to. Looking to short some lower highs here, Brendan.
Nice move for Fastly to kick things off this morning. Bank of America with an upgrade on FSLY to buy from underperform. So 16% now for FSLY.
Sorry, 50. Oh, wow.
I saw them on the imbalance locator there and was like, yeah, maybe I should have looked at that. Again, yeah. So, all right, we only have a third left now of this name here, which is Amazon. So we got some more out here at 97.15 or 16. I mean, look, I still like the name, and we want to be here for this tank, but I feel like we've already gotten a little bit of that down here to that 97, and especially with the market trying to break out now again to the high side. So you probably have Meta probably ripping. There's probably a lot of names right now that are starting to go. Yeah, look at Meta. Wow, 180. At least we had the right pick on these longs. It's just we didn't get long down there when we needed to. Meta breaking through 179, 180 right now. There it goes. So yeah, big level there for Meta, possibly breaking through 180. I want to be all over that.
Oh, I was about to say, I'm like, I'm not filled yet. So
no.
Yeah, it didn't. Again, it just
not
gets.
Yet.
Yeah, it got to 190, so close, like 179.50. The problem with that is, above 180, I think this is a breakout. So I don't necessarily want to be stepping way too far away from it. Like, if you're short at 50, you risk 50 pennies when it's this strong. Nah, like if I think the longs are above 180, I want a short that's really tight to that 180 level if I get it on Meta. So we're going to be patient with it. I still have Intel, and wow, you know what? Microsoft it's gone at this point. I'm going to look for maybe like 270 was just a break, and we got to be taking this above that 270 level. Look how strong this is. It's absolutely insane.
How many
Randy,
coffees do we have
thank you very
here?
much. The Chiefs, he's got the red. I kind of have red on, and we just got a refill on the coffee, so I'll welcome that. But wow, Microsoft is on an absolute tear. I got to watch for Intel in this market recovery because it is headed right for a collision course with that 28. And every time I short Intel early, I always ask myself, okay, did I get a good price? It's got to be tight to that 28. At least I've managed to do that. But above that price, I don't want to be fighting Intel or this market this early on the day. But it might give me a reentry into Coinbase, which is relatively weak.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm going to try AMD again. If we could break above, or not again for the first time here, breaking above this like 81.70 area. Let's see if that one wants to continue to, or at least try to work out for us a little bit here on AMD. Meta's still bouncing around 179. I mean, is there an area that we want to get long Meta before it goes? Yeah, it's still going to come all the way back a little bit, so not great for that. Tesla's still 190. That could be a trade for sure. What else you guys want to look at here? GNW? Nah. All right. Tesla. Yeah. Okay, so Tesla might have found a bottom there at 189 now that we look at it. I mean, you can look at that. All right, there goes AMD right now. We just took this long. Again, let's see if it wants to work. It's AMD breaking through that 81.60 level there. So we are now long AMD 81.64. May not hold. Tesla might. Oh wow, Tesla's still a nice little short though. I feel like too down there breaking this 188. So yeah, watch out for Tesla breaking here. But now I got AMD to deal with. But that Tesla looks pretty decent there.
Yeah, Microsoft making its first dip in a bit, so we'll see if it can hold this 270 area. It's got a top of like 270.75, so even if you go 1-to-1 here, like you're talking about risking 75 pennies, I'm looking more in the half range, so I want to risk 30 to 40 cents up here, which means if it's cracking that 3/4 mark, I'm going to have to get out. I am chasing it more than I would have liked, so it's going to have to go with a bit of a stop, a tighter stop, I should say, but it's just been so darn strong. Yeah, as a matter of fact, it just stopped out there. Let's slap the fail there, wait for it to make a better pullback. Maybe we get 69, maybe we get VWAP. I think there'll be entries into the long that make a little bit more sense, but Tesla, oh my goodness, like it can't even bounce from here. I'm just looking for something to get me into the short that's a little tighter to VWAP or the pre-market lows. and it's basically saying it doesn't want to get far off that 190 here. So this is the pop I'm looking for in Tesla to try and work those shorts. I do still have some Intel. We had just grabbed that one in front of 98. It just gave us a bit of a fill down at 83. Looks like we're able to grab. So ring the register on that short, but it is still trying to trend up and break that 28 level. So some concern with that Tesla short. And as far as Coinbase goes, that might have been the re-entry there at 54.5. I'm not sure we're going to see 55 again, but this one is also trending to the downside. Strong market, weak name here in Coinbase early.
All right, so we are getting out of Amazon like as fast as we possibly can. We have 10% left of this Amazon trade. It's breaking higher. So if we're going to ring registers and everything like that on AMD, which is becoming quite the nice trade here on AMD, we are long at 81.64 right now. We did get a little bit. It broke 81.50 and we got some out. I don't know if we talked about that a little bit, but there it is, out a little bit there. Now it's really starting to go. Amazon just pulled back a little bit, so now we have a very small piece left of Amazon, including that 10%. So I just felt like it did take out some highs there. We made some lows and it didn't keep going. We sort of bounced off 97. So let's make sure that we put profit in our pocket here on this name. So that's exactly what we did, holding that last 10%, and our out's going to be 98. That comes through. That comes through. We are gone on that name. Oh man, Roblox is right here to 35 again. I just don't know if we want to go short on Roblox or long, but here it is at another key spot. I'm already long AMD, and that one started. I mean, that one's going. You know, 35 coming into play again for Roblox off of a nice 34 bottom. So that could be something to look at too as we're looking at more things, man. Amazon WFC maybe moving around as well. That just showed up on my scanner. I don't know why.
Watch out for this VLON stock, guys.
What's Amazon doing?
I saw some people talk about this one in the chat. I just want to get to it really quickly because it did have a halt already. Broke $1, already had one halt, and it's holding above the $1 level. Like, this is a pretty strong long off the $1. I usually like these getting along with an out at 1, and it's even telling you this. So your halt price 111. That $1 level gives you about 10% worth of risk, 25 to the top. I'll like this if I can get some 110s in here. Just know that to me, the out is at $1 on a stock like this. If it can't hold that $1, it doesn't get very interesting as far as I'm concerned. Like, usually you're penny stocks for a reason. So VLO went up 150%. Oh, the other name that we're going to get back to in just a quick second, going to look at Lucid here. Thank you, Nicole Harris, for the super chat. Just talking actually VLON right now. And then Brendan brought Fastly as well. So Fastly definitely in play. But this one doing tons of volume, 50 million already on VLON.
Elon or VLON in there?
VLON.
Yeah, so we are VLONing this market pretty nicely right now as well. Look at this trade here for AMD up to 82. Like I was saying, you know, the guys behind everywhere like that, you only need a couple good trades. We're going to go Amazon short at 97.40, make bank on that, and then AMD long. We have 2 trades so far today, and yeah, this one's 50 cents in the money, but we didn't get any. Did we get anything out on top? Yes, we did. We just got a few outs right there. So just trying to figure out why we don't have too many shares, but it's because I had another order sitting there at 82. So 2 orders out there on this name. So far, so good here today. What's up, Brendan?
Sean, you mentioned this one in the pre-market. Here's Lucid, guys, going red to green and then some. Just broke through 10 there on a huge volume alert. Not seeing anything on Lucid, but nice bounce there off 950.
Market starting
to
go.
The one I want to get back to, I was too tight of a stop there on Microsoft because we were paying up to get it. Now it just feels like it's just way too strong to ignore. Maybe give it some more room up here. The market is at the highs, and if the NASDAQ breaks this top, obviously we can run. That's Friday's high as well, and Microsoft is the leader of the pack. I might just go and give it like closer to $1 next time we get a 270 dip, and then look at a 271 breakout. The high is 270.95. So that gives you a clean dollar break. I'm in VLON now at a price of 111, so the risk to reward is kind of a nice little setup there. In Lucid, we did say, hey man, if Lucid holds that 10 and gets back above it, it gets pretty interesting. Just needs to break back above that pre-market high before I'm looking for any longs. And you stick a fork in Alibaba and that breakout above 106.67, already almost back to flat here. So Baba did eventually fall to the downside. That weakness sets up PDD for a short for me. It doesn't quite get to 90, but it bounced off 92. I want to look to short the lower high here on Pinduoduo. All the way down to the 90, which is a huge level on the daily. I like PDD.
All right, we've been getting some more out of AMD now, so where we're getting lighter on it because it does go right back up to that 82 level, which is that pre-market sort of top there. Obviously, we were higher, but this is in the last sort of 30, I guess the last hour there in the pre-market does hit 82. So we'll hold about 30% now for a much bigger move if it does come through for AMD. I mean, the market's above now the 50 period, which we like. We still aren't really near, well, I guess we are, sorry, my bad. I was looking at 12,500 saying we're not near it. I thought that was the high. The high's only 12,430. So we are getting close to the pre-market high, so that's going to be a good trade. The one name that I was sort of looking at today that's been pretty disappointing has been Google. It hasn't done anything here yet. Today just bounced around some of these levels. So yeah, kind of a nothing burger right now on Google, looking to see if it can go. So that's a name that maybe we're spending too much time on that we do not need to be. So we're going to fly away from that. All right, I did have Meta still looking for 176. So maybe a pull down in Meta can give us a little bit of something. We did indicate that this could be the weak name today. I know we have it on here as a 176 long, but that has to come in first. So until it comes down to 176 long, let's just watch it. It was about 2%. Now with the market back to sort of highs here, you can see Meta's off its highs. So that's little things that I like to look at when you're looking at some names. But we are bouncing though off 177. I'm just trying to be patient down here to 176. Looks like Softy took out 270 pretty easily there. Now it's up to,
I'm back in it.
You're back. Oh, you were short it?
No, I was long it and got out, but I just jumped back.
Okay, yeah. So it's still holding above 270. Looks really strong here. So
Velon's gonna
this is a good name. You're on Velon Musk. Yeah, so you might want to look at that.
Velon is a penny
Disney
stock
to the
again.
downside. Go ahead. Yep.
No, Velon's trying to go penny stock status. By the way, I hate you, Meta. Look at Meta. I missed it by like literally 1 cent. I was on the offer. It filled. It got to 77. I was sitting at 78 there. That's kind of frustrating, but that's how.
There it goes.
Sometimes that's what happens to you. But here goes that Velon. So it just dipped off $1. This to me like is that line in the sand. Like if it holds a dollar range, it's got plenty of room to the upside. But if it can't hold this, you just got to be able to get out of Dodge. Like I said, these stocks a lot of times are penny stocks for a reason. So I just look for like the more obvious of setups, which is fine along in front of a buck and then see if it can hold. I am in Microsoft alongside, but Intel just broke. So Intel, I don't know, kind of looking like it wants to break out. We're able to get some out there in the 80s, and then it breaks out the top. I'm not really looking for the longs in Intel, so forgive me if I don't take it. I showed you guys Meta missing on the short, barely. If it gets back up there, we like it. I'm looking to add on Microsoft, either on the dip here or, oh my goodness, or as it breaks 271. So it just broke 271, but it came right back in. I now have a blended price. You'll see there like 270, 60, because I did get the break of 70s. I do like this one for the long. It's kind of obvious, to say the least, and just a higher time frame to show you. If we get to Thursday's high, that's like 274. That feels like a good target out zone for me, but I'll be scalping it out on the way up. As Microsoft, yeah, it feels like that's the one today. Like that's a strong one. Tesla still trying to get off the bottom, and it's just having all kinds of trouble doing so. I want to be short Tesla, but I liked 200, and obviously the fact that we're not getting anywhere near that today, it seems, is making it tricky for me. That 93 does feel like it can be the next level. I'll look for a 93 short. I'm not really seeing anything else I like unless we get back to 95.
Oh, Bed Bath is still down. We're talking about Bed Bath being possibly down 20% here. What's up,
Oh,
Brandon?
man, that was such a good short again.
What's up, Brando?
Just going to mention, guys, the Chinese EVs. A ton of strength coming through in these so far, specifically Li Auto, barely a red candle here so far versus Tesla, as you saw there. Downside, so XPeng, Li Auto, NIO, all showing relative strength versus the overall market. Sean, you also mentioned Disney there. Was a note from Citigroup cutting their price target on Disney.
All right. Yeah, we talked about Disney last week and like, you know, where that name was going to go. But okay, so here comes AMD breaking back down to the downside. I mean, Disney last week was my short at 112. 81.50 here coming in for AMD. Let's buy some more. All right, let's buy some more here at the same price that we're in at before. If 81.50 drops, we'll get out of this. A little bit lower than 81.50, but not too much lower for AMD. Look, maybe this is the wrong trade here today. Could be. We're going to try it, though, to see if and nuts. Butts, cookie and nuts. What is that sentence?
If and buts were
cookie,
candy and
something butts, nuts, candy. Yeah, so something like
got
that.
me all
But we're
confused.
gonna watch out for that anyways here, no matter what candy happens here for AMD. So, we just got that 60 fill. So here it comes, breaking through 50. We're gonna give it right basically where we dropped out last time. So right now we are into here now, AMD. Not at a great price, of course. We just took a 60 long. And now we're gonna try to get a 50 long, which we just got. Here it comes, wow, coming right back in now as this market pulling back in. So does AMD. So we're long at 60s right now. Looks like a possible 20-cent hit for AMD. Breaks 40s, we're gone, man. It's already through 50. Here goes through 40. AMD looking a little weak here on this pullback into the 50 period there it goes, into the 50 period for the NASDAQ.
So I'm about to get, well, hopefully we're going to get it in a second. Yeah, it just got some pin duo. That last little spike, close enough to that pre-market low. I'm going to start in at 94s. But Microsoft comes all the way back into the pocket. We do have a 270.60 price. I want to give this a little bit more room. I'll get some out if it breaks the high, but that's trending up nicely. Might have just done an over-under on Intel, and I'll get that into a second, but had to ring the register on VLON just now. As it got back up to the 110, just all kinds of resistance up here. It's hard to see on a 3-minute chart, but when you get to 12 and 13, it's definitely running into resistance up there. So I did pay myself out. If it gets and bounces above $1 again, I'll try to get a better price, maybe grab some 1s or 2s to the long side. I just feel like Microsoft is going to be the one on the long, and Intel might have just done an over-under on me. We had the short in front of 28. It spikes, stops me out, and then wants to put in a lower high. So that ends up being, this ends up not reclaiming above 28. I'll just look to re-enter those shorts one more time here. But I have to respect my out there when it happens. And going back over to Meta, it's still off these lows here. Okay, well, I have to wait for this to get back up to the top before I short that one. I really just like Microsoft long at this particular point. If the market breaks the high, Softy's going to go.
Yeah, thanks to, who was that in the chat there? I cannot believe it. What's up to John? Thank you so much, John, for that. Reminding me where Meta was at 176, which is exactly the level that we wrote down. So this is the thing. It's freaking embarrassing. Well, first of all, AMD is going back up to the upside. I got to watch this. We are 50 cents in the money now on on Meta, and then AMD is trying to blast up. We have a big position now. We got right back into that off that bottom. So now realizing what position we have in here, look at Meta, 55 cents in the money. This name is absolutely screaming to the upside. So is AMD. So we're good to go now, baby. Thanks for that call there, man. If you're not part of Stickino Nation, I guess I should be part of it as well, because that 176 was a banger. We just don't have as many shares as we're supposed to up here at this level. So let's take out, we have a decent amount, but let's just take out some more as I'm scrambling right now, getting out of AMD, getting out of Meta. Big time wins as we're at the highest spot we've been at all day right now off of these plays. So far so good here. Yes, good. We just cleaned it up right there on all this, man. That Meta, come on. The number one name down here, 176 long. So there it is right there. Clean up $1 on Meta. Clean up right now 30, 40, 50 cents right now on AMD. Hopefully that can go back up to the upside. This is a name that I don't trust as much, but Meta, let's take another piece out, man. 175. Okay, thank you to Mr. John right there. Big time win for us on that one, and it's Stickino Nation in the building.
Yeah, we're going higher here. 3% on Microsoft now to the upside. So we've added it a couple of times here. We bought 70s. Sometimes I tell you, it's just, you gotta be willing to buy a trend higher.
Holy shit.
I'm chilling because you can buy it here, you can buy it here, you can take it out on the way up. I'll be buying dips and just continuing this trend. We have the 71s now. We're already out of the 70s and took a buck on that one as Microsoft continues to climb higher. But I'm always gonna sit there and say, okay, well, what's the thing that you gotta worry about? Well, I'm worried about PDD. So PDD, I grabbed 94s here, and I think there's $4 if it goes down.
Wow.
But this is now testing the pre-market highs. Watch out for those Chinese ADRs. If it gets above there, I give it 10, 15 pennies. If it holds, I look to add. If it does not, I'm getting out of Dodge. VLON, that's a small cap that I'm going to be in. We'll see what happens. If it can clear this 113, whoever the heck is here selling it, I think it has a chance to get to the 120 highs. Again, just buying the dip in front of a buck and then seeing how far that one wants to go. And just one last one for you. I think Google is it's not going to give 94 at this point. You can see it. If it gives 94, I don't think we necessarily want it. So I'm going to cancel my bid for now on Alphabet. Very disappointing. It's just sitting inside doing absolutely nothing. And I don't think you want to waste your time with it if it's going to do that. And NVIDIA, not to ignore NVIDIA, look at the down up on NVIDIA. This is now setting up for a pretty interesting break at 216, guys.
Oh my God, I was just, oh wow. I had so many shares down here at 81.40 that, you know, this move up is like the day is, this is a day maker on AMD, let alone Meta with $1.50 in the money, just straight off of our own research here. So it's just keeping it real. That's all that it is, man. It's like, you know, making sure that you watch what you're studying. We put out all these videos all the time, this and that, blah, blah, blah. But you got to follow your own stuff, right? I mean, the thing is like, no matter what you think about some of these technical levels, sometimes you just got to sit there and take it. And I want to thank John. That was a big one, man. I'd be so upset there if I had missed this. This is like such a monster trade. As soon as I saw it down there, I was like irrelevant on price. It was down to 176. I basically just marketed in a decent position right there. So yeah, man, we are through the moon right now on this Meta trade. Through the moon, I mean, I don't know how high the moon goes, but we're $1.90 now in the money on this trade, and we took it 3 minutes ago. So if you're not part of it, then you're not part of it. But we're gonna spin it anyways right now, as it's a big move up to 178. Let's take something else out here on the high side. We only have 30% left. Like I said, we are probably hitting the keys a little too much there on some excitement for that trade because like I said, it just blew up so fast there for us. So now we only have 20% left. That's a good one. I mean, look at what's happening right now also to AMD off that bottom. So this is what happens to me all the time. And like I was saying before, you know, I get taken out there, right? But it came right back into that spot again. So I bought more. And when it went back to the upside, I gave myself this bottom wick. So 10 cents worth of risk to now cash in 70. So, you know, that's the kind of style of trading that I like to do. Take the risk out of it, get out when you're wrong, and then absolutely smash it when you think you're right. And hey, sometimes you're gonna be wrong, but we ain't right now. AMD with a huge move to the upside, man. That was such a good pickup down there, but we did get stopped out first. So that's why trading like us is a little dangerous if you don't have, you know, this kind of an execution platform, but we do, and I'm taking advantage of it every day.
Yeah, you have to, and I think you trade with your tools, and you know, one of the things I always like is relative strength and weakness. So I just got 72s and change here, 72.5 on Microsoft. It's just trending so nicely to the upside at this point. I think we're gonna get that 74. When we get there, that's where I like the outs on Softy. You do have a bit of a double top looming from last week, so as much as it's screaming, hey, I do think there's a chance that it's going to find itself a top in the next dollar or so. And the market's going to be at 12.5. At least the NASDAQ's going to be at 12.5 if it gets there. PDD back at 95. I got 94.5. But that VLON, that small cap, it's the only small cap that caught my attention, to be honest with you guys. And it's bouncing back into $1 here. So, you know, I might reload one time here, one more time in front of a buck, see if we can scalp it, and then might have to get out of this VLON. But it's Softy that's absolutely churning. Oh, and Tesla catching a bit of a bid, but it's still struggling beneath VWAP. You know, it might just have to be a short at VWAP. Tesla is just lagging this market so badly. Clearly, there's no one that wants to buy this one today. At this point, it's continuing to make lower highs, lower lows. Is it? Oh,
it's
10 o'clock happening now.
I got to figure out you don't have.
Hey guys, brought to you by TD Direct Investing. Personalize your investing experience with advanced features like heat mapping, customizable chart, watch lists across a range of investment products and accounts. Open a TD Direct Investing account and get up to 12 months of commission-free trades. Offer ends March 1st, 2023. Conditions applied. Check out the QR code here or the link in the description for more details. Shout out to TD for bringing you Happening Now. A green board. Nice green board to show you right now, right across the entire spectrum here. 0.5% or more for the S&P and the Dow. 0.58, 0.54. The Russell just for the 2000 anyways, just getting back to positive on the session. Did dip into the red briefly there. 0.84 for the NASDAQ composite. 0.94 for the 100. So it is the big ones. A lot of them on this board this morning. If you're with us pre-market, we talked about Meta, Microsoft, and Alphabet in depth. All three right across the board. Make sure you're with us every morning. In the pre-market, Ford was on the watch list today. New battery plant announced, or plans for a new battery plant announced for Ford, up 1% here. Not a huge move. Bed Bath & Beyond, meanwhile, shutting down their Canadian operations. Wow. Destruction again, 10% already downside in a big way for Bed Bath & Beyond, guys.
Yeah, keeps on going. All right. Yeah, couple names. I mean, I'm still in the same trades there, but that Bed Bath & Beyond, yeah, I mean, good call on that one. It's on the list here, and I was just shorting. It's the same kind of talk, man. It's shorting the pops, but unfortunately, this today did not do, well, I mean, it did a little bit. It went from 15 to 22. 23. I guess that was enough of a. I mean, that was a pretty big pop when you think about probably 5%. But still, yeah, continue to get destroyed down there. I still think you want to look at that $2 level, where right now doesn't appear to be too much size there. But again, Bed Bath & Beyond continuing its march lower. But I mean, for me right now, guys, this is what it's all about. You know, everyone that's a member of Sticky Note Nation right here can see this. 176 was the call right there. We talked about that earlier this morning, and it's about being patient, right? So here's what we're talking about. You go to here. Here's the sticky note right here, Meta 176. It's listed right on there, and we talked about why we liked it. So there it is right there. I got a big thank you to John. I was too busy looking at AMD right there, which is a monster right now, by the way. So we took that long as well, but there it is right there for Meta, 176.25. We should have way more shares, but I did miss it initially and had to get it on the way back up. But right now, $1.70 in the pocket here for Meta. So yeah, man, really like this trade. It's a good one. We'll look to get some out if it gets back up to 179. But for right now, we're already out. We only have 30% left of this Meta trade, but it's a good one here to start the day.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned that we might turn a dip here. I'm not going to trail Microsoft. I'm going to hold on to it. But if we are rejecting 12.5, I'm looking at where Coinbase is. It gave you that initial flush, break in 55, tried the reload, little tight stop in there. Now I'm looking for that pre-market high to roll into a short. As the market gets to a high, I'm just going to look for something that I can roll over with. And Coinbase just feels like it's going to be the one. Meta's in the middle right now. I don't want to be messing around with the middle. NVIDIA actually rejected the pre-market top there, but that's a little bit stronger. I don't want to mess with them either. So I'm going to go with Coinbase for the short for this little bit of a rollover trade. I already had PDD, which is challenging 50.95s. And then Alibaba was the other name that we're looking at. See Alibaba putting in lower highs, so the Chinese names looking a little bit weak. Lucid, this was one that we're looking for a breakout of the high of the day. So if Tesla can maybe catch a bid, that's the problem. Tesla's falling like a rock. If Tesla can catch a bid, Lucid's still in play for a top-end break. And speaking of you, Tesla, maybe I should have. I'm sitting here watching Microsoft, and I'm like, maybe I should be trying to get out of it, but I don't want to do it. I'm just going to hang on to that. It's too strong. Tesla, I'm going to cancel my 93s. I feel like it just might be turning right here, another lower high. So I'll give it a chance to test up to 91s and go for like a tight stop, trying to join this trend here in Tesla at some point, except the fact that I'm not going to get the price I want, it doesn't seem, if I'm going to get into these shorts. And then the last one I'll give to you guys, I'm not shorting a firm yet, but a firm is at the high of the day. And if the market does turn here, this was afternoon resistance as well at a firm around this 12.75. It's about 10, 15 cents worth of risk. But if the market doesn't break 12.5, I am looking for shorts on this next little turn in the next couple of minutes. So if we get Tesla, maybe a firm is right here right now. Still can't get a fill in Tesla. Like I put in the offer, it just never comes and picks me up. It's so weak. It's insane.
Yeah, you guys, I see a lot of people talking about that Tesla trade. Yeah, it seems pretty nuts.
You just can't get in.
Yeah, we're all right. So I'm kind of doing the same thing here about that AMD. Like AMD was a monster move up. Look at all of these outs up here at 82. So now we only have. Well, now we have 5% left, but we had 10% left there. We got some out when it broke back down through VWAP right there, 81.65. So that's an out for me there on that name. So we're going to have to watch out for that. And I'm wondering about the same thing on Meta. What about if Meta breaks back down below this 177.50? That's probably a decent out. So I think I'm going to try that as well. 177.50 for another out on Meta. So I'm just going to put that in right now if it breaks lower. And again, this is just because you can't always have like the best outs or the best ins or. There's lots of this, right? It just keeps going on. So you gotta watch out. You gotta take outs when they're here and then take them when it's going against you as well. So not every trade is gonna be a picture perfect trade, but for this one, I like it what we're doing in Meta right now. So let's take it 177.50 out, the same way we did there and respected this on AMD. So there goes AMD. Now we're gone. AMD is completely out of everything now as it breaks back down below. So out of AMD now. And I'm just going to make sure that I cancel most of these stop orders because I don't want to get stopped out on an upside move. So there we go. We are now out of AMD. Let's hold on to Meta against 177.50. And then again, if that hits, we still have 20% left. So if that hits, we'll have 10%, and then we'll work our next out where I'm waiting at 178.50 for that out. So hopefully that comes into play as well there for Meta.
Yeah, I'm going to keep moving my my orders here on Bed Bath & Beyond on the next pop because you don't want to be more than 10% away on a pop. And right now it's bouncing off 208. So it looks like 220. If it does move up, sitting at 240 is dangerous, or 235 or 250, because if you get a move up to that level, you could be like halting into it or something like that. And I don't want to get caught if this stock squeezes to the upside and halts on me. That's too dangerous, but I'm going to move them down. It's just dying. There's just no ifs, ands, or buts about it. This stock is entirely too weak. So let's go maybe like 18s or something like that in front of 20s. So that'll be the right offer. So I keep talking about Tesla not really getting any fills. On the 15, you can see it's only going to the downside on my 15-minute. Oh, I got that wick. Sorry, guys. And it comes up to VWAP. You pop an offer here in front of VWAP, and it just starts running away from you and flush, flush, flush. I did jump into a firm. I'll slap the fail on Pinduoduo as that one broke the high of the day. Microsoft, we'll see what happens. At this point, I've already scalped out of it and just want to hold on to that long. But Tesla seems like the one that's a trend to the downside. The way Microsoft is trending up, Tesla's trending down. Meta, Sean's got it off the bottom. I was like shorted off the top. The only difference is I'm on the offer, did not get that fill up there in front of 180. I'll still do it again, but the way I look at this trade, it's already tested twice. This will be the third time if it goes to 180. I will not like it as much, so two ways you can play it, tighter stop or size down. My stop is defined at 180, so it's size down in that situation because it is the third time at that level. Brendo.
Another little low float name just reopening after a halt. MTech. This was a COVID name, I believe. They make medical equipment. Back to the upside. Chinese name as well, by the way. 54% here. Just reopened back to the upside, guys, for MTech.
You always want those low float names. What was that? What was that other one? We had LSIP. What was that? What was that one on Friday there, Brendan? There what? LSDI.
That was the IPO, right?
Yeah, let me just have a quick look at that one. 275 now. Okay, so I just wanted, because this was another one of those creative
Didn't that
names.
open at $4?
I don't know where it opened, but yeah, it didn't open here, that's for sure. But LSDI, I think it was, yeah, we can have a look at this. It's not doing any volume. Yeah, forget about it. I don't want to look at it. It's not doing any volume. All right, we'll move off of that one. Meta upside as well. You know what's really got going here was Amazon. Really got it going pretty huge there. Good thing we got out at 98, but it went up to 98.40 and touched that level as well. I'm a little bit nervous about the market pulling back down here, to be honest with you. So let's watch out for the NASDAQ trying to pull back in. We still have our out on Meta, but NVIDIA's a nice move to the upside as well today. Airbnb's a nice move. Shopify. Shopify's at 48 right now. That's a decent level. I think it's a New York stock, sorry. There it is. Yeah, 48 and change here for Shopify. Could be a good, yeah, there it is. Could be a punch short here, 48. Let's watch out for Shopify. What is that? Oh, now my... All right, everything just froze for me, so.
Okay, no, I want to go to Google for a second here because the thesis for myself was like that 50-period moving average holding 94 area, but it's not bouncing and showing any strength off of this level. So, you know, we're going to look for that. I'm going to look for that break of the low, and if you go back, there it is. It's 93.60. So this is relatively weak. If Google breaks this bottom, I am going to look to reverse. I'll still take the long off this level. We'll go one time. But if it breaks this bottom, this stock is entirely too weak not to look for the reversal and go short. I did just pick a firm for the short. I just got it. I actually just added to it. So what happened, got to the high of the day, rejected it, shorted it on the consolidation. It popped to the lower high, add to the position. Now look for it to get down into VWAP. You have to put orders out if you want to get filled, and you have to get fills if you want to make profit. Those are the rules of the market, last I heard. So I'm going to get some bids on the way to VWAP. Otherwise, this is going to be all for naught on the Affirm short. And I see a lot of other names out there you guys are talking about. Just got to keep it in the pocket. Like I see cold. Don't really look at that in the energy sector in terms of natural gas. I understand it does move a heck of a lot. We tend to try to stick with names that we're comfortable trading. And if you trade over some of these energy names, you got to be tracking. It's obviously different tracking the futures when you're trading tech and having to go over and look at the energy names, just a different bucket. That's why we kind of stick to the equities, but we do take a look at them and answer questions if we can. Lucid here, that breakout, I've canceled my order to break out because the stock is entirely too weak. And thank you very much in the chat for mentioning PayPal. Here's another relatively weak name, down 2% and testing toward the low. So I want to breathe here because PayPal has flat bottom break if it gets to 77. I don't want to wait till it gets there. If the market wants to roll over now and can't hold 12.5, then I want to join this trend to the downside. I got a firm. Pinduoduo was a fail, but PayPal definitely looks like it's weak. I don't want to wait till 77. 80 looks like a pretty solid level, but that's more of a round number than anything else. If it pops, 80s, then try a little bit of an 81. An 80 stop is kind of a reasonable one because you know where you're wrong.
All right, so let's just hit this because we did get out of Meta there as it broke back. So we only have 5% left on Meta, and we need to look for a better out. Well, not a better out, but just get out of our last 5%. Sorry, our last 10% here. If it does continue to go down, I'm just going to use that 177 as our out because again, we've already sort of made our bet here, and it's already been a good one. So let's just continue to enjoy the fruits of our labor and not hold this all the way back to 176. We will take more bids if it gets down there. But you know what's really exciting to me is Google, as that's coming right back into 94 again. Not again, for the first time. This is the long that we've wanted here into Google. Again, you know, we are testing out new software and everything to get a little bit of better chart system going through here. We've spotted some errors, so that's now back into the development. But, you know, 94 was a good little level there to hold it. Maybe just pull down e-signal quickly here. Has been a good level here for the futures, for Google, bouncing off. The real bottom is 93. I'm going to take a long now off this and then get out if it breaks back down below 94. And then we'll maybe watch as a possible breakdown lower here into this market. It doesn't look like they want to buy Google up anytime soon. So here we go. We're about to get into the long rate now. I believe I'm at 11s. There it is. So now we are long Google right here against 94. 10 cents with slippage, 15 cents worth of risk here, period. Let's see where it goes.
Yeah, so look, I just scalped a little bit of a short on, well, some of my Affirm out there, but, you know, like you said, like Google's at that 94 level. I have a trail now on the lower high on Microsoft at about, it's basically here, like 15 cents lower on Microsoft, and I'm trailing out of it. But it looks like we've rejected 12.5 for now. Did we even get to O's? I don't think we did there. Like 07.
No. I got 11s.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe I should be.
How low did it go?
I should be in. It went to 7s. Maybe I shouldn't be looking for like 2s and 3s here and get a little something above. I would rather take more in front of like actually 94 just to give it a chance up to those levels. So I'll just do 2 bids instead of 1. So I'll get 1 at 3s because I know I want it down there to be sure, and then I'll take some now. So we'll take some now, and then we'll try to get more down at the 03 level on Alphabet. I keep saying Google. But we're getting Microsoft pulling back in here, and I want to respect the fact that if it breaks this, we could be headed to VWAP, and I want 270. So we've been letting it ride. We did take some out at the top, but this easily could come back. I don't want it coming all the way back, however, to that 270 level, where I would look for a reload. Like this is one, I'll take a few longs on Microsoft in front of that level.
All right, you might have seen some bangs and another bang and a siren right there. So we got some out there. It went to 25 there for Google. So let's take a little bit out. I mean, now it could fall back down. This is why you take some out, guys, when this happens. So we're right here right now waiting to see what's going on with Google, trying to break back above. So we're getting out a 94 break. We do have some more 94.25s out there. Scory, we have a 26 out there right now. So nice little move to the upside off that 94 bottom. Be patient, stick with the trade, and see if you can hit it. So that's what we're doing right now on this name. It's obviously it's Google, it's to the short, it's to the long side off of that. We are getting a nice bounce move off Meta, a little bit off 177, but I'm gonna wait for that one again. So I don't want Meta here at 177, I want it at 176. You gotta be patient. Here comes Google right now again, man. So it's a good thing we took some out, but maybe, okay, here's another bounce, man. If we can get some more here at 18, 19, 20, I know it's not much of a trade, but this market is trying to break back below the 50 period, and we're just trying to remain smart with our positioning. So here we go. I don't know, man. I thought that could have gone. I don't like when we keep staying down here and testing these spots, right? We got out of our Amazon because we thought something was up. So this one, we might wind up losing on this because we only took 12 cents on the upside, and we'll lose about 13, 14 cents on the downside. So let's see if we can't keep on taking advantage of this move here in Google. Get it more out. Give me some 18s. Yes, there it is. So yeah, so far so good here.
Yeah, I'm going to be happy with that one. It looks like it is holding that level pretty nicely. I'm keep trying to get close to VWAP on the scalp short that we're doing on Affirm here, and it doesn't want to bounce. It doesn't want to continue downside. So we're getting a higher low at 12.45. I'm going to get in front of that level and then make sure we pay ourselves out. I'm looking for about 15 pennies more on Alphabet, and then I just want to go back over to these chip names, I should say. Intel, we did take it once. This is actually still trending to the upside. So I'm going to throw out the shorts on Intel for now because it's showing you some relative weakness, and then take you. Come on, load. Thank you. Micron is down 1.5%. So forget about relative weakness. I can like Intel short all I want, but one's up, one's down. And you got to know where your bread is buttered, and following the trend is usually the way to go. Double bottom currently on Micron. So if we do not get back to the highs, I'll be looking for Micron shorts. It just broke down at 59. This feels like it can go a little trendy for me. I just took my first outs on Alphabet as it sparked to the upside. I just wanted to see it move a little bit more, a little closer into VWAP, right? So we just took a little out. Congratulations if you like this level. About the only level worth defending, I think, for Alphabet has been the 50 period on the daily. If it gets to the high of the day, fair enough. We'll be pretty happy about it. But that will mean, hopefully, we've found an entry or a re-entry back into Microsoft. So I trailed out my 71s there. We were able to get 70s into 71. We're able to get 71s into 72 and a half.
Like now
I'm looking to
Google
get back
94.
on the bids. Looking to get back on the bids at 270 or
levels are
VWAP.
just
This is a
killing
nice little trend to the upside, and it's just about finding ways to
man.
join the trend. When you get a stock that's breaking this strongly, you're not going to get the price you want. Unless you were sitting there looking for the breakout trades, you have to find ways to find that trend, find the consolidation levels, take the breaks of those consolidations. I'm looking for 70 to be that next little bit of a dip here on Softy.
We've made 4 trades today. Meta long 176. That's at 178.50, which, by the way, I'm going to cancel that order because I don't want to get that fill. Because we did get a piece out there at 177. There's that call. There's this call. I mean, this was really 2 trades, so we've actually made 2 on AMD. One we were flat on. The other one we absolutely destroyed. So that was good there for that. Amazon was our very first trade, which was huge. One of my biggest ones today, obviously, to the short side. But my number 1 stock today is going to be, like we said, Meta there. And then Google. Google could be right back into that pocket, guys. There's 11s, most of them out, not most of them out, some of them out here, about a third out at 20 because we were going 1-to-1. Then we got some out at 30, which is 2-to-1, and now we're at 6-to-1 and 7 or 5-to-1 and 6-to-1 upside right now on these plays for Google as it's still trying to go higher here. Hopefully we can even take out some levels, man. Google red on the day. If this name goes green, we're long here at 11s, so I'm going to take some more out again. Now it's starting to fall back in a little bit. Maybe not really. There we go. We'll take a 47. All right. So there's another out. So $2 now in the money as Metas. Can you go with the high side? I just hope you guys are enjoying the show, man. It's been, again, another major show. I'm up more now than I was on Friday all day. So good day so far today. When you hit the stocks, you hit the stocks. The only one that we don't have, which we normally do, and I know Neil has it, which is great, is Microsoft. So that's a good one. Coinbase as well. Another name. Yeah, Microsoft, a nice one there. Coinbase down to $54. I just want to short this name every single time I look at it, so a little bias here on Coinbase, but there it is right there, 55.50. Man, it came back up. It touched the 200 period. Those are levels that I'm normally all over, so watch out for that one again if it does come back up. I'm just noticing that Google's having a little bit of time up here. Let's hold 20% left and then just see what happens to the rest of them. So right now it's Google. I'm holding it, but it's not a huge piece. It's only 20% left. Sorry, 25%, exactly 25% left of Google here as it's trying to get back upside here off that 94 long. So far, so good. All right, it's Brendan right now over at the desk with
Small cap recap.
Small cap recap, Brendo.
Hey guys, busy morning in small cap land. Let's take a look at a few that are still moving around here with a ton of volume. These two, VLON and MTC, those were the Chinese names that are going crazy so far this morning. There's no real news catalyst behind either of them. My chart has frozen, but both still holding on to 116.5% and 48% for VLON and MTC. If you come down to this Clean Incorporated, they had positive data from an MS treatment study that came back this morning. Gapped up to $2 initially, or it was actually even higher than that in the pre-market, has done nothing but come straight back to the downside for CLNN. This one we mentioned last week, Hillstream Biopharma, more positivity on a cancer technology licensing deal that came through this morning. So daily chart just crazy on this thing. It was 50 cents going back a week ago. Comms as well, COMS, another one moving around, Comm Sovereign, 80% reduction year over year in the company's debt, and XPON, a lot of people talking about as well. One that had a number of different news catalysts last week. Back to the upside again with nothing new today for XPON, but ton of volume once again, up 18%, guys.
Calm's not bad. So remember I was saying it couldn't get those fills on a firm down at 1245. Now it's heading back to the top. I'll give it another shot here. We did add a couple of times in there, and I did scalp out. But if it takes out this double top high, remember there's a highly shorted name it can definitely start squeezing on you, especially if the market takes out highs. You don't want to fight the trend too much here. We're going to take the short, and every single time I see that set up on a firm, but if it gets through the top, I'm not looking to add unless it's on the way back down. I'm not going to stand in front of that level, and I'll try to get aggressive if it gets down into VWAP one more time. But it's a strong name, and I want to respect the amount of strength that it has. A lot of people keep putting Bed Bath & Beyond into the chat. And the only reason it hasn't broken down from here, this $2 level, is it's short sell restricted. I feel like it would already be at 195, but you can't hit the bid without an uptick because it's, once again, down 15%. I'm still looking for another pop to the upside. If it breaks 2, I'll look for a 210 pop to short. Given that it's at 2 now, I'll still stick with the 220. And outside of that, I don't think there's really too much to do with that name whatsoever. Microsoft, maybe it doesn't see that 270 that we're looking for on the dip. I did just trail out of my 71s at 71.5 on that little market pullback, but Softy's trend might just be too good to get down to that 270. I'm not jumping out of the pocket just yet on this one. I want to give the thesis a little bit of a chance. Google just doesn't want to break VWAP here. It's kind of frustrating. I'd like to see it above VWAP. Meta's still in the middle. I don't want to do anything with this unless it gets back up to that 180 high. That's where I'd be looking to short. And I see High talking about Intel having no power over 28. I'm more interested now in looking at Micron for shorts than Intel because Micron's down 1%, and you can see it holding lower highs all the way through. I like lower highs, relative weakness when the market is strong. You know, down 1% into almost 1% up NASDAQ. I'll go for shorts in Micron over Intel today.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we do too, right? It's like looking for those relative strong versus weak names. Wow, Bed Bath & Beyond is at $2 and breaking right now. One of my more popular tweets over the last week, it's over 12,000 views right now, is when we're talking about commitment to patience, right? And I just feel like that's what we just did there on Google. We waited around for that 94 level and got the patience that was required right there to make that trade. So I was pretty pleased and pretty happy with overall performance here on Google there today, and we just tweeted that out as well. So patience and in day trading, we just found one right there. There it is. We waited for that to come through. We just got out another piece. We only have now, we had 25%. Now we have a lot less than that as we're getting ready to rock and roll here in Google. So yeah, so far so good. Now we got another piece. Now we had 25%. Now we have 20%. So 20% left here in Google. So far so good. But again, it's the patience name here that works out for us on this name. And I'm actually going to get another piece out right now. Sorry, what's going on? Oh, Bed Bath & Beyond
broke the low.
Oh,
you need an uptick to get. Oh man, I can't get fill. I should try the midpoint here, but I think maybe I'll get a fill here. I'm trying to get 98. Yeah, see, this is the problem. I'm just going to be chasing it. Oh well, never mind. I didn't mean to interrupt, but it broke. It broke too. I was trying to get.
I should have been on it.
I was trying to get this short, but you can see it's short sell restricted. It just continues to flush. So we'll wait for the next bounce to the upside and pick a level. It might just be 2, it might be 210, but I'd like to be shorting pops in this thing. It's just you can see what's happening to it. Consolidations seem to be better than trying to short pops. It's just ridiculous. Alphabet did just try to get back down to 94. I'm looking for 94 entries pretty much exclusively. And yeah, I mean, Bed Bath & Beyond, we'll see what happens with that one. It just feels like it's completely done at this point. I didn't mean to go over this while it was happening. It wasn't Airbnb, PayPal. PayPal we're looking to short at 80s, and that's the only price I like if it pops back up. But it was Airbnb that Brennan had mentioned. That's kind of looking like Microsoft in terms of strength. It's doing nothing right now at those highs, but that's a pretty solid bounce. I mean, you look at it, pulling back for a couple of days, catching a bit of a bid going into those earnings. If this can hold, it's kind of reestablish this 111.50 area. If that holds and the market takes out the highs, yeah, strap ourselves in for some Airbnb. Nice little flag here, whatever, consolidation high, or whatever you want to call it. It is set up for a long, similarly to Microsoft. I'll go for 111.5 for now, but the breakout off the top, it seems like it's going to be in play if the market can get going. Like I said with Micron, at this point in the day, it's key levels or find relative strength or weakness and join those trends. Well, here's one that's trying to trend up.
Your names are not doing too bad. Tesla right now trying to go again. Oh man, that Bed Bath & Beyond, that sucks. All right, so Tesla, I mean, you should be in that name.
I'm so
that's
pissed
the part
off
that
over
sucks
that.
about it. But Tesla right now taking out or trying to get back. and did get back to VWAP there. 193 maybe is a great short. We just bounced off 193 rate. Well, we bounced off 192, sorry. But 193 is right there, those top wicks there. So I feel like going short 193 seems like a good play up to that 193. So, you know, maybe a little bit of a bounce level here for Tesla. If you're going to look for some longs, we've already bounced nicely off 188. So something down there could be into play. We did want to look at Lucid. I didn't pay for any shorts on this name, but there's the break back down below 10. We looked at possibly holding out for a 10 level there. That came in right early and didn't do much. So just kind of hovered around. Let's check out NIO. That's always a pretty good day trade name here, especially with some of this Chinese rhetoric that we continue to hear every day, especially with Balloon Gate and whatnot. 1040, 1050. Again, just hovering around doing absolutely nothing again is NIO. So yeah, some of these names not too much there. Yeah, I know all the NASDAQ names are breaking out, man. The NASDAQ is up 1%.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, Apple just took out.
Yeah, Apple's going upside. We've still got Meta and Google. So Meta right now, $2 in the money, hovering around the high. Debating getting this out. We said 178.50 before. It's here again. So 178.50 for Google, for Meta. Sorry, might be something. And then we're near getting more of Google, but it's going to be nowhere near the size that we had this first time in case we lose this time. Like the market's going upside and Google's going down. So right now, be very, very patient, like I said, with this trade. I'm going to wait at that same level. It's coming in again, but it doesn't look like it's a smooth trade at all here for Google. It's coming in while the market's going up. So, you know, pay attention to that kind of relationship here on Google.
Yeah, you cannot ignore that relative strength and weakness. And as much as we like the level, it's just if it's not strong, it's not strong. I'm now into Micron, so we're going to play this lower high rollover game. If the market tests back to the lows and you know, we kind of go back down like 50 points or so on the NASDAQ, I can see the low of the day coming on Micron here. And it's not to say, I'm not saying Intel won't go down. It's just, you know, I lost on a short in Intel, saw Intel breaking the highs while Micron was breaking the lows. So I'd rather go over there. Ooh, I just got to, see, this is interesting because I just got a fill in Bed Bath & Beyond for the first time today. So sometimes when a stock is SSR, that first fill can feel like it's making a bit of a bottom, but you have to wait for an uptick. So I've grabbed a 98 short. I won't add to it unless it curls a little higher. Like that last consolidation was 202. So maybe I'll give it to that as a relatively tight stop and see what happens. But I just wanted to be sitting short in this every single pop. And quite frankly, have failed miserably to do so because this is my first trade and it's down 15%. Softy, that's the one I want long. It doesn't want to come down to 270. At this point, it looks like it's the market testing back toward the highs. I might just have to jump back into this off the 271 trade. I don't always like playing in the middle like that, but if it's a strong enough stock, you're willing to take multiple swings to get in and out because joining a trending stock, I find, is the way to go. If I lose on a long, I'd rather lose on a Microsoft long up 3% as I think it can climb a little bit higher. Never got to that 74 level that we liked to the upside.
No, so I'm doing the same thing here. I'm taking Bed Bath & Beyond short right here at $2. Well, it's at $1.99. Maybe I should get some more. I was waiting for a break of $2.
You need an uptick. That's a thing.
I think it breaks $2, and then we can get some more short. I'm going to wait for this like 205. 206 area here, something like that to get out, but it's trying to break through O's right now. We could just put an offer, get some more shares here. Let's just do that, and then we'll wait for O2s in case it does really pop.
Apparently you need offers to get filled.
To the upside, there it is. So now we're short here on this name. Let's just see if it works. It's Bed Bath & Beyond. We're going to go short until that 205 breaks, and then we'll just look at it from there. So 205, 206, short on Bed Bath & Beyond, just a starter position right now for that. Google did bounce back upside, so now that I'm just noticing that, let's take another piece out. We'll see if we can get some more. There we go, we'll take it. We'll see if we can get some more down there on this name, but for right now, it is starting to shoot back up, so we'll take it out where we can get it on Google. So, all right, good out there. Good couple trades here so far today, and it's ready to go with. We haven't traded this yet. I did look at Coinbase, but we're going to go talk to Brendan about crypto.
And speaking of, guys, bit of a negative start to the week for crypto markets. Speaking of Coinbase, here's Kathy Wood picking up 9.2 million in Coinbase shares to end off last month and last week as well, picking up even a little bit more. So Kathy Wood in there buying up Coinbase. Meanwhile, over the weekend, the SEC issuing another note pointing towards this Paxos over the Binance stablecoin listing. They are considering this an unregistered security. So SEC to sue stablecoin issuer Paxos over the weekend. That came out. Downtick, as I mentioned, for both BTC and ETH back to 21,700 for Bitcoin right now, or thereabouts. We broke 1,500, meanwhile, below it now, 1485 for Ethereum, down 3%. Remember when we came on at 8:30 this morning, that was 1.5%. So accelerating to the downside is Ethereum. 1% for Bitcoin was positive at one point this morning, trying to hold on to 21,500. Pretty red to start things off, including, Matic leading down there, 8.8% in negative territory, guys.
Yes, sir. And we'll do this one, only because you did the crypto segment. You can see those little Bitcoins. Congratulations.
Yes.
Finally found a weaker stock to go short, and we'll see what happens. I mean, ultimately, it's not that Micron couldn't break out this 59.50. We'll take some out 1-to-1. I want this. Let's draw back a little bit further, just in case the market flushes. I think we can get closer to 59 on another fill, and then lower the day. It's got a double bottom. I'll respect said double bottom, understanding that it might have made a bit of a low. We're in, at least I'm in Bed Bath & Beyond. They'll see if it can hold above 2 for entry point, and then affirm. That's the other short. So it did get to the high. I said I didn't want to add to this position, but it hasn't broken out the top just yet, but it's a couple of pennies away here. Now, I don't always set a stop right at the high of the day, but if the top is 78, you guys can probably imagine exactly where I want my stop order to be on that one. It's not all that creative. You can probably figure it out. Google continues to bounce, and Microsoft doesn't want to give me a fill. So I'm gonna allow it to come back down in here, and then when I start to see it slow down around 271, instead of trying to just sit on the bid at like 71.10, I'll look for the first sign of strength in front of that level. It could be 20s or 30s, and then grab along off that. But I want to rejoin this Microsoft trade to the upside at some point before this gets away from me.
Okay, yeah, we are in Bed Bath & Beyond there as well with you, so we're gonna wait to see if this one wants to, like I said, man, it's that 250 area is kind of the area that I'm concerned, I'm not concerned, but that's the area that I'm looking at right now is 205 area there on Bed Bath & Beyond. So, all right, we are back into Google right now. This is one last try, man. If we can get some out again in the 20s, we'll kind of try to see if we can do the exact same trade again here on this. So we'll see. We're long right now at 94.11. This is the price we just wanted. It just came in. We talked about patience. This is the trade for us right now. 95.11 here on on Google. 94.11 on Google. Trying to wait to see if this one wants to come through. So that's what we're doing right now. Back up to the upside. We're looking at it, seeing if there's anything there. Meta did drop off to 78.50, so forget about it. I'm just gonna put an offer there. Hey, if it gets taken out, it gets taken out. But that's a good little level there. We've looked at it too many times now for it to just be patient with it now. So, I mean, I would love for that name to get upside. We have the Google long if that doesn't work out for us. But for right now, this is a level here. Meta, 78.50. Let's just take it out. It's kind of hovering around right there. NVIDIA back to the positive side today as well. And then there's Disney, man. Disney's bouncing around 107. I still wanted this name to get to like 112 or something like that, which was a level that I was talking about for Disney. But for right now, we still have a bad wick. I'll have to clean that up. But here it is right here. It's this 112 area. Not a great one there for Disney. But for now, we don't have any positions in that. And Meta, nice trade, man. That just came out. So we'll ride that bull there on Meta back up to the upside. That trade alone right there was $2.21. So out of Meta for a great bottom pick there at 176, out 178.50. So that's the patience right there in Meta as well.
Ride the Brahma bull.
Yes, sir.
Wow.
The Rock.
The Rock. I don't know why I just thought of the Rock, but I did. So I'm looking for that Micron top. I have my stop. This is not where the stop is. My stop is off of the high here at 59.50. That's just a limit order that's going to get thrown out if I get stopped out on Micron. But a firm just came out. You got to take your out there. It was working for the rollover into VWAP. We're able to take some out, and now it looks like we're headed back into the upside. That means Google. I just got some out of Google as well. But this is the dip. I mean, if the market's going to break back higher, this just might be the opportunity to get back into Microsoft. So I'm going to have to take this chance, getting it a little bit off of that 271 area. I'm not sure we'll get the dip, the exact dip that we want in this name. So we got to take what we can over in Microsoft. Tesla is approaching 193. It's getting real close, but that's not the only name that I was looking for some upside in. To fade in. Airbnb, I said I'd buy the dip in this. It got to the high of the day, so I'm about to cancel that one. Super strong Airbnb. If it can hold off this top level break at 112.50, might just be worth joining it at those levels instead of waiting around for a gigantic dip. I just put that bid in Microsoft. You saw it, and now it's just holding above. So I'm going to sit here with my 271.50 and be pretty patient with Softy. I think I'm going to get this fill. At least I think I should. And I'm looking for more on the offer of Bed Bath & Beyond if it makes another little bit of a push. I haven't gotten anything above $2 just yet. I've been waiting for it to get closer to like 3s and 4s, but if it doesn't fill, it doesn't fill. Got to get something on the uptick, I guess.
Yeah, it just kept hitting 178.50 here on Meta, so I was just talking about getting out of this trade now. I'm just going to tweet it out. So had to take it. All right, so there it is right there. Meta, we just had that out there. We'll tweet it out for you. Meta 178.50. We gone on that one right now. So so far so good. Oh, Google, by the way. Shoot, ignored that right there. How far did we go up there on Google? We're at the highs right now, so that's why it's sort of ignored by me. Up to 170. We did it again.
It got to 35.
Oh, did it? Okay, so we just got some 27s out there. So my outs were, like I said, we're here. We have some outs at 20, some outs at 25, like we said. Then we just got some 27s out, and I can check the trade list. My best out's 27. So yeah, we definitely failed out a little bit on that move there for Google, but still 90, 94.30, 94.35, a good out for us on Google as we continue to make that money, man, and make it pretty good here. Google, it's now, I mean, my top stock's going to be Meta, but it could be Google if Google continues to make a move up. We just missed that because that high, like Neil said, was 35.36. Yeah. Missed opportunity right there. The market, although it's been climbing higher, right? Look, lower, lower, lower. Like I'm talking about all these are all now lower highs. So boom, sorry, higher lows, right there, right there, right there, right there, and starting to get right back up to the upside again. So. It's still
sorry guys, it's still on me. Like I'm sitting there, I was actually just typing in the chat. I'm not sure about this third time on Alphabet here at 94, but I didn't even realize it was on me that whole time.
So and then you were just talking, it was on me. So yeah, no, I was just talking about this Google, right? Re-hitting that one back down in. So that was a level there that we liked. And then you know what? That Tesla, this is a really tricky one because now it's starting to go back up to the upside, and I'm getting completely different feels off this right now. Like, it wants to go up, right? So let's just take the long on Tesla. Like, honestly, this market now up 1%. Looks like it still wants to go. I'm actually waiting for Tesla to take out 195. I really like this trade now, taking out 195. I'm obviously going to look back and be upset about Meta. No, not really. Okay. Meta just came back in. The market trying to fall in a little bit here. Look at Google. This is why we're out. So we're out right now on Google. Spin the money. Still a very, very positive stock. But I'm spinning the money for it went down, went against me, and we spin the money. So again, that's why we take it out right there at these high sides. Good thing we noticed it. And there's the drop down. So, you know, again, once it works for us, you got to be patient with these stocks, right? Don't keep hitting the well back and back and back. We knew that Google was going to be weak. Look at it, 0.64 against a strong market. So yeah, Google now has to wait for a lot lower for me to buy this name, as 194 now violated right there.
Yeah, you got to respect the fact. Once it got through, it just didn't feel like it was going to be good again. I did get that softy. The market is turning. I have Micron short and Bed Bath & Beyond. I was looking for something else, but I'm not going to necessarily force it off of those highs. We're just jumping back into the the Microsoft long, as it's the only long left on the board for me. I might be looking for a reversal somewhere here on Google, but let's go to Brendan in Sector Watch.
Hey guys, nice green board to show you as far as the S&P is concerned to start things off for a brand new week here. 0.66 so far for, again, the S&P 500. This one jumping off the page, FIS, which is Fidelity National. They are going to spin off their merchant payment segment. So down big time on that today, 14.5% to the downside. Everything else, though, inside the software group, outside of PayPal, notably weak, as I mentioned at the open there, down 2%. Everything else in this group, including, yeah, tough to see, but that's Microsoft right there, 3.2%. Back to the upside. Everything else as well. Semiconductors and tech and hardware, all back to the upside this morning. So it is technology that's leading. Consumer discretionary names pretty strong here, including all of the travel names down here, the online names and hotels and casinos having a pretty good start to the week, 1.5 to 2.5%. This is the banking group, all of them basically in positive territory. A couple individual banks to the downside, but otherwise nicely green. Industrials, healthcare, consumer staples, also nicely green. You don't get into some negativity until we talk about materials and energy stocks, both in the red. As far as the groups are concerned, there is a lot of positivity volatility here anyways for material stocks. But energy under pressure as long as oil is trending to the downside so far to start things off today. But 0.7 for the S&P, guys. Back over to you.
All right, we ranked some registers here on Bed Bath & Beyond. We're short at 202, of course. Well, that was our best fill. Right now it's 201 half right now, but banking right now down to 197. So yeah, man, good trade here. I don't have any more bids until 96. So we'll see if we can get that fill as hopefully this pulls back down in. No idea where this name's gonna go again. I'd be surprised if we went sub-dollar on this anytime soon, but we could. So let's just put another bid here at 97. We easily could go sub-dollar, right? So
yeah,
we're gonna watch out for that here. Again, it just bounced another bit off 98, so we could take some more outs here at 98 and just see. But right now, that is a nice move to the downside here for Bed Bath & Beyond. There it is, 96, 97, 98. So we're getting printed nicely here. Good trade so far on Bed Bath & Beyond. Actually, a really good trade on Bed Bath & Beyond here for me.
Yeah, I'm kind of waiting for 95, and then I'll go 91 on that one. I think I want a reverse. Obviously, it's late to say this to get 94 short, but I'm looking for a reversal now in Alphabet. You can see the trend is to the downside. We can all see it. There's only one concern. I just want to quickly, if I can, we'll do it this way. The bottom was 93.60. So 93.60 on Thursday is that low. So you could see one last, I guess, bounce play on this name. And I want to respect that if it does. If it gets down 96.30, 93.60, then I want to have that break at that low. Otherwise, I'll look to short a pop. I just reloaded Micron. I'll get back on the bid as this seems relatively weak. And Microsoft is held 271 for now. I want to keep the bigger picture in mind. Every time I get long off these highs, I'm not giving it all the way back to the breakout price. I'm not giving it all the way back to 270. I'm going with relatively tight stops. Risk 20, 30, 40 cents to try and make the buck or look for a better dip buy. If the market never takes out the top, Microsoft could always fill back in. It's up 3%. But if the market does take out the high, I know the name I want to be sitting in a long in, and it's going to be Softy.
All right. Yeah, man. And there it is again. Just another stock, brought to you by Sticky Note Nation and Neil and I, shorting that Bed Bath & Beyond, man. Like, we just got some out. Well, did we get a 94 there or not? No, we got 95. So we got a couple 96s, then some 95s right into play again there for Bed Bath & Beyond. So I'm bidding 94 again. Hopefully we can crack lower. We're short at 02s right now. Our average price was 0150. You guys remember that one. So there it is, another one ringing the register on that. Let's just check out Palantir here as we're getting... I'm not getting exhausted, but the trades for me are getting exhausted right now to the downside. That's why we're only in Bed Bath & Beyond right now. We're perfect. AMD, money up on AMD, up on Amazon, up on Bed Bath & Beyond, really good up on Google, and beautifully up on Meta as well today. So we're going to go 4 for 4 plus Bed Bath & Beyond, 5 for 5 today on the names given. So, there's the Meta trade. I sort of thought that this would be the name that I'd have FOMO for as that continues to go back up to the upside. So let's be careful with whatever's happening here on Meta as that's trying to go back up. And then Google, of course, still at 94. Well taken there. Amazon.
Tesla ripping.
Tesla, I love the Tesla. I think that Tesla 95, man.
Here it comes.
Okay,
right now.
so it's right here right
here.
now. So yeah, we're gonna have to look at some Tesla right here, guys.
Yeah, this is a monster move now up on Tesla. I had like.
Do you want to punch the top?
I just never felt it. Every time I got into it, I was like, you know what? I don't have a read at these prices. So I just kept jumping in and out, basically flat on the stock. Now it's actually approaching a key level. If the market takes out the high, how are you not 195 breaking? I just don't see it. Like it's just too nice of a setup. 195, there's room to, I think 200 is the level. That's why I wanted the shorts up there. So if you can't get to 200 without breaking 95, I guess we'll go for a break if it happens on Tesla. I'm going to get more on the Bed Bath & Beyond's popping. I'm going to add to this on the short side if it comes back up.
Yeah, I just saw
I'm just shorting every single pop on Bed Bath & Beyond. That's the way to go. So it just popped a few cents, which means I want to get some offers out to try and catch a little something up here.
Yeah, for sure. Make the right trade, right? The solid trade. That's really all that you can ever do in this market, right? Is make the best trade that you can see. And right now for Bed Bath & Beyond, I just took a piece out at 97 again on that pop. So I'm going to wait. I'm already short at 02. So for me, I'm going to wait for that 02. But I do understand shorting some of these pops again right here because it's sub $2. So I could see this thing sort of starting to blow back upside right now as being cheap enough that traders can come in here and try to buy this name. But again, we know that there's so many shares that need to be dumped on this market that Yeah, they're really diluting it. It was 400 million into 117 million share float. So it is getting diluted pretty good right now. Oh man, that Meta's 179 right now and still trying to go.
It's almost there.
That's a level there. Wow, good level for Meta, man, for sure. I just put it in order for Tesla. So yeah, we like that 195. I'm gonna give it a little bit higher, maybe 195.50. That's one, actually, I mean, maybe we don't. Maybe we could just go. I was going to give it to 195.50 on Tesla, but again, I don't know if that's the right call or not there. But 195.50 for Tesla, about $1 higher. The reason why is that 195 is so key that I'm just thinking that if we break it, that's fine. Let's go a little bit higher than that, then use 195 maybe as our out. So it's just a matter of how aggressive you want to get. But here it comes right now. I'm going to wait for 195.50, but hey. 195 is a pretty sweet trade too. So I'm going to give it just a little bit more, take a little more risk on a 195.50 break. But there it is, man. Huge move back to the upside now for Tesla, trying to get green in a NASDAQ that is well green, up 1% today, ahead of a huge reading tomorrow, CPI.
Yeah, that's the other thing. I mean, CPI tomorrow is going to be big. Look, this is my offer right here. If we get that 95 break. When it's an even dollar break like this, I will almost always, in this case for sure, taking the amount out is always like a third or a half of the initial push when I'm taking a break like this. And if it's 50 cents, it's 50 cents. If it's $1, it's $1. There it is. I just got tens. So not a lot of slippage there, but immediately it does that little up and down kind of rejection thing. So if it doesn't get back above 195 very rapidly, you give it a few seconds to do so. If it doesn't, then I usually accept. Okay, it doesn't want to go. It's still trying to hold a 75 bid. Come on, give it one. You know what? If I'm counting that long, so I just took out half like right away. Like I'll take out half if it just holds above 195 and gives you that first 50 pennies. But if it really doesn't want to continue the break, I'm just going to jump out half pretty much flat. And then if it wants to dip here, I'm not really holding as much of the position, and I can look for that trend continuation while still being in the long. I hope that makes a little bit of sense. But when you're punching into a long like that off a top, it's kind of like a gimmicky trade, looking to run a bunch of stops and then continue higher. I never want to be left holding a bag all the way back into the next support level for the full thing. It doesn't make a heck of a lot of sense. I do think the trend can still be to the upside, and I look to join, and I can always do so if it regains that high. I just want to make sure I'm getting something out in case it fails right away, but I'm still going to hold. And Microsoft, we'll see if that continues to hold. Google it just might be a short. Tesla's ripping, Microsoft's ripping, Apple's ripping. I got to find my way into a short in Alphabet here. Like, this is the one. The long's been good before, but the stock is going back to trending to the downside. I'm going to short VWAP, and I'm going to short that 93.60 break from Thursday's bottom.
All right, here we go, guys. Tesla's coming into the pocket right now for me. We're going to take a position here at 195.50 if and when it breaks higher, right? So here comes Tesla coming right back in right now. That bottom before obviously was respected. Here it goes. There's the break on Tesla. We are long right now, stressless. So, yeah, this is taking it from the scalp demon there. We'll see, man. We got 195.66s. So you want to talk about a little bit of a slippage. That is that right there. 17 cents of slippage, but that's okay. Here it goes back up to the upside. So let's go, man. There it is. So see, this is a little bit of a different strategy here. I waited for that confirmation, and there it is right now. Nice move, though. Let's see. We got to get it out, first of all, if it goes back up to the upside. So we're waiting at 196. Give it to us, baby. Right now at 196. Hopefully we can get up there. Let's take something out at 197 and then or 87. Sorry, we'll take a fill here if we can get it, and then that will be 30 cents or so. Realistically, it's 50. It's not 50 cents, but I'm kind of looking at it like 50 cents because we wanted that 195.50. But there it goes. Right now, let's go. Let's spin the money. Breaking through 196 right now is Tesla. Let's see if it goes, man. We're gonna give this only back to 195 on Tesla, but here it goes. Nice move back up to the upside. Let's see if we can capitalize on it. Needs to break 196 though, guys, before we do anything, but we're already out a little bit. We got out of 40% there near 190, 30% near 196. Let's see if it continues, but right now, just bouncing off that 196.
Yeah, I think if this trend holds, you could see 98, 99, if not that 200 level on Tesla. So I've been looking to add. I haven't taken anything out yet because I think it should put in a bigger move, especially given this is what's happening. Here's a NASDAQ, just quickly, guys. There's that 12.5. I mean, if the NASDAQ takes this out, like we're gonzo to the upside, and we're looking for like a 2% kind of day here. ES is at 1%. It's just too strong of a trend. I did, like on that Microsoft, We got in out. We just grabbed VWAP here, took a little bit more out in front of 272. I want to go back to the dip buys on Softy. As now it's holding like a consolidation off of VWAP. It's not nearly as strong because it's already up 3%. So the market might have to take out that high for Softy to make another leg upside. But I want to be sitting in it anyways, given its relative strength. Let's go to Brendan for Money Talks. See how that USD is doing.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Hey guys, it's a wait and see kind of a day so far for currency markets. Chopping around within the range from last week is the dollar index ahead of what is to come tomorrow. Inflation data, obviously, in the pre-market. We'll bring that to you at 8:30. A little bit red, 0.25% right now, 103.3. But as I mentioned, inside this daily range still after testing the highs early on this morning. That typically means, and does today, everything else pretty solid, including the pound back to the upside after a negative day on Friday. We'll get inflation data from the UK on Wednesday this week as well. So a little bit of positivity coming through right now, 0.7, 121.4. Japanese yen downside, full percent, 75.3. Green for the most part, otherwise, until you get down to crypto land. 1.5 there for Ethereum. Bitcoin, that's the 12-hour period. If you go to the 24-hour period, still red on the day. 3.2 there for Ripple as well, guys. So crypto under pressure, but overall, the US dollar kind of hanging out ahead of tomorrow.
So here comes 12.5. We're a couple of handles away here on the futures. This is going to be it. If it breaks out, I almost feel like you want to be adding to positions if we hold above 12.5. But remember on the futures, you can be 5 handles above or below, and you haven't really taken out that level. So be patient around here. It is only 7 minutes left, guys. If you're enjoying it, this market is strong. Take a second, hit the like, hit the subscribe. We're getting a lot of chatter in the chat and a lot of good ideas and a lot of good talk in there. But if you're not a subscriber, you kind of can't post in the chat and follow along and ask us questions. So just take 2 seconds to do that. I'm looking to add on this trend at Tesla. I'm looking to add at Microsoft if we can hold above 12.5. And if we roll over, if the market can't get through this level, I'm looking to short Alphabet. I know it's been a good long around here, but the trend has been to the downside. And I want to join this trend if we're not going to get through 12.5. I want to join the trend going the other way here in Alphabet. I know it sucks because it's been a strong stock, but you got to accept the fact that that 94 level's been good. It's just not good enough.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And Google's been getting hit. So, I mean, you don't need to be, like we keep saying, man, like I don't need to be in certain names. So we can stay away from them. You know, a name that you do want to be in, I feel like, is Tesla, but it is falling back down a little bit. That's why we took some out there, like we said, out of 40% or 30% up there near 90, 96. We got double out at 87. So it turns out to be that I didn't realize the price we had till after. It turns out there's only be 30-cent win, but we're going to wait to see now. I'm going to get out at 194.50. If it breaks lower, $1 hit. Well, it'll be roughly $1 hit, not exactly $1, but that's a level that we're going to watch out for right here on a downside move. So, you know, watch out for that 194.50. We still are holding out hope that we can get a little bit of a better price on Tesla. So, you know, hopefully we can get that one. It went to 196. So it went to 196.50, 196.30. Yeah. I was watching it. That's why I was like, oh yeah, here we go, Tesla. But yeah, that didn't work out for very long. So we're gonna have to wait out for that one. But right now, Tesla trying to make a move back down right here. So I'm gonna give it to 195, 194.50, just kind of right here. Like if it doesn't hold the level, I don't even really want to average in. We don't need to do that. So we're going to wait for Tesla to see if that happens. We did get some more short upside on Bed Bath & Beyond. So when that came into 202 again, we actually got 20. Do we get 201 or 202? We got 201. So we got some 201s there as it pulls back down to 97. So try to rinse and repeat this a little bit. I'm going to put another bid down at 97, see if we can get a fill. But for right now, I'm kind of happy just being in all this stuff, right? Like waiting out for it. Google, nice bounce off that for sure. Meta should probably still be in this one. We said this was going to be the one.
Did it go to 180 yet?
Yeah, it's 179.50. So we had that long down here at 176, but we already rang that register. So happy with trading today. Could always be better. I just hope that you guys hit the like and subscribe as we get ready for our midday show with Sharif, who's back, of course, and Luca. So it's going to be a good one there in the afternoon. Damn Meta.
You are damn right it's going to be a good one. So Meta is finally, maybe it'll fill my offer this time, or maybe I'll get a little bit. I'll put, you know what, I'm just going to take something every single time up here. And I was sitting on the offer right in front of 80s, and I never got it this morning for the short. I'm going to get just a little, I'll get half in here, and then if it gets up to that 180, we'll go for another leg. I am now also short Alphabet. I mentioned that one, shorting a bit of a trend. And Tesla, you know, I took the 190s or 195. each time, and I took the 195 again there, scalped some out when it got to 195 half. I just like that 195 entry, but if this market does fail 12.5, I like Google and Meta here for the south side trade and adding back into BBVY. Let's go to Brendan again.
Just be aware, guys, we'll show you the earnings board here in a sec. Just be aware, coming up at 11, the New York Fed inflation expectation numbers coming through. Again, right at 11 o'clock, so that could be a market mover. That's what's to come tonight after the close and tomorrow morning for earnings.
I mean, Palantir, we talked about this one. Palantir being like one of the names that can definitely move, definitely for a volatility thing. I think it's more of a market. What's the word I want to use? A market barometer, something like a Coca-Cola. We never really trade that. So it's just going to be Palantir for me. I hate to say it. Solar Edge maybe, because you've seen some of those names really move. And that can be one to watch. But watch out, Meta is at 176. I'm just sort of fixated on the trades that we're still in here with only 3 minutes to go. Meta and 180 about to come into play. There it goes. So I'm out.
Wow.
I'm out and I'm reversed. You said we reverse it and go long off the 180 level. So now I'm looking for the over-under on this name. If the market goes, this is the gap fill. Previous support on the gap fill on earnings, it then turned into resistance above that price. There's a lot of room to the upside above that 180 level on Meta, and this is one where I said I'd be long if it broke, but I was going to try that short, missed it the first time. First time short was good, but I didn't catch it till like the third time at that level.
I just want to give a big shout out to everybody here right now. Big shout out to Stephanie. Thank you for becoming a member. And then also, guys, like I really want to shout out, everybody that's trading with me today, including Adam DeLuz. Thank you so much for all your great comments there today on the trading that I've put through. We're going to end the day perfect. Besides, we had some losses, but all of our names are all green today. Tesla's coming back down. And then Giancarlo, man, I can't, man of the year already. It's 2023, man. Give it to some humanitarian effort. Not me. I'm just sitting here trading, but I want to give a mad shout out to everybody here who continues to watch us and support the show every single day. Tesla right now, we talked about our winners and our losers, so I'll put this one up on Twitter as well. There it is. Bye-bye Tesla. All the way to the downside. We tried that long, so there it is. We will end the day with a losing trade. There we go. We do have one red name today for you. It's Tesla. It's small. I'm red that name just as much as I'm green the next name. So far so good there today on Tesla and on everything. But hey, we tried it, man. We took a little bit of profit, then we lost $1. So it is obviously a red name for us there, Tesla. But hey, so far so good, man. Great day. Thank you so much to everybody. Sorry that we lost a little bit there on Tesla, but we're coming back in the afternoon, man. The sticky note today has been pretty damn solid as well. So hopefully you're able to watch that. AMD just quickly on that one. Wow, $82. These AMD longs were hot fire as well. The market though just ripped up. So, be careful with some of these longs. The only one that didn't go, of course, there seems to be Tesla. And then Meta, the mistake on Meta, man. We're long at 176. It's only $4 winner, but we got out there for $2 at 178.20. So messed up on our out there, but hey, we got the long. Meta's my number one name today, profit-wise. And again, it's all about what we talked about right here. And I want to give a big thank. I've already forgotten your name, man. That's my bad. But you identified, Matthew, I believe, identified this trade. They said, Sean, it's at your level. So we hopped over there and took it. That was Meta, my number one trade today, and the biggest one, man, 250. Pretty proud of that. So yeah, good trading here today on Meta. Getting ready, Neil, for this midday show.
Yeah, it looks like Google might be it for the short side. I'm going to be out at 94. My entries were at 95, so giving the last that we have to 94 is going to have to make sense. Meta's holding above 180, however, so at least that's going to look good. But there goes Tesla. We like the over-under if it can hold above. But, that's the thing with a break. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Meta is now, whoa, that just quote levitation there on Meta on that 180 break. So I just got 60s. We'll take that. We'll take it on Meta. Microsoft, we're still in that one to the long side, been riding that trend. I want to look for the high of the day at 73. For my next out, I want to rinse and repeat, buying off this 271 level. It also happens to be VWAP. That's more of a coincidence than anything else. And we're going to go back to the well. It's 11 o'clock. If you look here on Bed Bath & Beyond, I know we've only been shorting it down here around 2, but if it breaks here, I actually want to add in front of VWAP, and we'll see what happens. We've been shorting every single pop and then just getting out as it hits to those lows. I don't want to change that. It's a pattern that's been working for the greater part of a week, but it is 11. I do see they're locked and loaded, ready to go. We'll be back at 2, but for now, let's go to Trader Sharif, for lack of a better term, the professor himself, and the Scalp Demon. Go get him, boys.
What is up, beautiful people? Happy Monday. This is the Midday Show. That's Luca. I'm Sharif. We're ready to get it started. Holy, Meta is just pumping. Luca, what? I see you got Tesla up there. We'll get to that. Obviously, you painted that chart, as is normal for the Scalp Demon, guys. But Meta moving to the high side here, approaching 181, Luca.
Yeah, painted, man. Meta to the upside, market to the upside, and, Tesla obviously down in the day. I thought we were going to come into the week and gap down. That's what I thought. That was kind of my thesis going into over the weekend. But yeah, we just kind of reversed all of that, man. Look at this. Look at this. We're down over here below 40.80 on the ES, and yeah, now all the way back up to the highs. Not really too sure what's going to happen next, but obviously did a nice, a little bit of painting on the Tesla chart today. I really thought that first morning flush, we saw this flush down from like 193 area into 190. That was a very, very sharp move. I let the level break. I didn't get any of the fills on that. I think you have to cross like maybe 50 cents. Then on the pop back, sort of added, got out of it, added, got out of it. And then I just kind of went into scalp mode and basically doing the dues, man, doing the dues. I think that 195.50 break to the upside was pretty good. And now here we are back below. Not really too sure what I think of it going forward, but I feel like if we get any pops now, I do want to play off that 195. So if I can get like a 194, even just right now, like a 194.40-ish, kind of short right here. If we give a little bit of a pop, I'm going to short that, playing off 195. Maybe we kind of drift to the downside. I just feel like if at any moment this market wants to roll over, now it is strong. It is strong, clearly. We are moving to the upside. But if any moment this thing wants to roll over and give a little bit of a test of 41.30 very quickly, I want that short. I want that Tesla short, man. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the weekend. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the day and liking the video, guys. I see 7,000 people watching.
All right.
What's going on, 7,000?
Yes, sir.
People, I know some of you. I don't know some of you. But again, my name's Luca. Hit the like button if you are enjoying the show. They came with bangers this morning. I know they did. And hopefully we find a couple bangers here. I am now short Tesla off this 194.50.
Okay.
Let's see if this thing wants to fade to the downside. But yeah, fun weekend, man. Did you enjoy the show yesterday?
So I'll tell you what my weekend was all about. It consisted of me being at the hospital Friday night because I could not breathe, guys. I mean, it was getting out of control where I was actually having to use my core muscles to force in and out air. It got crazy. Anyway, I got prescribed some inhalers and some anti-inflammatories to bring down the inflammation, and I'm feeling better, and I'm here ready to hit punching. I want to punch into a lot of positions. Haven't punched in a lot this morning, was busy setting up my station. I've recently made a little bit of changes, but let's get on board to what's going on. Look, FSLY, this one's been moving all morning. It's given you ample opportunities to get in here. First, off the 50 period, basically it's a channel up. If you draw a couple of lines, parallel lines, get in near the lower end. We're basically printing the majority of the day here now, almost up 24%, 23.85%. I like this one going forward. It's obviously a gapper from this morning as a result of the upgrade that came in. Forget who upgraded them, but anyway, big mover like this one, and it's steady. Microsoft has also been the other big name. I mean, this one had a nice move up earlier. It was kind of leading the market up when some of these other big cappers were sideways. Now Microsoft is a little bit sideways, topping out at, I want to say, okay, so I haven't turned on my high and lows, so you'll have to forgive me. I'm going to have to gauge this for a second. Basically 273. It looks like it rejected off 273. Having a look at the daily, what do we got in terms of a daily here on Microsoft? I like this one because we do have some levels to work with. We got, I want to say again, I got to turn on the crosshairs, but I'll send it back to you, Luca, because I got to just fix a couple of things here that is new in my layout.
Yeah, sure. I'm glad to hear that you're feeling a little bit better.
Thank you.
It's never a fun time when you're, not at home enjoying good food and, nice warm espresso. But guys, I got a surprise that I'm going to bring out a little bit later for everybody here. So hopefully, everybody enjoys the future surprise that I bring out. But for now, we're looking at markets. Things are moving. This Tesla short really, really does feel good. If we fail right now, we probably get a test of the 50 period. What I've been noticing into the day is obviously the morning moves were sharp. We're getting those moves, and then I feel like the follow through is just like not there. And so it's like it gives you the initial move, and then you're sort of waiting there. Is this thing going to give you follow through? And then it doesn't. So I'm actually going to take that out as I kind of say that on Tesla, I was going for 193.70s, which probably prints right now. Okay, there's 70s. That was great. So I would have, but yeah, I don't know. I'm not quite sure if this is actually going to continue flushing to the downside and then give you the big sell-off. If it does great. But for myself, it was going to be a scalp trade. I thought the first time we would flush, we kind of inched up again, then went down, and I'm like, you know what? It's giving me this vibe that you're getting the initial kind of move, and then the follow-through is only there sometimes. So as we're seeing it go back up to the upside, this is basically what I'm talking about. You're getting that flush down, and I guess 70s was the right call, 71s, maybe 61s, you would have gotten that fill. For myself, I just did 95s, but again, now we're back in and around 80, 85. So for myself, yeah, DL, what's going on? The trade right now was just a little bit of a short scalp here. But that 195 level is pretty interesting. That's where the volume really did pick up. If you guys see on the chart here, it was kind of not lackluster, but it was really floating to the upside. And then volume picked up as we sort of ran into 195. Then we kind of stalled out at 196, and now we're fading back down. So this is the reason why I like this sort of 195 into 196 area. It's just, this is kind of where, you know, based on volume profile, like give or take, like loosely, right? But like this is where we kind of exploded up. We went back down, we tested it, we flushed. Now 195 maybe is good. So we'll see if we can get back there for some scalp trade short. If we fade for the rest of the day then, or the rest of the afternoon here into VWAP, that's fine. I'm sure I'll find another trade there. I only did trade Tesla today. It was the one doing volume. I just figured let me kind of test my luck here and not trying to do too much, man. Yesterday, Super Bowl, I'm sure a lot of people watched.
Yeah.
It's the one game a year that I really sit down and watch. You know, drink a lot of beers and eat a lot of food with my friends, lots of espresso. So yeah, it was a good time. Played some blackjack too. Definitely can't complain. So yeah, coming into Monday, I know my mental capacity is a little bit lower, so you know I size down on things, and you know I say to myself, it's okay. I'm not gonna hit them all, but yeah, for sure we're gonna find a lot of different things here. I know Meta is just below 180 right now, and I guess we had that over under there. So this kind of looks like a little bit of a fade to me. If we can get back here, yeah, I'll try my luck on the short here if I can get this.
All right, the Hayes Records. Thank you for the 199 super chat. He says, gotta quit vaping, Sharif. Good to see you, well, man. No, man, it had nothing to do with that. It's like a respiratory infection. I'm on the subway all the time. I take the subway to work. It's just the easiest way. And, you know, when you're in close proximity with a bunch of people, that stuff is going to happen. They didn't even bother testing me. They're like, yeah, it's just one of these. It's the flu, COVID, or some other one I forgot the name of. He's like, go. I can't write you anything, but here, just take this. This will make you feel better, and then you'll clear on its own. So happy to be back. Let's go. All right, let's now look at FSLR. FSLR is moving here. It's at high of day, 168.58, and you know it's not really a cheap stock. It's 168 bucks. Not big mover either. FSLR. Pretty sure that's NASDAQ. There we go. It's up 3.2%. I don't know really why it's moving all of a sudden. I have to kind of look into it. I'm not seeing any reporting coming in on my blotter, but definitely there's a surge up in volume. There's a clear move up here, breaking through, I want to say, a top of 167. Now we're at 168.23. Maybe there's some sympathy play in solar that I don't know about. I'll have a look. Tell you what, we're going to take an exploratory position here. If I can get filled, the spread is opening up. Sadly, it looks like we're going to miss it. No, we get that fill. Okay, so we got in a quarter position here on FSLR. If this one doesn't hold that 167 level, I mean, that's obviously the top from which we broke out. So I'm going to keep my eye out on that. But keep in mind, guys, when you're sizing into this one, you know, it is super spready. So you can just get cut up easy on the in and out on this one. So careful. All right, guys, asking me how much I bench. I don't know. Sharif sits on the mold section. I don't know. I mean, Toronto subways are kind of clean, but you just don't know what's in the air, obviously. So anyway, we're in that FSLR long. I'm also looking to, man, look at Fastly, man. It is just moving to the high side. I should have put my money where my mouth is, taking it long through that 12.20 break. Now it's pushing through that 12.5. There we go. We're getting $half prints, almost 48. Some size coming in here on the level 2, but this one's been an absolute monster. I want to know, first of all, the float on our friend Fastly over here, FSLY, and then I want to know the short float. So let's have a look at the float real quick. All right, so it's a big boy float, 111 million. Let's find out the short float on that. For that, I use floatchecker.com. You guys will know that we're not associated with them, but they're just kind of like an easy way to use. So let's go FSLY and Fastly Inc. What do we got for short float? Okay, so decent short float, 10.5%. Not the biggest, obviously, but you know, some potential there, especially if we hit key levels where a lot of short interested people are going to cover. I mean, there may be general levels that we're not aware of. I haven't followed the stock for a while, but FSLY looks good. I'm looking for maybe any retracement here into that $12 level, perhaps to get along. You guys know my style. I don't really like punching at these high of day levels, but we'll see. Camel Crush, Sharif, glad you're back. Missed you on Friday. Missed you on Ferrari Friday. I saw my man wearing the Ferrari jacket. I was watching. My brother Luca. Good morning, brother.
Yeah, man. Yeah, no, it was. We definitely missed you. Shout out to Obi for covering.
Obi.
That was a fun time. Obi-Wan Kenobi, Luke Skywalker. I snipped that and put that on my Instagram. That was
saw
kind of
that
funny
too.
there.
That was awesome.
Yeah, man. It's what a time, man. What a time. So I'm stopped out of my meta short. Not necessarily. I don't know if this was like the wrong thing to do. I just kind of threw a stop because I'm loosely watching this. I think it's kind of spending some time here. And again, basically the logic behind this trade that I don't necessarily love, I sort of added, and then said, let me just stop out and kind of watch it. If we get back up there, it's just floating and sticking around this 180. But it was sort of a break the high of the day, over, back under, testing the 180. Probably put the stop. I mean, I put the stop when we were actually failing. So I was like, okay, we're failing now. But I guess stops me and continues. No problem there, though. Yeah, and short Amazon off this 99 level. Potential double top here, potential. So, you know, blew off 99 top the first time, faded all the way back down to 98.65. Now back at 99. I do expect this to break the highs, and 99.06 I'm seeing as like the high of this move there. So, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if we break 99.06 and then kind of tread a little bit higher. But again, with the overall market, we're sort of in this area where we're at the top-ish of this range. I have these two lines here from before, so I'm going to respect them because I guess old lines come into play. Remember your levels, guys. Remember your levels. So these were levels from last time. It's kind of a little bit of sideways action. If we hold 41.30-ish, and then continue to the upside, yeah, there's a potential that we just keep steamrolling to the upside. So, you know, that'll obviously coincide with some of these trades. You know, Amazon up 1.4% today. So we'll see where that one wants to go. I'm Batman. What's going on, Batman? Luke, are you ready for BBY squeeze back to $3 today? I don't know, man. I don't know what to think about the stock anymore. I just think like you short it into $1 and then you cover like right below $1. I don't know if this is going to squeeze. I honestly believe that BBY is done. You know, it's not something that I'm going to trade. I'm no longer looking at this name. I think, you know, you short it until it's basically done. This is the daily on this thing, guys. It literally has the green day, and then it's just red, 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 red. Probably going to go test 150 at some point. So, yeah, we'll see. You know, we'll see if that goes to $3 or $1. It's at $2 right now. So, yeah, you know, it's a kind of a 50-50 as to where it wants to go there. And, guys, you know the deal, man. Let me know in the chat what you're trading. I'll look at it. I'll potentially trade it. I'll potentially jump right in right away. That's sometimes I do that. I see Neil saying Microsoft here giving back to high a day. Not so much a double top that I see. I usually like double tops closer together, like the potential Amazon setup, which again is not double topping. I'm now out of the money 14 cents on it, but I kind of want to add to it. And yeah, Microsoft's strongest of the bunch. I feel like up 3.6%. I kind of sad that I didn't load at 270. I was thinking about it, and I was like, I don't know. Maybe it'll dip back to VWAP, and I'll get a chance. I think VWAP buys on Microsoft today probably are good. It was good the first time. It didn't even come close. So if we dip back down into that level and kind of, you know, do some action around there, I want to try some scalps. So I'll put an order for. I mean, we're $3 away essentially, $3 away from that. So. If we get back there, I'll have an order to try to get long that name. But yeah, we'll see if it does want to get back there. Okay, so Amazon's breaking to the upside now. So I'm going to add a little bit more over here and just basically scale into this with the ideology that maybe 99 prints again. So as long as my average is over 99, that's kind of the thesis on this one. It'll be discretionary out. If we keep trending to the upside and floating, and obviously the trend is up right now, sort of bounce and then making another high, that's fine. So I'm sized accordingly, not really too worried about it. So I'm just going to have that on the back burner and continue to watch that. Somebody's saying, any idea about LI? So I'm assuming you're saying Li Auto. yeah, we could have a look here at Liato. 6 million shares traded, kind of light, if I had to say so. But up 5% in the day. It is in that choppy range. So it's in that little bit of choppy range right now. I would say safer to be kind of map the high, map the low. And it did sort of top out here on the daily before and then kind of topped out, broke above. And now it's basically in this kind of sideways action, you know, bottom being sort of 24. But closer, but more so, I want to say 23.50, and then topish end of the range is anything over 26. It doesn't seem to be spending too much time there. So because it is in the middle, it's something that I'm probably not going to trade today, and you know, just a little bit lighter on the volume. But yeah, it looks like 25 wants to hold intraday. And yeah, topish being, you know, 25.60, did one of those classic rip to the upside, doesn't want to spend too much time over this area. So these shorts seem to be money before. If they get there again, are they going to be money again? That question is something that I'm not really too sure about. But yeah, we'll have to see. Camel Crush Luca, does Tesla have a chance at 200 today? Man, I was asking myself that same question. I think no. I honestly don't think so. It's if it did, it probably wouldn't have broke 190 today, because that was already a very, very sharp move down and then reclaim of the move. And I do feel like if we get close to 200, being at, you know, 197, 198, those are probably going to be the money fills, and then the money fills short, and then we could potentially fade from there. I think a lot of people were trying to short this name with the anticipation that we were actually going to see below 185 today. At least that's what it felt like off the morning when it really did kind of flush to the downside. So now that we're back up, I sort of feel like it didn't really go. There was no follow through, so shorts got a little bit squeezed on it. Then it moved to the upside. Is it genuine buying? Are we going to get a sort of gamma? I don't think so, to the upside. It was already there in the morning. So yeah, I almost want to say that 197, this is a wide range, but 197, even 197.50 into sort of that 199.50 is like that. Like, you know, if we get there, we probably stall out there a bit and then fade back down. Then we're really far away from VWAP. So, you know, anything's possible, anything could happen. But yeah, we'll see what happens with that one. I just do like the kind of shorts in that area. So if we get there, I'll be taking shorts for sure. Do we get there? Your guess is as good as mine. I'm gonna leave it for the time being. Just kind of watch it. It's over that 195 level again, which I said to myself, yeah, 195 good for shorts. But yeah, the rest of the market moving to the upside. I'm basically continuing to add to this Amazon for the move back down. Now sort of giving that move back to the downside. So definitely can't complain with this one. Gonna go for the 99 if I can get that.
All right, couple of movers here in small cap world. Let's have a look at them. PGY making a decent move. I mean, it's a dollar stock. It's not that exciting. The volume is kind of, you know, breaking out that $1 a quarter. We just broke $1.50, topping out at $1.53, but it's setting up for a nice bull flag continuation. You have that big move up, followed by, you know, a 2/3 retracement, bouncing off VWAP most notably and holding that level, but the volume kind of dropping off here. But what I've noticed with these small cappers is the volume can come in at any minute, right? An algo can pick this up, whatever large whale trader, whoever with a big account can come eat up all the shares at all these different levels, and you can have a big move up. So keep your eye on that if you're interested in small caps. OCUL being yelled at a lot in the chat, and justifiably so. Off that 440 bottom, you have a nice continuous move up. This is the 3-minute chart on OCUL, 530 high, holding above the 50 period, holding above VWAP. I don't really have any levels, maybe 5 if this one kind of retraces a bit, but you know, with these small cappers, they don't always come back to the most logical level. You know, they'll come back up to whatever level they feel so inclined to at the moment. But we try to gauge them. 5 is obviously a level. I want to say 510 as well. There seems to be some support at that level, but don't want to punch into this one quite yet, even though it's setting up quite nicely. COMS, saw this one early this morning, a big move up there at 4 a.m. I think it got up to like 635. We almost got up to that high. We got up to that 629 high. So that's obviously a resistance level. I want to say that 630, 635 area. That goes back to 5 a.m. or 4:30 a.m. Rather. Kind of a tough one to trade, especially if you're looking to run it off levels or moving averages. Really hasn't respected anything. It's kind of done its own thing. Really got a lot of volume at 8 a.m., retraced back into the 50 period, then the 200 period, kind of consolidated at the 200 period, reclaim VWAP. I mean, it really doesn't, it's kind of maybe this 570 level. We'll see. I mean, I'll keep my eye on it, but this one looks like it's harder to trade than the others. We'll talk about that and more when we get back from Brenda, who's at the big desk with volume leaders.
There we go. Quick look, guys, early look, anyways, on what's doing the most volume today and making the biggest moves as we head into the midday hours here. 110 new highs, currently 65 new lows. This is 10,392 U.S. listings. So market moving back to the upside currently. Nice look on this side of things as well. 6,366 to the upside so far today. 2,837 downside. Only 1,187 basically unchanged. A ton of volume so far on this VLON. Top of the list, 113 million shares traded. Little penny stock, but trying to break, well, did anyways, try to break back through. Key level there. Tesla back to the upside as well currently, but 77 million shares traded. This one all week last week was in the 100 million club. We'll see if we get there again today. SRNE, some negative news today. TQ's on here. Tops as well. I pulled up the actual newsreader here so you can see they had a briefing essentially this morning, business update talking about some debt reduction and backlog of revenue. So some of the shippers catching a bit off of that, 57 million for Tops. Mullins here, Bed Bath & Beyond, 2 Mullins, in fact, I'll see why that is. CLNN, we talked about this morning as well. Fastly, though, top of the gainers leaderboard so far today on 13.5 million shares. Great move for Fastly on that B of A upgrade. Guys, if you haven't done so yet, make sure you take a second, hit the like and subscribe if you haven't, guys.
Like this video if you like this video. All right, guys, in an FSLR long here. Again, like I complained about earlier, and I'm going to complain about it again, very spready. Crossed my profit-taking level, hasn't filled because it's an area of illiquidity. Now we're talking about like a 15 penny spread. We're seeing 34s here on the ask. I'm sitting at 25s, and I still haven't gotten the fill. So that's always a risk with this one. I noticed these like solar stocks, it's not 2020 anymore, man. You know, they're not really pumping like they used to. So you might catch them on the way up, but you're going to have trouble day trading them, especially with scalping. I'm Batman asking me, at Luca and at me as well, what do you think about NIO? Do you have any China big 3 EV stocks in your long-term portfolios? I mean, look, I kind of talked about this in the morning show last week, maybe the week prior to that. These China names, man, I mean, obviously they're on a technical breakout since the fall. But now we're seeing big American money starting to flow back into China. We saw that with BlackRock, with Baidu. I gave a stat, I think last week, about it's the most amount of inflow into Chinese ADRs since 2018. So, you know, some of the telltale signs are there. Now, whether this new, you know, balloon gate, balloon wars, whatever kind of puts the kibosh on that for a while and we get a retracement, it's not showing up on the charts today. I thought we would definitely have a bit of a retracement. This is my Chinese ADR watch list over here. And so I kind of just sort it by stock price. So Baidu's on the top with BABA, JD got BDY, JKS, PDD. So I watch a whole bunch. I follow certain Chinese Chinese ADR ETFs. I follow KWeb. I believe this YY as well, FXI. So if you're looking for something like that, these are the names you should be following. NIO's obviously on there, Lee, XBEV. You heard Brendo tell you this morning that Lee was moving big boy. Like, I mean, have a look at that. This is the 1 minute chart. Pops up, you know, to that 25.95 area. It's retracing back down into 25. It was a good week for Chinese EVs. I heard some private company, I forget the name of it, I'll look it up, just overtook XPEV in terms of market cap. It got like some sort of private funding for 750 million, and the valuation put it ahead of XPEV, which is, I mean, 8 billion. Now they're valued at 13. This other Chinese ADR still puts it behind NIO and Lee, though. But yeah, it's interesting. These Chinese ADRs are making a move. I personally would have Baidu, BABA, and some sort of combination of these EV plays, either Lee, XPEV, or NIO. You take your pick. Do your research, but yeah, those are the names I'm going to be looking at. I like some of the tailwinds for these Chinese ADRs, Luca.
Yeah, for sure, guys. Just heads up. So Tesla did roll off that 195, little bit of a double top, and man, I love this pattern. I love this pattern. It kind of runs to the upside. You have the level. You think, oh, this is a level that I don't actually believe it's going to pop to the upside. Fades, pops up, breaks the high of the range, instantly slams back down. That's your kind of reversal signal. We're now at the 50 period, testing 194. Do we break this and finally get towards 193 for that VWAP trade? We will see. We will see. I'm not exactly loving the VWAP bounce on it, but I'm thinking maybe I give it a try depending on how fast it actually gets there. I didn't add to any of the Amazon. I was waiting to see if we're actually going to run into the 100 level. Looks like we're actually rolling over right now. Market is now at that kind of area, and we are approaching European close. So I feel like if we're going to make a move, I'm just going to wait this out. 10 minutes, we'll see what happens. If this thing fades back down, again, I'm eyeing 99 and 50 period covers. So we'll see if that flush actually wants to come to fruition there. Meta's spending a lot of time at that 180 level, man. Some sideways action here, floating around for sure, not really too sure what's going to happen. Damian Oliver is saying, what 50 period on Tesla? So I'm using the 1 minute. So again, guys, this chart is always 1 minute. I usually keep it at 1. 50 period is the blue line. Or sorry, yeah, not on Tesla, but on I think, were you asking on Amazon? Or on Tesla? Yeah, so Tesla is basically right where it is right now. So 50 period is the blue line on the 1 minute. It's not a super crucial area. Where you say, oh, it's going to bounce off or break above. But again, you could use it, right? You could use it. I just feel like if you're sort of this type of trader where you're like, I want to revert back to a mean, well, guess what? What is the mean, right? If you're shorting 196, the mean, you could use the 50 period, you could use VWAP. I just feel like 50 period is that logic. So that's basically kind of why I reference that. It's just kind of a generalized area that I look at. I know somebody was talking about AMD, saying AMD is breaking out on the breaking back above I think it was Friday's high you were mentioning, and then maybe go for the long there. The thing is we got CPI coming in tomorrow, so I just feel like, yeah, maybe take your bets, but at the same time, a lot of traders are probably waiting for, indication of where is this market headed, and is that going to be a market-moving event? The thing with AMD is they had earnings. This was the move up. Then we sort of channeled, broke below the bottom end of that range, which kind of looks like that 82 into 83 area, right? It's sort of bounced, kind of held. Then we finally went below, and we're obviously below right now. I just feel like this pattern that it's showing is if we get closer to that 83 level, I really want to short it, just because it was the bottom of the range. We're below. Now maybe it acts as a resistance. So it's not something that I'd be too committed to, but we'll see if it actually wants to get there. And then act as some type of resistance. That's my short, so I'm going to throw an order out there to see if I get that fill. And then, yeah, see how I'm going to structure this one as well.
Yeah, Microsoft pumping to the high side, guys. 273.48 now the high. Forgive these wicks here. I just have to fix them. I know it's distorting the chart. Let's zoom in. No, that's not going to help. Okay, so we'll fix that after. But yeah, Microsoft pumping to the high side. Now basically at day's highs, just printed new day's highs, now 59s. Our day's highs, wow, I should have been punching into this. And the market not really reacting. Looks like it's secular for Microsoft at the moment. Lots of being backed up by a lot of volume. So good little move. We'll see if there's a retracement to be had here. Some of these, I want to say some of, not really. I guess Apple's really the only one. Apple and Amazon kind of making a move here. Tesla, Google, and Meta kind of muted. Even though Meta is near day's high, it's kind of a bit of a double top forming there on Meta. It's kind of been sporadic, Meta, and its actions today. I had trade earlier on this one on this wick. Basically, I was just using the momentum from opening the bell. I basically got $1 on this one, but it immediately wicked back down, noting that it was not a good trade, because that is not how I trade anyway. So Meta, a bit of a double top. Microsoft continuing to go, though. Jeez Louise. Okay, we got a trade here in Microsoft. Microsoft, but just got to adjust these wicks because I am a chart trader. So we will have a look at that one in a little bit. What else is happening over here? Not much in the way of these small cappers are moving. They're all kind of just sitting there sideways. Luca, I don't know. You got an Amazon short there, huh?
Yeah. Still, so basically covering the 99, so getting that fill, pretty solid. Somebody in the chat was like, "This guy's shorting Amazon. You're about to get rolled over." Well, guess what, man? Absolutely not, because I'm already almost out of the trade. Oh yeah, waiting for a 99 flush to the downside with the last position, and as you guys can see, 99.37 on that last tick. So yeah, pretty good. 30 cents in the money now. Let's see where this one goes. If we go back to the upside. And then go like 99.50 again, then this is based on European close. So Europe's about to close, 20 seconds. We're going to give you the update when that comes through. But that is sort of like, I think that we're going to get the European close. Maybe we get a flush down in the market. This is me anticipating, but I'm already in the trade in the money. So again, I feel like I could say this without looking like a fool. But yeah, we'll see if we can get that flush down, which will give me the final fill on the Amazon trade that I was taking there. And again, yeah, it is up, guys. It is up 1.5%. So, you know, it is holding. It showed you those kind of below VWAP longs. Those were the money fills. And I think the small sign that was actually working is these little wick off bottoms. Now, again, I look at this and I say, well, look at this nice visual representation of what it's showing you. Sort of dip, 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 all aboard, and then it kind of just rips to the upside, right? So showing you that this bottoming area is holding, and that's 97.50, give or take. So just below VWAP, already flushed off the morning, came back, could not really get a 97.40 test, you know, triple times the charm, and then rip back to the upside. So again, yeah, trend is your friend. You know, stick with the long if it's working for you, I think. We'll see where this wants to go. Do we rip to the upside? Do we rip to the downside? Looks like we're going up for the time being. So, yeah, I'm going to hold on to it just because I'm in the money. But again, if it goes against me at this point, it's a different trade, right? So I was shorting it, cover, and then I want the last cover down here. If we rip up, it's fine, no problem. I just won't make money on the last fill. Steve saying your last fill was 99.37, right? What was your average? So the average, I would say, I don't remember, to be honest, but I think it was 99.26. If I remember correctly, maybe 99.20, give or take. So I was like, here, this is probably the, give or take, the middle, so 99.20. So this is essentially a break even. This is a make money one. And then the last piece is like the, truly make money. I don't know how our system calculates. It's kind of interesting how it calculates average. So because I'm getting out here, it's like redoing it or whatever. But yeah, let's see if we get a flush here.
Yeah, I've noticed that too.
And make that money. Where's Meta right now? Because yeah, this thing is like floating.
Flat.
I initially thought we would flush down, pop. These were the money fills, and then we would instantly flush again. So the reason I got out of this trade is because I didn't actually want to hold it through this sort of chop that it's giving. So yeah, I'm just basically chilling. I wonder if Tesla can get back to that 195 and kind of go from there. Somebody's saying, Luca, thoughts on NVIDIA? Well, somebody asked, why are they not talking about NVIDIA? I instantly pulled it up and short it. I thought we were going to break down and go test 218. We didn't, so this is a flat trade. I didn't lose on this trade. But again, guys, I think stick to key levels that you're finding. Maybe 220 on NVIDIA is more of a psychological key level. Going to the upside, maybe I should have waited for that pop. On this pop, this was kind of light size. It didn't work. I said, let me just get out of it right away. I noticed that I am now flat on Amazon. So that's the last fill, taking it just in front of the 50 period. At this point, if we roll over and just go all the way to the downside, it's, I mean, it goes without me. It's not really a part of my particular plan. I was just basically short, cover on the way down. European close coming through. This is kind of the flush that I was looking for. I will take the win instantly and move on. Dennis Chan saying thoughts on VLON. This was the one that was below $1. I can look at this in a moment, but let's get that European close wrapped up with Big B at the big desk for the percentages.
Hey guys, yeah, let's make it official for a Monday. Looks pretty positive. Just getting the final print here coming through for the stocks index. Stocks 600 as well, up 0.9, 1.1% right across the board. There's the FTSE 300 as well, 0.94 to the upside. So nicely positive, in fact, on this board, top to bottom, with France leading there, Sweden as well, 1.47. It was the strongest all day long. So you're positive to kick off the week, guys.
Thanks for that, Brendo. Yeah, good move there. Okay, so
Let me just quickly cover VLON
because
yeah, somebody was asking and I don't want to forget, and I tend to forget these things, man. I tend to forget lots of things moving. VLON was the one that was below $1 this morning and was doing volume. Had a nice move from 60 cents. I think the break of $1 was a trade that you could have had. You know, take that long $1. It looks like it went into a halt. I obviously didn't trade it, so I'm just kind of looking at this the first time. But I was glancing at it and I thought to myself, yeah, you know, you could argue yourself, take the dollar break long, and if it puts you in the money right away, hold this thing and see where it can go. It moved into a halt. It looked amazing. It tapped 123, I think was the high, and then back below. For myself, if I was in this trade, I almost want to say that I would have had the $1 long. And if I was like, okay, let me hold for the dream, like literally my stop would be below the halt price. So I would have put a stop probably at 109. And the reason I would have done something like that is because you take the dollar break, it goes into a halt, great. You're watching it, it shows you that it opens at like 116. You say to yourself, I'm going to use halt levels and even dollar levels just for kind of a loose reference point. I think, you know, 109 you could add a stop, 99 cents you could add a stop. For myself, I would have taken the win. I wouldn't have let it turn into a loser, so I would have only made 9 cents on that. But again, now that it's sort of dying, you're seeing the volume. The volume is just not there. There's a lot of people who look at these kind of things and say, like, does volume die? What's the catalyst? Is it actually going to fade? I'm not really sure. I don't trade these like sub $1 stocks. I don't really have a track record on them. But if I was going for a fade, it probably wouldn't be today. It would probably be tomorrow. When volume, if it really dies and then you go first red day, does it give you a 50% retracement or not? So those are my thoughts on it. Again, I'm not going to trade it today. I'm probably not going to trade it tomorrow. I think it's pay for shorts. So yeah, I'm just going to chill with it. And yeah, that's my thoughts. It's showing that 110 is kind of that area that it can't really get above. And even when it does a quick like over under. So I would say, I would draw like a line here and high a day. If it gets over 125, because it's kind of bottoming out and maybe you could say, yeah, it's holding trend here and it wants to continue to the upside, I would really want it to see a break of 125 and continue. But guys, volume is always the tell. Volume is way more important than price. And if volume is not there, if there is no conviction in the move, it could just be these kind of whiplash moves that are wicking people in and out with stop orders because they're short and they put a stop here. And then, yeah, that's what this move could have been, right? Somebody could have been short over here, put a stop above 111. It gets there, it triggers it, but then there's really no follow through. Then, boom, liquidity vacuum back to the downside. So that's my thoughts on that. Again, I'm not going to trade it. Hopefully that helps you. Yeah, again, I'm not really too convicted in this, just pulling it up the first time.
Yeah, the small caps haven't really been great today, to be honest with you, at least not from my perspective. I also saw tops moving. Like I mentioned, PGY, that's kind of moving a bit now, finding a new high of day at 158, pumping to the high side. So it's setting up nice, but it's a bit of a slow mover. Look at that declining volume too. So that's always a little bit of a nerve-wracking thing. You want to see ascending volume, not descending volume on some of these big cappers. So yeah, I'll stay away from them. I'm locked in a couple of positions here. I'm in a position on Microsoft. I already scalped out through 95, so I got long 70s. I took 25% out at 95s. I'm sitting here at 14s, 274, 14s. We've retraced a bit to be expected. The market, here's what I see on the ES March contract. So this is a new layout for me. So some of my horizontal trend lines have it transferred over, but I know that I had a 4130 level there on my other one. I know Arun mentioned it this morning as well, 4100. Obviously, is kind of where we closed at. We closed at 4099, but 4100 for all intents and purposes last Friday at 6 o'clock. So I think we may hold this 4130 here. At least I'm hoping we do hold this 4130-ish area and stay in that vicinity for some of these longs that I've got. I also was able to scalp out a piece out of FSLR. Here we go. And basically, yeah, we had, where did we get long? We got long, I would say initially 168.60s, scalped out through 169.30, dipped back in. I had a resting order there, it didn't trigger. Added on that 168 dip, so now riding it back through 168.5. So profitable, but slowing down. That's kind of always the concerning thing. The Microsoft trade kind of dipping on me here, getting into that 273 area. I wonder if this is an area to defend that 273 area. We had a bit of consolidation in and around this area, so I wonder if this level holds. Let's go ahead and add a quarter position at this level, as obviously the blue comes in. Blue on my tape usually means flush, and so I don't know. We'll see what that 273 level does, but we're able to scalp a piece on Microsoft as well. Again, sitting on 14s, though, didn't get filled. Wow, PGY continuing to go to the high side. For people just joining us, PGY is Pagaya Technologies. Essentially what they are is an Israeli-based company. They're primarily engaged in financial technology, fintech industry. The company develops data science, machine learning, and AI technology analytics, enabling accurate real-time customer credit assessment. So it looks like maybe an AI play. I don't have a news item on it recently. It goes back away, so I'm not sure what the catalyst is on that. Check quickly here. How come that doesn't appear on all windows? Okay, I'll have to fix that in a second. But yeah, maybe it might be time to look at PGY here for, like, I'm not going to take a long at the moment, but we got to set something up. It doesn't mean it's not going to retrace. Let's figure something out here. Let's load up PGY. It is a NASDAQ stock. Here we go. So, all right, so this 152, 150 area is an obvious level of support. It flirted with that area multiple times before it was able to break it to the high side. Yeah, it's a missed opportunity, no question about that. But I think we may be able to salvage something on this. Let's go ahead and set it at the $0.50. I'm going to take a half position. I'm going to give it about I want to say 5 to 6 pennies worth of risk. I'm going to sit at 151 in case, you know, we don't get the fill there. We'll see how that one goes. Let's leave that one for a second. FSLR continuing to move to the high side here after that dip trade. So that one's working out. Microsoft pumped back up after that initial add at 273. So that's good. The future's holding that 41.30 at least for the moment. So we'll see how that one goes. Nicole Harris, what's up? She says, please look at XPEV. Keeps bouncing 961 to 961 since 9 a.m. Sure, let's go ahead and bring down the chart over here and we'll have a look at our friend XPeng. Here we go. Let's load this one up. Geez, why does this look like a buyout trade? It's been some of these Chinese ADRs, especially the cheaper ones, have been trading like that. Okay, so look at that big move down right at the bell. Then you have a V-shaped recovery, an upside down Christmas tree, and then you have a consolidation area, Nicole. I mean, essentially you're holding 960 to the bottom and 9 3/4 to the top. So you've got a 15 penny range here. You're stuck in that range. Yeah, you're breaking it by a penny or two, but for the most part, it's holding. So I'm not a big fan of XPEV today, unless you can break through some of these ranges. Again, 960 to the downside, 975 to the upside. I'm not sure why you're liking this today. Maybe you can at me and let me know what you see on this one, Luca.
Yeah, I see CompSRX in the chat saying, Luca is awesome. We agree to disagree. Lots of respect, of course. I think that's when I was talking about VLAN. Yeah, man, obviously different traders have different opinions. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. That's what makes the stock market work, you know, offsetting trades, right? You can't all be on the same side or nobody gets the fill and then price just continues to go in one direction. That's not a healthy market, man. Come on. There was also another question that somebody said, Gain Tortoise. Hi, Luke and Sharif. Would you guys be able to answer, how do you know whether a stock floating share is too low with the price of the stock? So I'm not really, that question doesn't really necessarily make sense, but I'll just kind of throw information, maybe it helps you. I go to Float Checker and I check the float of these stocks and I say, you know, is the float low? Because if it is low, it will be susceptible to tape teleportation. Tape teleportation is just kind of a loose term I say when the tape goes crazy and you don't know what price it's printing because it goes 70 cents this way, 70 cents the other way. Baby. Yeah, so with a 7 mil float, it doesn't really do, and then it's obviously based on volume as well, right? So with a 70 mil float, with a 7 mil float, it is low float, but it's not sub 5. So there's a difference between 3 mil float and there's a difference between 7 mil float. With 7 mil float, you're seeing the book right here on the left on VLAN. You're seeing size on the book, right? So if I drag this all the way down, you're seeing all these kind of size at all these different levels. It's not really going crazy. You can see where you're getting in, where you're getting out. You can sort of manage risk as a day trader. So for myself, it's something that I say, okay, this is a little bit of lower risk because there's not going to be tape teleportation. Now, if this was like 700K float, then it wouldn't look like this. It would look much different. And we've seen those setups before where like the float is way, way lower. And I'm just going to pull up something that I didn't trade today, but COSM, look at this, 1111. You're not really seeing any size on the book. So if we go here, COSM, and I'm kind of shooting in the dark here. I don't know if this is absolutely correct, but COSM, you're getting, well, this did a reverse split, but let's say the float is 1 million, and then it's lower float. It's more spready. The tape can teleport all over the place. So again, to summarize, for myself, I look at these things and I say, is it below 2 million? That's, you know, super low float. I don't really want to get involved in that. It'll pay you today. It'll kill you tomorrow. Do you really have a track record on that thing? Can you control risk? Can you even take size, get in and out? You're susceptible to circuit breaker halts, which can really ruin the vibe, man. Really ruin the vibe. Then, you know, 2 to 6. Yeah, man, 2 to 6 million, a little bit different. Obviously, still a low float, but maybe something that I would dabble in, maybe something that I would consider taking size if the setup is there. But again, still low float, still susceptible to tape teleportation. Your size is going to be your risk. So for myself, rule of thumb, below 2 million, maybe just stay away from it. 2 to 6 million, your size is your risk. Anything over 7 million, it's like, okay, it starts to look like VLAN. It really depends on volume and levels. You know, your size is not necessarily your risk on this thing because there's all this size on all these different levels. I mean, look, if you short this thing at 104, there's literally 222 lots on one gateway. So this together is like, what, 500 lots? Then you got dark pools, then you got size above. So again, even though I'd like to say in any situation, you want to use areas, not really hard level stops. You always want to consider the size that you take. It could really, at any point, fly one way or the other way. You could get swiped. It's going to be less likely that you get swiped on a name with a higher float if you're talking about small caps. And so just to kind of answer your question, and I'm sure a lot of other people have that question who are new to day trading, I sort of look at it on the small cap side of things, and I know what I'm getting myself into. And so again, if below 5 million, your size is your risk. If above 10 million, more float means more shares that go around. It has nothing to do with the price of the stock, in my opinion. It's just kind of float and the price of the stock are two separate things. So I wouldn't say like, oh, it's 1 million and it's 80 million share float, or it's 50 million and it's 80 million share float. It's going to have different personalities for sure, but those things aren't really. You don't say like, oh, it's a cheap stock, therefore it's a low float and it's going to do this. Like you don't say it like that. So yeah. Float has to do with supply and demand of shares, exactly, Pillsbury. I know a lot of veteran traders are here, and I know you know what I'm talking about. But there also, it maybe is a lot of new traders here that are watching for the first time. 5,900 people watching, man. 1.8K likes. Hit that like button, man. Hit that like button. We're here 5 days a week, every day, doing it live, man. Doing it live, having a great time, too. And yeah, it's always a fun time seeing new people in the chat and the same people. Microsoft 275 inbound. You still long this thing?
Pumping, yes, sir.
Let's
I'm
go.
long 273.28. We're at 274.22. So buck in the money. Scalping heavy boy on this one. This was the move here. So this was my move. Get in at 273.65. Scalp out through that 274 test. It dips back down. We get bottom wick here. This is a quarter position, to be honest, not a full position. But we ride that back up. Scalp, 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 scalp. I should take that from the demon there. That's what you should do instead of Cookie Monster. Like scalp, 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 scalp.
Yeah, scalp,
right?
scalp.
You gotta do your own thing.
Yeah.
All right. All jokes aside, guys, we're printing big boy here on Microsoft, so we'll let that one run. What isn't running, though, and what's going to have to get cut, even though I have a stop that hasn't triggered, is FSLR. I add on that dip. Doesn't work out my way. It's time to close the book on this one. I think, I don't know if it's a good idea to allow it to break the $0.50 here, because now the spread is really opening up. Maybe I should take this opportunity on this buy up here to get out and mitigate my loss. This is not a good trade, at least for the moment. The chart does not look good. I'm out of this one. It's an L. It's no question about that. It's an L, but still positive on the day as a result of Microsoft. Let's continue to ride this one. I want to see if we can get into 275. We're at 274.25. So, with this one, geez, what's the percentage? It's up 4.25%, up $11 on the day. It was probably a little bit higher as well. I got to fix some of the things that it's showing me here. It's not showing me some stuff here on my platform. Guys, we are continuing to make newer highs on the ES March contract, 41.43. And 3/4 is now the high. We're much closer to the highs than we are the lows. What I don't know. I don't have a reason for why we're buying this up unless investors and traders are guessing, hoping, praying that tomorrow's CPI comes in line or lower and we get a continued rally, as that kind of will not force the Fed's hand in some of these rate hikes that we're planning in. But hey, we had a bit of a slower week last week, I want to say. So no big deal that we have some upward profit today, Luca.
Yeah, man, for sure. It's always a fun time. I literally have no idea what's going to happen next. And somebody asked a great question. They said, yeah, thoughts on CPI? What do we think is going to come through?
Who knows?
I mean, I literally have I literally have no idea. Sometimes I go into it thinking, yeah, maybe I have a good idea. And yeah, this chart is. Let me just change this to white so I could see this. But this is on the.
Break that. You can't do that.
Well,
man.
I want to show like a nice clear picture here, because this was the last CPI day, if I'm not mistaken, December 13th. Sorry, not the last, but the last time that it went up and then reversed and went all the way down. So look at this move, man. It literally started the day at 40.30. Then we had the CPI print come through. We ripped to the upside. We topped out at like 41.85. We reversed the whole move intraday, and then the next 4 days were red. And so that was kind of crazy, and that was, if I'm not mistaken, that was in line with expectation. So it kind of lines up with in line with expectation. Everybody's like, okay, abort the short. I guess the long can't be wrong. It's going to the north side, and the last time it did it, it continued to the north side. It broke the high, triggering even more stops to the upside, went back below, and then there was just no genuine follow-through, right? It was a oh, this is in line with expectations, or just kind of just below, just above. The market said, well, it's not justification to load the boat on the long because I don't think we're actually going back to highs. And we reversed the whole move, and then we kind of stopped. We stopped right into this area over here. So going into this CPI, do I think it's going to be in line with expectations? Do I think it's going to be hotter or not? Again, personally, I'm not really too sure. I'm not going to sit here and anticipate and guess when I have no idea. I would imagine that how long does it take for all these layoffs to actually be seen in prices? You know, all big tech laid off all these people. They stopped spending money. Inflation cools. So do we actually get a cooler print and then we rip to the north side and break the high? The only thing that I'd be kind of cautious of is if we actually, I mean, we would need to see a super low print for this to break the highs and continue, in my opinion. Or we could see a very similar setup where we actually rip to the upside, we break the highs, we reverse it, and then we go back to the downside. But yeah, 3,800 is that kind of area where it stopped before on the daily. Maybe it does that setup and then goes down again and then stops somewhere down here again. I mean, are there a lot of traders that are waiting for the market to roll over, break the bottom support of like 37, give or take, and then just like roll over to the downside? I have no idea. So yeah, again, I think there's a lot of people that don't know what's going to happen next, which is great for day trading because if people know what's going to happen, they set their algos, and algos are very difficult to compete with because it's based on speed, and obviously they have all that speed. But if they don't know what they're doing, they're either setting their algos and the algos don't know what to do, and or they're not setting the algos at all and nobody knows what to do, making it a great opportunity for us to compete because again, we are humans, we are competing in this sort of digital warfare every single day, but if nobody knows what to do, I feel like that's the best case scenario. So again, it's kind of nice when it's like, oh, I don't really know what to expect. I love that. I love when I hear other traders say, I have no idea what to expect next. I go, okay, now we got a real fighting chance here. So yeah, let's see what happens with that one. It'll be interesting to see. We'll come at you live tomorrow morning with it.
I have a take on that too.
Yeah, sure.
I have a take on that too. Yeah, I think that the Fed is going to have their eye on services because services have been a lot slower to disinflate, and they've been kind of the reason we haven't gotten better print. So I think their eye will be on that. We already know that we got goods disinflation. A lot of that is being kind of not blamed, but credited. It's being credited to the supply chain, basically the supply chain management system being better run and obviously easing up a bit. So I think that the services will definitely be the focal point. It'll be services going forward and jobs. And so you want to see a nice little steady balance between those two. Obviously, you don't want to see a huge dip in the jobs number because that means recessionary problems. But you also want to see it cool down. Okay, I just got to get to this one. Microsoft is absolutely pumping to the high side, and we're up huge on this, $1.50 now. That's time to take profit. There we go. So we're out of that one. This one kind of looks like Luca's chart, to be honest with you. A lot of scalping in and out here, but that dip off 273.28, riding it into 274.50. That was a nice little move on Microsoft. Makes up for the poopy trade that we had here on FSLR. Let's check on that one real quick. Yeah, so it looks like I got out at the wrong area. It did end up retracing up, but the chart setup did not look good here, and I really had to cut the loss. So yeah, it can't win them all. Still up 3% on the day, and it looks like the market's going to prop up some of these names. It's going to keep them afloat. Like some of these names really have no business running, but they seem to be running because the overall market's running. So AnuView wants to know what NVIDIA no likely 220. Let's have a look at NVIDIA. I haven't looked at it. Traded a lot last week. It's been a great, I think, periphery play for some of these AI trades. I was looking at AVI stock. Yeah, this is obviously going to be a good AI trade. This is a GPU maker. It's a leader. And, if you don't want to trade these AI stocks directly as a result, some volatility or whatever other reason, this is a nice play as well. It's been having a great little time. Let's look at the daily on this one. I mean, just look at this, right? After creating a bottom here, I'm going to say in October at 110, what kind of a buy does this look like? Recent high at 230, we're hanging around at 219. It gave up a lot last week, but it's been really strong. I mean, the last area we had a red candle was around this 200-ish area. It holds 200 no problem. In fact, it holds the higher end of the range. If this is the support level because its former resistance is 205 break, it holds 205 and some. It only went down to about 208 and definitely holds at 200 now. A good green day. We'll see if this continues. Obviously, the semiconductor space has had its problems. Sometimes tailwinds, sometimes headwinds. We heard a lot about the tailwinds when the chip ban to China came in back in the fall, and that obviously is going to hurt NVIDIA because that's a huge market in China that they can't sell to all of a sudden. Then all of a sudden tailwinds come in with this AI stuff. So it's just a different day, different news headline. All right, how much we got? Nothing left on Microsoft. We've got nothing left on anything? It's time to get into some of these longs, Luke. I don't know what you're looking at.
Yeah, no, I was trying a little bit of a dip kind of play on Tesla, averaging into it, but yeah, it's not. I was like, you know what? I don't really love it. Let me just get out of that one. So yeah, out of that one, basically chilling, man, chilling. I don't really see anything, so I'm kind of just being very, very patient. But I'll answer a lot of questions if you guys have in the chat. Somebody's saying thoughts on Amazon. I was in that one from before. And it was great the first time. Again, if you are playing some type of over-under where you want it to like extend one way and then rip the other way, it's good the first time. The second time, it kind of develops a level, and then you ask yourself, you know, where's the high, where's the low? Is this going to rip higher or lower? It is up on the day. Does the market have the steam to continue to the north side and keep going? Is it a floating kind of day? Again, because we do have CPI coming up tomorrow, I think the market has shown its hand, showing you that it wants to sort of go to the upside, dance around, a little bit of sideways action, and now it's like, does it spend time in this range? Are we going to actually get a VWAP test? I'm not really too sure. All these things are going to move in tandem, right? So if the market's going to go to test VWAP, obviously Amazon's going to go right with it to test VWAP. It's showing a little bit of this kind of, you know, triangle sort of pattern here. If it's maybe it stops here, maybe it stops there. But again, I think 100 is a key psychological level to the upside, and let's see if it actually gets there. I sort of like the 100 area for trades. It sort of went above there on the daily. I'll show you guys the daily. It sort of went above the 100 level and then kind of popped and then dropped back down, broke back through 100. If we get back there, do we actually resist it the first time, kind of reject off it? I would love to see it back there today to see some type of action. Not really too sure, you know, what it wants to do. But yeah, it is creating this kind of sideways pattern. It's not really selling off. This trade was a scalp trade. As you guys can see, I didn't really take it the second time, even though it shows that it was okay. Again, it's not really giving you the range to make it make sense, right? So yeah, I'm gonna kind of let it be. If it gets to 100, it'll be interesting. If we get to like, you know, above the highs being 99.50, if we get over there, then I think we could actually make a run to 100. And then if that actually happens, then I'll make some decisions on it and we'll go from there. Other people were asking about BBBY. Any thoughts on it? It is curling to the upside. Again, I'm not going to trade it. I think it's already kind of too far down. You know, the shorting the pops was great, but that 3 level was really, really interesting. I guess you could say maybe 250, but 250 is all the way up here, and we're like at 210. So like, where's this going to go? Is it going to go to 220 and then back to 210? I'd much rather not get involved because, again, once these things get going, they could really go. So I just feel like I'm risking more to make less on that, so I'm just going to kind of chill with it and not look at it. But yeah, best of luck to anybody that is trading BBY. Again, is this, you know, are they, they're not that they claimed bankruptcy or anything, but, you know, what happens there and what happens next is your guess is as good as mine, man. So, again, I'm not really going to trade it. If this goes crazy and goes to the upside, if it breaks 3 at this point, that'd be crazy. You know, it'd probably make a move there. So, yeah, I would use 253 and then 4 as, like, your kind of levels. But yeah, definitely not going to trade it out for myself.
Luca, VOD is moving here. Someone brought this to my attention earlier. I looked at it, I'm like, right? Dismissed it. That was probably the wrong thing. Getting off that 11, flying up here through that 1150. The chart looks a lot better than it is. I mean, it looks like a big upward move. It's really only like a 50 penny move, barely that, but looks good, up 3.4%. What's the share? How many shares have we done? 9 million shares on the day now, so volume picking up. What's the last 5 minute? Am I seeing that here? 5 minute volume? No, it's not going to show me that. So our vol on this one, 8.5 million shares. So we've already done over 1 times our vol on this one, so eyes are on it. I don't see a catalyst on this, or do I? Hold on. Liberty Village buys stake in Voda. Okay, so here we go. That doesn't work. So basically, Liberty Global buys 4.92% stake in Vodafone. So it looks like, you know, I don't know who Liberty Global is. If they're a hedge fund, I'll have to look into that. Maybe the chat can educate me if you guys can look that up and tag me, let me know. Either way, we're stuck at that $0.50 range. We're flirting below and above it. We'll see how we kind of finish off here. Do we finish off with a retracement into, I want to say, this 1140 area? Or do we continue here? I mean, I don't know. The catalyst, I don't know enough to know whether the catalyst is good enough or not. I mean, takeover offer, Liberty Global not considering a takeover offer for Vodafone. Wonder if Brendo's writing anything in the chat on that. For some reason, my chat windows, there we go. Brendo, VOD, Liberty Global acquiring 4.92% interest stake in Vodafone. So I mentioned that. UK internet company. Okay, so Liberty Global is a UK internet company. Thank you for that, Brendo. So that puts a bit more context on it. I mean, does it change the trade, though? We have to hang out around the $5, that $half area. I don't know how I feel about this one, Luca. I don't know if you're looking at it. No, you're not. Okay, so I'll have to... all right. I don't know how to whether to punch into this one. I'll have to think about that one for a sec. But this one that I got triggered into, PGY, I said I'd go long if it came down to that $1.50. It did. Now it's flirting at the 149, 150. It's in and around that area. It hasn't broke it. I've got my stop at that 144. If it comes down to 144, I'm only giving it like 6 pennies. I'm long 51s, so that's actually more. So 7 pennies or so. Get back
guys,
to that
I
one.
can quickly comment on the VOD. So again, when I look at these names and they start to move and I kind of look at it and I'm trying to digest the information, I'm quickly saying to myself, what is the company first, right? So obviously we just discussed that. Market cap, what is that? 30 billion. What is the float? 2 billion. So is this going to be one that explodes to the upside and goes absolutely crazy? No, it is not, right? Looking at daily levels on this thing, you kind of tops out of that 1150, 1160-ish area. You know, this Liberty Group acquiring 4.9%. They obviously are acquiring that down below, right? They're acquiring it for a better price. That's what they want. That's the reason why the bid is holding up at 11. They then announce that news. Okay, guys, look, we have this stake in the company. You know, as you approach 5%, you have to kind of make it public that you're acquiring this, or not acquiring it, sorry, but taking the stake in the company there. And then yeah, you get the up move, right? So. For myself, this is not one that I'm going to punch into. It had a nice move from 11.15 into 11.50. I would say watch VWAP. If it does kind of drift back down towards there, you got the 50 period sort of gliding up. You got VWAP. This is kind of where the first consolidation happened. Do we actually get down there, hold VWAP, and then get a secondary bounce on that, right? So, again, only a 3% move to the upside. Nice little volume spike. Volume sort of died, and now we're just kind of drifting to the north side. Yeah, daily levels, the top-ish end of the range looks to be that 1160-ish area. We're sort of 5 to 10 cents away from that level. So for myself, not something that I'm going to jump into trading. But yeah, these are things that you can quickly look at as a trader if you're wondering, you know, what do I look at? What's kind of the idea here? When I see low floats, 2 million, they start to go crazy. They go to the upside. I think, yeah, maybe potential halt. Oh, maybe shorts are stuck in this. Let's punch because it's going to go. This is not the one that I'm going to do that for said reasons. So hopefully that's helpful to you guys. Not going to talk about it again. But yeah, maybe it gets back down to VWAP, gives a little bit of a bounce, holds this general area. I would say look at where the move started, look at where the candle closed, look at where that secondary candle happened, and then that's kind of your area for the bottoming there. But yeah, we are going to go to Big B at the big desk. Spoke a little too long there for happening now.
Hey guys, yeah, into lunch hour we go. Still a green board to show you, but coming back to the downside ever so slightly in very specific areas. Here's the S&P right now, 0.93, holding on to nice gains so far. The Dow, 0.85 to the upside. Nice bounce back for the Russell. The Russell 2000 actually went red at one point early on this morning, now up nicely, 0.77. It's all about the NASDAQ composite and the 100, specifically the big ones, the 100, up 1.5%, leading us so far today. We discussed all of those, including Meta, Microsoft, and Google, all in depth. Yeah, Financial Times over the weekend reporting that more job cuts coming for Meta. Stifle with an upgrade on Microsoft today, pointing to further positivity surrounding AI, and Google looking to bounce back after a bit of a negative week last week on AI headlines as well. There's Meta 3% right now, struggling at 180, but nice consolidation forming for Meta, guys. Make sure you do hit the like and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks for that, Brenda. I was actually looking at Meta. Good call on that. I was was like, it's holding the 50 period here quite nicely around that 179.25 area. It is consolidating, yes, but do I like this for a long? I think I like it for a long, maybe at that 179.25. Should it make its way down there? It's a nice little range it's creating for itself here. I want to say the 180 is the break, but not really, because we already broke through it. 180.80 is the high. But for, I think we're going to have trouble closing above 180. So we're probably going to get resistance in and around that area probably for the majority of the day, unless we really get going here. And I don't anticipate that, to be honest with you. Coming into the day, I was not thinking, oh, this is going to be a day where we're going to pump to the high side. my bias was muted. The market's waiting for the print tomorrow. They want to know whether to go long or short, bear or bull. And yeah, the market comes in today and looks like we're up 1% on the ES. So who can complain about that? Up almost now 40 points on the ES March contract. All right, VOD was just analyzed by Luca, and I think he had a spot on analysis when he said, look at the size of the float. This is not the one that's going to go pumping to the high side like 20, 30 pennies at a time. And as soon as he said that, I said to my mind, but this is probably going to be one of those ones that grinds up the majority of the day. Where does that come back to? Where do I get something like that from? I remember when the job cuts came in for Zoom, and we just basically grinded up the entire day. Big float, heavily shorted name, probably a lot of bag holding. So it was not going to be one that kind of just popped through the highs there. And I think this one is kind of the same thing. It's a big telecom company, established what they call legacy media, legacy telecom, whatever the term there is. But we're now pumping, 20 pennies above the $0.50. We're at 11.70. So this is a decent move, but it's not flying by any means, now up 5%. So I think I've missed my, I don't know. I'm not going to punch in here. I want a retracement. You got to assume that any good move up has to have an area of retracement that lasts at least 2-3 minutes. Sometimes it doesn't pan out, but that means I'm not going to enter the trade. Now it's continuing to make new highs. 11.75 now we're pumping into. So a grinder, but looks like a decent move, especially off that $0.50 break. Matt, real human. Sharif, makes sense. Suck a bunch of calls into the system before a big number. I mean, you never know. I mean, I get what you're saying. I hate to describe it like that, just like the big money bamboozling the weaker money or the smaller money. Yeah, we know the system's filled with that, but hey.
I love these comments make me laugh. Somebody saying, I signed up for Surge Trader. How do I trade stocks? Best of luck, man. You gotta train yourself how to trade. It's I don't know. You should always.
There's a lot of information out there, though.
Yeah, man. Do your due diligence. You can watch our channel. Obviously, we trade the markets live, man. We trade the markets live
every day.
But it is a long road ahead if you are just starting now. So yeah, gear up for some fun, man. Gear up for some fun. Good morning, Sky Fairy. How's it going? I'm doing well. I'm enjoying the day. Getting a fill here on Amazon, or sorry, AMD. Just basically going to recycle this 83. Shout out to whoever told me Luca AMD in the chat. I instantly shorted right when you said that. I don't know where my order went. I had it out, but it magically disappeared. But it's all good, man. It's all good. We're now in this short. Let's see where this one wants to go. 83 again is that daily level that I mapped, right? 83 was the support. Sort of dipping down below. Now let's see if it wants to actually act as a resistance. I'm basically going to recycle this area, so I'm getting that final fill on the way down. Hopefully this thing comes back to 83 and I can get some more fills. I just feel like in the middle of the day, when things trend towards these levels, there's no way they go once and then that's it. They never go back. Like, no, they get there, they go down, they go back up, they go down, they spend some time. So the same way this happened over here is what I'm kind of waiting to see. Doesn't want to do it again, and I will continue to do the same setups over and over again, just kind of averaging in. No real stop, just very, very discretionary. So yeah, decision zone, sideways zone, Greg Moore, exactly 100%. And we see now if it wants to get back there. So yeah, throw a bunch more orders out there. Tesla may be going back towards 195 here. I'm going to let it get there and see what wants to happen. My long idea was not wrong. I just sort of butchered the setup on it, and I was like, okay, I'm not about to, like hold this too far against me. I wanted to see like a whiplash. The play for myself, from what I wanted to see, was this was the low, this was the low. I was thinking maybe it could dip into that low and then quickly reclaim and go back up. So I was willing to add, and then when it popped, it just didn't show the strength. So I was like, hey, I don't want to hold this against me. If we like go below VWAP, I'm just going to take like a fat L on that. I'm not really down. So I basically lost 20 cents on it, and I'm okay that it's actually ripping to the north side without me. Wasn't really paying attention. Not a big deal there. Bloody Masters, thank you for this $2 super chat. Thanks so much. Bears and Eagles fans have plenty in common.
I didn't get that. Can you explain that? I know they're both NFC teams, but one's NFC North and one's NFC East. So they're not even rivals. And what's I don't know. I don't get the connection. Explain to me though. But I'm sure there's some sort of funny joke behind that. I want to cover VOD quickly here. I'm in at 11:59. Now we're printing 68s. Yep. So I'm sitting at 69s to get printed. I took a quarter position on this dip. 1 penny away from getting printed, so we'll see how that goes. And then my next profit taker after that is going to be 11.76 through the break of the $0.75 dollar. We'll have to create a high of day for that to happen. So that's always a little risky when you have a profit taker above high of day. You never know whether it's going to reject that high of day or not. But it looks like we do have a bit of a seller or something here obstructing the ascent up at 68. This is multiple times now we've gotten to 68 and rejected since this candle wick a few minutes ago. The book really not showing too much size here, not for an $11 stock. Oh, and a big flush down. There we go. So we're still in the money, though. We're long 59s. Now we're seeing 62s, but we're definitely rejecting off that 68 level. I have to make sure that this one is okay. I think this one is going to grind to the high side, but I can't be sure. So I have to have a plan out. What's my plan out? It is going to be, I want to say, through that $0.50 break. Now I'm out of the money. So now we're retracing, back into the 50s. I wonder if this is an area from which to add. There we go. Let's see if we can get that. Looks like it's going to go without us. We're back, break even now. Let's let this one kind of weasel its way in and put a stop where we need to put a stop. So how many shares we got on at the moment? We got, that many shares. So let's go ahead and put a stop. I'm going to put a stop at 11.49. You know what? Let's put a stop at 11.48. I'm feeling whimsical. 11.48. And then we'll give it, it's not really spready at the moment, so we don't need to give it that much room. We'll give it down to 45 or so. So there we go. We'll sit like that for now. The other trade that we're in, all of a sudden we're back in the money on this PGY trade. So happy about that. The dip trade here looks like it was premature, but the idea was right. I should have been hanging out at VWAP rather than maybe that $0.50. It looks like it respected VWAP a bit more than the $0.50 level here. Pumping back into the high side, now back into the mid 150s on PGY, up 24%. I'm looking for something in the range of 160 to start taking out profit. I have a half-sized position on PGY. Yeah, so nothing too big to write home about here. Let's go ahead and sit at 159s for an out. And we'll see if we get that filled or not. But there, it's going in the right direction. VOD, before I send him back to my man Luca, still break even in the money on this one, hanging around 1160. I'm wondering if this is going to kind of create a bull flag and continue here, or we're going to get a retracement south. So got to be careful. Got my stop in.
Yeah, guys. So Tesla going to 195 for anybody watching that. Amazon kind of channeling at the top end of the range. I'm starting to think, maybe this area on Amazon wants to hold up as a potential resistance zone. So yeah, I kind of like that. Thank you again for another super chat, Bloody Masters. Stock market Bears and NFL Eagles fans. That's what he meant. The Bears and the Eagles have something in common. Both losing Bears obviously losing today, and Eagles obviously losing yesterday. It was a great game, but a close game.
Yo, it was entertaining too. A lot of scoring, not too many interceptions. It was more playmaking than mistakes, which I enjoyed. You always want to see that.
Yep.
I think that the call at the end there was unfortunate, but nonetheless it was a holding, so it had to be called. You don't want to see that. You don't want to see the game end like that. But yeah, there were a couple of moments in the game there where I was just like, this officiating, but not great game nonetheless. Who can cheer against Patrick Mahomes? The guy's a cheat code.
He's
both
good,
cheat
man.
codes.
And when he kind of was injured, he injured his ankle.
Yeah.
That's when I was like,
matter.
smash the live bet here. This is this is where
guy.
you do it. If you think it's scripted, this is where you smash the live bet on KC. One of my friends took that bet, so congratulations to him for scooping that. Yeah, good job there. Guys, I'm short AMD again. 83 is the level, man. Spending some time here, so pretty happy with this one. Let's see if it wants to go in the money or go a little bit higher, and I will continue to average into that one. I'm wondering, do I try the 95 Tesla short? I think so. I want it to break 95 to the upside and dance around a little bit. Then I'll take that sort of over-under. Yes, please, I will take one. Somebody was asking me on my Instagram, and I don't know if you're watching right now, saying, Luca, how many espressos do you drink a day? I don't actually I don't say I got one in. Okay, 2. Okay, I got to get to 3. But yeah, sometimes 5, 6 is a lot, right? I try to keep it, 3 a day, 2 a day. For anybody wondering that. Yeah, feel free to follow me on Instagram. There it is from Nightbot. I love that automated message there, making it way easier, hopefully, for Bears vs. Bulls. Yeah, somebody saying I doubled down on KC plus 310. Yeah, man, that was my friends. It was super close, right? The odds were kind of close going into the game. I'm not sure if a lot of people parlayed other things into that game to kind of, help with the odds on that one. But again, yeah, definitely was an exciting game. I was there for the food and the drinks, man, and some blackjack and poker with the friends. But yeah, always a good time. The one time I watched the game that year. Cash flow, I don't know, man. I have no idea. You would have to do your own due diligence. I literally have no idea, and I will not comment on it. I'm not really too, yeah, I don't know. I don't care. But you do your due diligence, man. You gotta, when you're getting into this business and you're putting money on the line, man, you'll want to make sure you know kind of what you're getting yourself into, right? So yeah, do due diligence. Ask, ask around. I'm not too sure. I'm not from. This is the first time I'm hearing of them, so I have no idea. So I can't really help you there. I think Palantir is coming out with earnings tomorrow morning, if I'm not mistaken. Somebody's saying Palantir moving. It's not really moving, to be honest, but it will be moving when they do release those earnings earnings tomorrow. I think after the bell or today after the bell, one of the two. Anyways, what I'm looking at, what I'm hoping for, I should say, is a move into the highs, into 9, into 10. Then things really, really get spicy. So that's kind of what I'm really hoping for. It just spends so much time below 950 that if they come out with this kind of crazy release where this kind of pumps over to 10, we all remember Snapchat. Now, again, completely different stock, different sector, so I might sound kind of foolish saying this. But what I'm really hoping to see here, and let me just quickly get out this kind of thing to show what I'm kind of hoping to see is, why is this not going? Okay, here we go. Is, do we get some type of push to the upside and then reject the 10 level and then fade back to the downside, and then are we trading back down over here? That would be a crazy move, and I feel like this is not too much to ask. And then if for whatever reason it's like good initially and then they kind of guide lower or they say something, if the earnings call comes out a few moments later or more information comes to light, that's why you tend to see these big reversals. Do we hear, cost cutting, it runs up, and then, oh, by the way, like things are terrible, and then it runs back down, and then we're trading like here between 7 and 6. That would be a nice like fade play, something that I'd be watching. And then obviously coming into the day, again, if it is tomorrow, I'm not really sure. Yeah, it's my bad for not knowing that off the top of my head here. But that's basically what I'm looking for. If it breaks 950, things can get interesting. If it rejects off 10, 11, lots of room back to the downside. So that's been the common theme from at least from my perspective from the things that I've been watching. So yeah, we'll see if Palantir wants to actually give that. In regards to where it is right now, it's not really doing much. It's sort of barcoding action. This went from 759 to 771, lackluster action. Not doing a lot of volume, so yeah, I'm not really too worried. Somebody's saying AMD to the moon, and then Ryan saying, shh, don't tell him. Yeah, man, I see that, but I'm actually, let's see where it is right now, just to manage this quickly. This is a product of multitasking, man. You're kind of looking at things and saying, yeah, do I add to this now? Do I let it go? I like the sort of over-under plays that I was making, and now I'm sort of short this name and waiting to see what happens. Yeah, let me just add a little bit more over here, see if I can get that fill. From here, and then yeah, let's see if we go back lower into 83s. Again, respecting the level that it's in. It's an area, not so much a hard level. Just because it makes a high doesn't necessarily mean that I want to say that my idea is wrong. It could continue to float. Volume is very low. If this is resistance zone, its resistance will fade back into 83. As long as my average is above 83, it's good, and then I just kind of cover below 83. So yeah, we'll see where that one goes. Not really too worried about it. I think things are, this afternoon, things are lighter, so I'm just kind of waiting, being patient, because who knows what comes through, man. This market always seems to surprise me. Nothing's happening, and then boom, 12:35, things start to move. News comes through, somebody's cutting costs somewhere, stock starts to go up, doesn't continue. That Zoom play from the other day was an absolute banger. That was crazy to be a part of and watch. I didn't think it had the steam to go all the way to 83 that day. I have no idea where that is now. It's back at 75. There you go, man. This market loves reversing the moves. It loves reversing the moves. What a day! What a great time to be a mean reversion trader. This is when they actually announced that. This went from 78 to 85, and now it's below that price. Wow. Okay. All right. Yep, that is the theme, man. So yeah, tomorrow CPI. Do we go all the way up and then all the way back down? I don't know, Sharif.
It's going to be so interesting. I can't wait. As somebody who's invested at the moment, I'm obviously following these things quite closely. All right, guys, you know what's been deceptively strong today? Hasn't made too much noise, but is up 2% and has a great chart right now. Yeah, Apple. 154, we just rejected off 154 high there. This one's been moving all day. No news really, just I guess buying. in anticipation of a possible CPI print. You don't want to be offside. I guess, you know, a lot of these people, especially these hedge funds, they got to be invested, right? You know what's funny? I was actually watching the Madoff documentary on Netflix. Did you get a chance to watch that?
I tried.
Okay.
I tried.
So I'm only a couple episodes deep anyway. But I didn't actually know this because I hadn't studied this, but hedge funds were funds to hedge against certain market conditions.
Yeah.
So that they were supposed to be sort of counter market or whatever in order to hedge your bets, whatever position you were taking.
Yeah.
And then it completely lost its way, and it's just been like these big pools of money and kind of like replaced what used to be mutual funds. Like in the whole history of it, obviously I'm not a finance major, so a lot of this stuff is new to me, but.
It's, so let me just comment very quickly.
Yeah.
So it's like majoring in finance, I went through all this, and I said the same exact thing. And the funny thing, and again, for anybody that didn't study finance or kind of is learning this for the first time, when I learned this, I was like, wow. So they're, they kept the hedge fund name, but really they're now speculation funds. So why not kind of call it a spec fund as opposed to
I guess it's
a
not
hedge fund?
sellable, I guess.
I don't know.
sound great.
It just, you know how old money is, man. You know how
Of
it is.
course,
It's like,
absolutely.
it's got to sound good and whatever, stick
Yeah.
to the traditions. But yeah, man, hedge funds nowadays, they speculate. They take massive positions. They bet on things. They say, is this going to actually move in my favor or not? All types of players in the market. Definitely fun dancing with all of them. But it is funny, man. Yeah, before they used to, for sure, do the do's on the hedging side of things. Guys, I am short Amazon off of this level here. Somebody was like, Amazon could be a good short. I called it before. It instantly flushed down, instantly. So I'm like, okay, whoever called that out, and you called it out, then I gave the explanation. I basically threw the order. I was waiting. It actually flushed. It came back down. I'm wondering if it's gonna, I'm like scalping, so for myself taking it, but I think we can actually get a 99 test there. And AMD is actually flushing back. So let's see if this thing wants to actually go for an 83 test and break. That would be solid. If that can give that to me, then I continue to recycle that. Somebody's saying Bernie Madoff is just one of many in this market. Oh yeah, there's all types of. Yeah, man, there's all types of players in the market.
No, but I had no idea, dude. Okay, because like again, I was not, I was not invested in the market. I hadn't learned all these things at the time when this was unfolding. I didn't know he was like a legitimate market maker. He was one of the biggest guys on Wall Street. I think like somewhere in the region of 6 to 12% of all volume went through him. He was a market maker, and apparently he was one of like the market makers who's actually legitimate because there was some financial crash, I think in 1987. And all these market makers stopped picking up the phone. They stopped taking orders, even though they're obliged to buy and sell, good, bad, whatever.
Yeah.
That's their obligation. And he continued to take orders. So he kind of made a name for himself as like a legitimate dude because of that one incident that he had. And he kind of just used that and ran with it, man. Really interesting stuff. Obviously, we're not affiliated with Netflix, but this kind of stuff for me, it's all new. And, you got to know it. If you're going to be in the finance game, this is kind of just the ABC. So I'm kind of educating myself on that. All right, let's have a look at Apple, guys. We're knocking on the door of 154 again. That size is getting eaten up. Fahad, come to my. There we go. Blowing through 154 there. These ones are, I don't know. I wouldn't punch into this because we could retrace as easily, but nice to know we broke the level. What kind of a high is that? Do we have? Let's see if we have. Yeah, okay. So this level is not the recent high here. It looks like that recent high was 157.38, but you could definitely say there's been a top at 155. We haven't closed above 155. We wicked over it once back on February 3rd. That was it. This 155 is an absolute level, and if I had to guess, if we get a positive CPI print tomorrow, this will be the mother of all flat top breakouts. You're going to see this one pumping, I think, into 160, maybe even 165. This will be a flat top breakout if we get. I'm not saying the positive CPI print is necessarily going to mean a market move. Luca just showed you, where it went up and retraced. Whatever direction it goes, if the market wants to go north, this is going to be one of the ones that kind of explodes there, guys. Kind of accumulation at that 155 looks real good. The more times it touches there, the more relevant the level. So I kind of like that look. Going to keep my eye out on Apple tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Make sure to join us. We're going to go live tomorrow at 8:25 to cover that CPI print. And guys, if you guys want to make trading your thing and you guys want to get serious about it, you're going to have to know about these major market events. You don't necessarily have to trade them, but a lot of planning especially for swing trading, goes in and around these events. You have to structure them so that they jive in a certain way. So make sure to kind of like pick up on that, as you go through your trading thing. Apple is just absolutely pumping to the high side here, 154.15. This one, I kind of thought maybe we'd flush through that 154 break, right back it down into the maybe 153.80s or so. Nuh-uh, not now. Up 2%, pumping through 154, Luca.
Yeah, Luis, what's going on? I know you said hi before. I didn't get a chance to say hi. Hopefully you had a great weekend. Saying why, and question from you, why is the market pumping here? It's, I wouldn't say it's really ripping to the north side. It's just basically technical move, right? So market is moving to the upside. Then we get that little bit of sideways action with the European close coming through. It flushes down. It quickly retraces that back to the upside, rips and makes another high. At this point, this was sort of that general vicinity, like, call it 41.30 into 41.40. Again, my lines don't use my lines, use Arun's lines, and then write those ones down. I don't know where these lines came from. I just had them from before. But yeah, I just feel like we're just drifting now. We're just drifting to the upside. So because we are in this drift mode, you might see me in positions that I take, and then it's like, okay, I'll try the trades that I know sometimes work, sometimes don't. But for example, the Apple trade, I'm like, okay, let me short this thing here. Are we gonna flush down? And it's like asymmetrical risk. So initially we flush down. I take the short 07s. We quickly go to 54s even. And then it just pops back. I go, okay, like asymmetrical trade, I'll take a break even on that one. It just didn't work this time, right? So again, level break to the upside, volume spike, no continuation, hit the short, flushes down, does it continue? No, get out of it, wait for the next one. Gregory saying waiting for the rug pull. I don't think, unless if news comes through, then yeah. But at the same time, like, keep in mind the market's up 1% today. We're going into CPI where all these people have been laid off. So it is expected that inflation is going to be low. It's going to be lower. Now, is it going to be lower than expected by much? I'm not sure. But I think Sharif made a good example there, saying, Apple is setting up for a potential flat top break on the daily, and it lines up with the rest of the market. Like, yes, if we get a lower than expected print, and if it's significantly lower, then that sort of changes a lot of things on the macroeconomic landscape. Then that sort of sets up, yes, we are going to maybe make a run at 4,200. If we break 4,200, I mean, where are we going? We could rip. We could rip, right? We could easily really rip there, right? So I would just say the reason we're drifting up today is because we are going into CPI where it is expected, at least for me, I think it's expected because of all these layoffs. So I know people have different opinions. Like Mike's saying, not enough layoffs, not enough time to change the CPI. Well, I almost want to say that big tech laid off a little bit earlier, but there is a delay. You're correct. I almost want to say there's a lag. Delay.
No question.
So there is a lag. So we'll see what happens, man. We'll see.
But you could have more disinflation in goods, which could have the headline number lower than expected. You may not have a change in some in energy, for example, or food. I think food's been like the tough one. It's been really tough. It's the one that's actually continuing to go up in some cases. I know that's been the thing in Canada at least. So yeah, I think there's a whole bunch of stuff on the table tomorrow. Guys, Apple's continuing to pump to the high side, 154.26. This one's just got no breaks at the moment. I mean, it's not, it just feels like that good one, that one that you just get in and you kind of ride a little bit, and it doesn't go against you and give you surprises. But at what point is the move extended now? I mean, it's not on any news. Microsoft's kind of been the exact opposite as Apple for, I want to say, the last, like half an hour, maybe 45 minutes. Look at Softy. Basically, I got up top wick here, my last out, and then it's been retracing the entire time. Now we're back into the 172s. We're 172.5. We're knocking on the door there. We got some support, I want to say, at that 172.5. Sorry, 272 and then 272.5 area. There's a nice little buying area there. A couple of peaks ended around those areas, so that should be an interesting area of support. What's up, Luca?
No, I didn't even notice that I got triggered out of that.
Oh, it's all good. Okay, so just back to my screen quickly here. Yeah, Microsoft continuing to make lower recent lows. We've definitely broken through this trough and this flat bottom here. So Microsoft looks, I mean, it was so strong. It's been so strong. Having a look at the daily chart here, it was a good performer last week in a week where, not a lot did well. Meta got absolutely massacred last week. Microsoft made recent highs. It went as high as 276.75. So today our high is 274.60. So we're still, a couple of bucks off that. But Microsoft also kind of giving you that flat toppy breakout-ish. If we get a good print tomorrow, some of this stuff is just going to absolutely rocket. That's my feeling anyway. Let's flip back now to some of these trades because we got a couple of baby losing trades here at the moment. They are on VOD. If this breaks a $0.50 amount, I'm basically break even at the moment as we hang around the 1155, 1160 area. It hasn't really given me a reason to get out, but it's not going my way. PGY is continuing to hold VWAP. So we got the VWAP bounce here, retracement, back down. I'm wondering if I should be adding at these levels. I'm long 51s. We're at 48s. I mean, we're not that big of a difference. So I'm just going to forego adding here. I'm going to just wait to see if it can make its way up into that 160 area. It's not costing me a lot of money to find out. Baby positions, half size, and $1 stock, so you can figure out the rest there. Apple, is this an opportunity here to get into Apple? We just retraced into 154. We kind of broke it. Now we're above it again. Does the market continue to move up? You know what? I'm done asking questions. Let's just punch. So we're gonna punch into Apple. What do we get there? We got 10s. So we're out of the money, 2 pennies. But let's see if Apple can continue to head up here. We're in a quarter position, and if we can ride this Apple wave that seems to be coming out of nowhere, why not? All right. What are people up to in the chat? Mindy Gaines, Luca, GFAI. I'm gonna wait until
I saw that. It's not doing anything though. It's down 20%.
That's
but
funny.
it's just not. It's just kind of like barcoding. I'm like, I don't know what I'm supposed to see here. Yeah, it's not really doing anything. This is daily. I'm assuming there was some type of, well, I think it was a reverse split. If I had to guess.
GFAI. Let me have a look.
I think if I had to guess, it's a reverse split.
Got an upgrade today.
Friday.
EF Hutton maintained.
Yeah.
With the coverage buy. So that's sometimes a
well, there you go. It does. So let me guess.
Yeah.
It does a reverse split. Then it gets an upgrade.
I know, right?
This one, it's
hack
a scam.
conversations,
No, I'm kidding.
baby.
I'm kidding. I loosely use that word. But again, just on the day, it's not really doing anything. Sort of sideways. Guys, you need to watch out for when it's like, oh, it's a reverse split so that they can stay on the exchange. If that's the case, I'm just guessing. But if that's the case, and then somebody comes out with like a buy rating after the reverse split, like why not before? Why not before? They just, yeah, no, I would watch that one. Yeah, no thoughts on it though.
AI, right? It's riding the AI wave.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, trade things that are moving if you guys are traders. Or if you're swing traders and you're kind of like building out your own playbook, then I'm not really too sure what you see there. I don't see it, but that doesn't mean there's not a trade there. It's just that for myself as a day trader, when I see this, man, barcode, like I can't do anything with this, right? This is just dangerous. If I jump in, these robots will just rinse me. The spread is like 40 cents on this thing, man. It's dangerous. So yeah, definitely staying away from that one, man. Staying away from that one. I just noticed that I was triggered out of the AMD trade. I don't know why. Like this is so random, but like, okay, yeah, it didn't even break the highs. Then actually flushing to 83s. It's just kind of spending time here. So let's see if this wants to pop up again, maybe get a fill there again. And go from there. Apple, yeah, Apple was, this is the thing, man. I sort of take the short. It doesn't work. Asymmetrical risk. It goes to the upside. This isn't one that I wanted to, like, fade in. Like, I didn't necessarily want to do that. I could have done it. It would have worked. But I just felt like, I'm like, I don't know. We're, like, too much in the afternoon that I just, I'm like, okay, let me just kind of chill with it. And, but, yeah, no, that could have been good. But yeah, man, I'm chilling, man. I'm chilling. Again, just guys, understand mental capital is huge in this game. Psychology of trading is huge. If you buy a book on it, read it. It goes such a long way to have strong mental capital. Essentially, what I'm getting at with this is, yesterday was the Super Bowl. I had a lot of fun. So today I'm not crazy sizing into anything. I'm chilling. I'm relaxed. And again, CPI tomorrow, so I'm just gonna take my shots where shots are warranted. Somebody asking what book? I can grab a list of books on the psychology of trading. I'll find them and pull them up in a second. I know people were asking about Wish. Any thoughts on Wish? I'm loosely watching this, wondering, do we break $1? I don't know if what's the reason for this pump here. Feel free to post in the chat.
I didn't tell you. I said it in the chat.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah. So Citron. It was like a reverse hit piece where they said we weren't going to say anything about Wish until the Super Bowl commercial came out, basically giving them an endorsement. Remember Citron used to?
Yeah, Citron Research. Yeah,
you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Okay, so this one is actually like a night, maybe not today, but if this wants to be a multi-day runner into $1 and then break to the upside, Oh baby, that looks pretty good. This is like one of those setups that it
baby.
can, it's the classic into 80 cents, into $1. You're gonna run into a lot of resistance. I don't know if I wanna, yeah, this is pay for shorts. Okay, so essentially, I'm not gonna short this now. I'm not really too convicted in it. I don't really see like a setup per se on it. But again, if we can multi-day run into $1, maybe that sets up tomorrow. Then it kind of looks good for a break of $1 and then a run 20 cents to the upside, and then whatever happens after that happens. This little dip is something that shows me that this potentially is a resistance zone. So 120 into like 135 area of resistance. Then it kind of broke below. It sort of stalled there a little bit, then actually broke below $1. So how many times do we see the dip below $1, the run into $1, the break, it does the volume? That's your kind of in and out there. So yeah, best of luck to anybody trading it today. I'm not trading today unless it breaks $1. At that point, I will try my luck on the long there for a potential little bit of a scalp trade. Just because Citron endorses it doesn't mean I do. So we'll see where that one wants to go. But yeah, we'll see if it wants to actually break $1 to the upside. Then I'll start to scalping. But until then, I'll be chilling, man. And not too worried about it. There's a few other questions in the chat that I think I'm trying to write them down, but then I sort of missed them. So guys, feel free to ask again if you're interested in asking questions, and maybe if we don't get to it right away, we will eventually get to it. Obviously multitasking, so trying to do our best to engage. Somebody's saying, John's saying never buy on a reverse split. So there's actually, John, I kind of, yeah, it's like don't just randomly buy. I agree with that. But there's some times that you see these reverse splits, and things get spicy, man. And I almost want to go back to the COSM example because right now I don't see things going nuts. So let me just quickly pull this one up. COSM, you guys remember this? We were trading this live. It was insane. I came back from an espresso in the afternoon, and Neil was like, I think it was Neil or Sean, and they were like, blah, 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 COSM 20. And I was like, 20? This thing started the day at like $4. How is it at 20? This was this day. That was on December 16th. Or sorry, December 16th, yeah, 16th or 17th. And the thing with this, in the morning, you could have sat on the bid at 30 cents and gotten filled. This was pre-reverse split prices, so I don't know if you guys remember that.
How are you supposed to know?
Well, you never know, but that's
Exactly.
that's the Wild West of trading, man. This is digital warfare. You're never going to know, but you got to be sitting at your desk if you really want to make this job work.
100%.
And you could have been sitting there at like 30, 40 cents. You could have got picked up for whatever reason, and this thing just went into 4, or I think the split was like $3. So it went into $3 to $4 area. You got filled there. I think you could have gotten filled. There's some traders out there that did get the fill. So I do want to say shout out to those legends. You know who you are. I'm sure you're not watching this video, but I know you got those fill. And that man getting in at 30 cents and riding this up to like $8 and $10, like what a legend. Oh my God. But then it ended up going to 20. And so talk about algo soaking the float because they recognize this and then pushing this all the way to $20 to $24. Like that's absolutely insane. So again, yeah, don't just buy a reverse split, but if it reverse split and it's supposed to open at $3 and you buy it at 30 cents that morning and you get the fill, I mean, you know, talk about asymmetrical risk. And they didn't even break the print on that. That's insane. That's insane. So yeah, that's my thoughts. We're obviously back down. It's not spectacular today, the COSM. But yeah, that day was interesting. So yeah, maybe happens again, but you never really know. It's one of those things that it happens, and then everybody's waiting for it to happen again, and then it never happens again. And then 3-4 years goes by, it happens again, and then everyone's at their desk waiting for it to happen again, and then it doesn't happen again. So yeah, that's kind of my take on that one. Lorenz saying, great show, guys. Thank you so much. If you are enjoying the show, guys, hit the like button. We do this for free every single day, 5 days a week. So yeah, hit that like button. We do really appreciate it. 5,000 people watching.
Hey.
Hopefully you're enjoying the show there. Great show, guys. Can you explain an example of liquidity zones forming? Sure. So that is like a loose, like I don't know exactly, you say liquidity zones forming. So I'm just going to run with that and say supply and demand zones.
Yeah, where volume is most.
Where volume is trading and like what is the area that's kind of in play. Let's use this AMD loosely as an example. So first and foremost, maybe you can say to yourself, what daily levels do I see, right? So for AMD, it had good earnings. It kind of did volume up here, and then it broke below. Now it's testing that 83. So the reason I'm going to use AMD right now is because it's actually at this level. So it's a good real live example that we can watch right now. So it runs into what was support before. Now you ask yourself, is this going to be some type of resistance? And so for myself, the reason why I'm kind of shorting it the first time is because I think it's going to get there. It's going to run out of steam. It already had moved from like 82 into 83. The bottom was 81. I think AMD is not doing crazy amounts of volume the way that it could be doing volume, and you see that on the daily. Earnings day, it did a lot of volume. Volume is dropping off. So my expectation is that it runs into this level, which acts as a resistance level potentially, and then I'm going to take shorts and then cover below and see how it forms. Now, here's the thing. As you guys can see, AMD is actually going through 83 and sort of drifting its way to the north side. So it was good the first time. It sort of broke, and now it's just kind of in this drift mode. So it didn't actually set up as perfectly as I think that it could have for a potential resistance zone. So these are things that you want to watch in real time, and you want to have things in your favor, right? So you, when in doubt, zoom out. You look at the daily level. You say this was a previous support level. Now it's potentially as a resistance level. Maybe this kind of area sets up and structures itself as a supply zone where people are selling. Then you watch the tape. Is it actually coming to fruition? Is it showing you that it's actually happening? I mean, it might not happen, and if that's the case, then your thesis is invalid, and you just get out of the trade. So as you guys can see, I was scalping that. I don't, like, getting out was, I don't know what I was doing. I don't know why that happened. But basically, like short, but now it's kind of still here. I'd probably still, like, consider that maybe it's still valid, but again, floating, less volume. I thought if it failed, it could have really failed over here, so it didn't, so it's just kind of spending a lot of time there. Maybe it spends a little more time there and then actually goes down. You can always zoom out and look at the 5 minute and say to yourself, like, this is an uptrend. Is 83 like area going to act as resistance and then go back down? I know Wish is moving now.
Wish
so
is absolutely pumping. I'm long. 96 is a lot of shares. Scalping out here to de-risk a little bit. We're hanging out at 98s, but I definitely want to wait. Sorry, I can't even breathe. I want to wait for that $1 break. I think that's where we're headed, right back up to 98s. Here come 99s. 99s incoming soon. Let's take another little bit out there. A lot of shares on, so there we go. 99s coming in, $1. Let's take another little piece out there. Let's see if we can hold above a buck. We got 96s, so we got a good little cushion. A lot of volume on Wish coming in now, guys. 44 million shares. Yeah, it's a dollar stock. I got it, but a lot of eyes on this. It's that Citron Research, I guess, anti-hit piece, if you want to call it that. Basically giving a good shout out to Wish, and Wish flying as a result. This has been kind of like a dead stock lately. Looks like we're going to have to wait at least for now for the break or the continued hold above $1. I mean, we've broken above 101 is the high, but we want to hold above that 1. That's where a lot of eyes are going to come on this. I'll tell you personally that my scanner, I filter everything sub $1. I don't look at sub $1 stocks. So if I do that, you know, I've gotten that from other people. It's not something that's just seldomly done. I think it's common. A lot of people filter $1 and above. And so, you know, it changes things. Retracing now back into that 96 penny area. How much do we give this of room? I mean, I think that 90 break is going to have to be my out. I think that I probably will add on that 90 break. In fact, I should probably be adding here because I don't know if we're going to get too many in the way of retracements. I have a feeling that the stock is going to pump. Anyway, we've taken some out. We're nicely on it at the moment, but we've got other trades we've got to nurse, namely this Apple trade. Where are we on that? So sitting on this profit taker here, I'm hanging out at 15s. Haven't quite made our way up there. It looks like we topped out at 13s, back into 08s at the moment. There we go. A nice little pump up on Apple, waiting to get triggered there at 15s. Not for the moment. I've got outs at every 10 pennies on this one up until 35. So hopefully some of those print. We're at 14s here. It's moving nicely. Let's let that one kind of develop. There we go. Wish back up right into that 99 area again. Here comes $1. Yep, there we go. Let's go. There's $1 incoming here, but ideally we want to see like 110. 105, 110, we'll start scalping out. It took a lot of shares. 99's been a resistance level. It's continuing to act a resistance level. We've obviously got some sort of hidden seller iceberg order there because you're not seeing that reflected on the book. The size isn't there to kind of block the amount of buying. We've got a lot of buyers sitting at a lot of levels here. Not so much with respect to sellers, so you got to assume some of that's hidden. There we go. Right back up into $1 again. Do we hold, though? Let's take off a little bit more here. De-risk a little bit here. We'll see how this one continues to do. How much shares do we have? left. Yeah, we still got sizable. There we go. Break through the dollar up into 103, baby. Let's take out some more size there. This has been the right trade. Go with these ones. We're spending the money on this one. We're taking some more out right here. There's another triangle, baby. Let that one ride. What's the share size? We're still riding it nice. Let this one continue to go, Luca.
Yeah, guys, so I basically took the dollar long, and it quickly, like, reversed against me, like, instantly, like, out of the money. And I was like, okay, well, I mean, I'll try my luck on the dollar. And, guys, I don't know if it's going to break and be awesome or if it's going to break and go back down. So it basically broke to the upside, went back down. I just waited. I'm like, okay, it's probably going to test the dollar again. I'll take the size out at the break even, but I'll hold some because I don't think this is invalid. I just want to see where it goes. So long, dips back down, no panic, getting it back out, essentially the same price, no big deal. Now we go to the upside, still long on the position and still got okay size. So let's say if we want to go to 120 is
Why
my
not?
Yeah, 120
Let's
is my
go,
offer.
baby.
Give me 20 cents on this thing and I'm out. So let's see if it wants to keep going to the upside. I wish that I can gain 20 cents on
Let's
this
go.
wish position.
Pump it.
Please make it
There
happen.
we go.
Market gods. We'll see where that one wants to go.
Market gods. Love it.
Yeah, wish volume coming in now. So again, guys, anytime that this thing like rips to the upside and then flushes, like $1 is obviously a psychological level. My stop
I'm gonna get
on
out
the
here.
position,
That's
I think,
it.
is going to be below. It's going to be like, if we break down
done.
here, yeah, I don't know where we go. I know like you were in at 96
Yeah.
though. Like I was in at higher. So for myself, the way that I was looking at it is I was thinking 90. I was thinking this is where we topped before, then volume's picking up. We're sort of going to the upside. We're not necessarily breaking back down. So for myself, because I already offed it at the break even, I'm not now worried. So yeah, my stop is gonna, if we go below 90, I'll be out of the rest of that position. But I just think if I'm going for 20 cents on this, might as well risk 10. That's a 2-to-1. We'll see if it actually wants to happen. In and around 120 is my target. So yeah, hopefully that happens. But if not, it's not gonna be a big deal. Let me just make sure that I throw my stop out. Because that's, yeah, it's got a...
What an exciting stock.
these
And
are
I
always-
usually don't
yeah.
like these sub $1 stocks, Luca, but I just had my spidey sense said something to me about this one. It's like, I've seen this lately. Pump it, as the chat was yelling there. All right, guys, still in this long. Apple got some out at 15s. Like we flirted with my order at 25s. There we go. We get a big pump on Apple, but I don't get the fill again. Here come 24s. We just need to cross 25s and to get that fill. So let's see what goes on here. Do I just take some out by hand? Let's do that. We take it out by hand. We'll let it run. We get 25s print, so we missed 2 pennies on there. But nice trade on Apple. It's heading to the high side. We're long on Apple at 93s, 153.93. So nicely, 25, 30 pennies in the money on this one. The stronger the names. It's been quiet today. Didn't have a big move up off the open. It kind of started trending, I want to say, around that. Yeah, well, it did have a big move up at the open, to be honest with you. It's been going since 9:30. I kind of want to correct myself there, but it really hasn't stood out. Now it's up $4 on the day. So let's keep an eye on it. I've got that trade in it. Let's let it run. The other trade that I'm in, the one that hasn't been printing, but it's been knocking on the door of my profit taker, VOD. I got in, where'd I get in? I got in at 60s, 59, 60s, it says here on the board. I'm hanging out at 69s, and we've gotten up to 67s, but we've always rejected off that. I've been noticing that there's been size here that, again, wasn't reflected on the book. Tells me that there is an iceberg, a hidden seller in there somewhere that's blocking it. I mean, look how many times we have to reject off that level. So waiting for that 70 break. If we get that 70 break, you got to assume there's going to be a lot of pent-up buying and some covering around there, seeing that it is an important level. I'm looking for a nice move, an explosive move through 69 and 70. I'm going to hang tight here. Just to reiterate, I've got my stop through the break of the $0.50. Wish now breaking through lower than my entry point. Thankfully, I got out at 98s for the last little piece there for a 2-penny winner. But I don't know if this one's done. I think this is setting up, to consolidate, hang out around $1. It kind of shows you that, I'm going to flush back, but then retraces real quick right back near that 98 and again, near that $1, and this one might be a continuation. It may flush a couple of times and shake out some of these weaker hands, especially being that it's a heavily traded name. What are we up now? Where is Wish over here? How come it retraced? So I need to know what the volume is on Wish. 58 million shares already done, and that most of that started coming in at around 12.20. So we're 12.50 at the moment. So the last little half an hour or so on that one. All right, where are we with this Apple trade here? We're still holding 30% of this trade. We're back into the low 154s. Gonna hang on to this one. You know, there's really no reason to get out. Looking at the ES, the high is 41.45.50. We're at 41.43.5. So we're essentially at day's highs. Unless I see some sort of reversal pattern here coming up on the chart, there's no reason, good reason for me to get out. We're near our highs, right? So I'm going to hold this one. I want to ride it through and see if we can print more on it, unless there's going to be like a crazy market reversal. But doesn't look like that is the case on most of these big cap names. To be honest with you, the only one really retracing here is Softy, and maybe Tesla a little bit. But Tesla's above VWAP. In fact, all the big six are above VWAP. So it is more of a hold on to your longs kind of day. I have a decent entry into Apple here. We're back into 154s. Again, my entry is 93s. So, you know, it always poses that question. Do you get out at break even? Do you add? Do you let it go against you a little bit? I mean, that's something that I always struggle with. And that analysis, I'm sure other traders think about that one as well. Back to VOD here, still hanging around that mid 1160s area, but knocking on the door of that 69 that we talked about. So we'll let that one continue to develop and look at some other trades. What's the chat up to? Let's see what they're talking about here. CVNA rising back from the dead. Let's have a look at Vana. CVNA. All right, okay. So it's only up 3.6% on the day. However, that is a nice little bottom that it made there. And a break through a top, no question about it. That 1090, yeah, let's say 1090, let's say 1085, because that was the close on Friday. So that's always a level, 1085, 1084, breaks those tops. There's clearly a double top right here, breaks through that level, rockets up to 1136, looks good. Let's have a look at the 15 to glean where some of these levels are going to be. Looks like we're going to encounter some resistance at that 1150. We're 1136 top. So I don't got to play on Vana at the moment. There's just too much else going on, but it's moving. I don't see a news headline here for it. Do I? No, I don't. Just a squeeze mention, getting a top Reddit mention for possible squeezes. So you never know what retail is looking at the moment and when that kind of stuff can squeeze. And we've been seeing a lot more of these lately. It's felt like 2020 all over again, 2021. Those were good days. Okay, so FSLY. We've been talking about that one earlier. This one catching that upgrade today, and as a result, pumping to the high side. We're now up 30%. We were up 31% a moment ago. 1298 is the top. This one was setting up. This one was setting up for almost like a flat top breakout, and I don't really have a level because it kept making very marginally higher highs, like that 1257, then we got up into the 1260s and then the 70s. You know, it'd been incrementally moving up, and then huadunk, we get this big move up at this 1248 candle, and we test 13s. We knock on the door of 13s. We're 298 is the high. Is that Calabrese?
This is, guys. Oh, wait, where's my mic on? Hold on, one sec.
This is fantastic.
All right, guys. Soprasata in the house. Let me get a nice zoom in on that.
That looks good. You can see that.
Baby, look at that. Nice soprasata from the friend, from the Nunno. And you got to try it, man. It's got the perfect spice. I wish I could give it to you guys. I was literally just handing it on the back.
So excellent.
If anybody wants more, it's in the fridge. Feel free. And yeah, man, this is awesome. This is.
I love dried, salted, cured meats. They're so good.
Amazing,
so good.
amazing.
Call me a carnivore. Call me whatever. I'm good with it.
We trade well. We eat better. Trader TV.
Thank you.
Tune
Look
in
at
any day.
that. A salty, delicious snack, guys.
Yeah,
all right,
awesome.
Back quickly here to what I was saying. Falsely, kind of retracing off that 13, making a bigger move down. Let's load falsely here, fastly. I called it falsely. Fastly. Let's load it up here. We're done with Wish, so we will move on. I think this is a New York stock too, by the way. FSLY, yes, it is New York. Here we go. So a nice little retracement here. Do you get in at the $0.75? We're hanging out at that $0.75, and there is an area of support right around here. That break, that top break, is that 270 area. So do we ride this back up? I mean, betting against this today has not paid. I'm willing to bet for most people, unless you're scalp demoning some of these ranges, right? But for the most part, this has been a long. So why would I not want to get in here? What do I see that's preventing me from getting in? Well, 13 top. Well, is 13 a major resistance level? Let's have a look real quick. Here is the daily chart on Fastly. Okay, so up to 13. Yeah, we got some consolidation tops here at 13. Look at the top. A lot of these wicks during this consolidation area were 13. Yeah, mind you, we did have peaks up to 14.5, but a lot of those touch 13. So, yeah, okay. So what we'll do here is we'll take a quarter position. I hope it's not too late to get into this. Let's go ahead and get into a quarter here. Let's punch. We get long, and we're already in the money. Nice on this one. There we go. Wow. Okay, so this was a good time to punch. This one's moving nice. Let's let this one run. Let's not count our chickens before they hatch, but we're definitely looking for a test of 13. We're only in a quarter position, so let's have some resting orders. We get, what do we get there? We got 79s. So let's hang out at like 92s. I think that's fair. Let's hang out at 92s, and then let's hang out above 13 for that high of day break. I'm going to sit at 13. Well, what's the point of sitting at 13.01 if you're going to wait for a 13 break? You got to hang out a little bit above that. I'm going to sit at 13.04s, and we'll see how that one ends up panning out. Back to Apple real quick. Still holding that 154, but 154 is acting as a bit of a top here, concerning me. Yes, 154.26 is the high, so it's broken through 124, but you know what? This is the stronger name. I just finished telling myself there's no reason to get out, so I'm not going to reconsider that. I'm going to ride this Apple long as we are near highs. And just before I send it back to Luca, VOD knocking on the door of that invisible resistance level again at 68. It's 1168. We're sitting at 69s. We're waiting to get filled, but we've rejected off this level multiple times. We'll see what happens now.
Yeah, guys, just got the fill there on Amazon as well. So I did get triggered out of Wish. It was wishful thinking, thinking that this could continue to run and keep me in the money there. But glad that I did this, man. This is a beautiful risk controlling over there. And then losing on the last portion. Yeah, somebody was like, oh, it is 10%. Yeah, but I'm going for 20%. It is 10%. Not really too worried. Size is the risk there. Finally getting the fill on Amazon flush. Oh. The thing is this is doing like just a lot of like kind of up and down in this area. So, I mean, you got to take what the market gives you some days. So for myself, I'll just take the 10-cent win, and if it gets back there, I think this is a good look. It's showing you that it's just kind of chilling over here. Just make sure that you keep the risk in check. So if you are getting in at like 40s and you're going to risk 10 cents and you go for 10 cents one-to-one, that's great.
So good.
Rinse and repeat over and over again. Just don't let it turn into like a 30-cent loser if it wasn't a part of the plan, right? So yeah, just keep that in mind. Pratt, are you good over there? This guy Pratt. So Pratt ran over to grab a couple more soprasatas, and yeah, they are a little, just a tad spicy.
They're fantastic.
So yeah, if anybody else wants Fahad, I don't know if you. Oh yeah, Fahad doesn't he? Yeah, I know, it's all good. Yeah, so that's Wish Moon. I mean, it was wishful thinking for Wish to go to the mood there, Dunmyth, but I'm now out of the trade. Skyfair, he can see the chat as well, so he sees all the comments coming through. Paul saying, I should have bought Apple, Tesla, and Amazon. Man, I should have bought Tesla at 100 when I had the chance and sold it at 200. I should have went all in, Tesla calls, and I would have been sitting pretty, man. But yeah, now it's that 95 level. Oh, you know what? I literally tell myself, yeah, take the short after watching it. Don't watch it. Goes back down. 95 is the zone. That 95 into the 96 area. I would say you could even kind of not to say that you should use highs, because Tesla's famous for running and you know, it makes it seem like it's never going to stop, and then it just reverses on a dime. Especially in the middle of the day, can really bamboozle you. But look at this, man. The high here was like 195.32, and then it literally breaks and goes 195.33, then reverses, then it breaks again 195.65. So it's better off to use like this zone and just delete this line altogether. 195 into 196, it just seems like it can't get there. And the first time that it got there, it did like a quick, like explosive move, then kind of fade back down. This is why I scalp, man, because look at this trade. If I held this one, I would have. It came back through this price so many times. So for myself as a scalper, it's easier for me to say, and this is me leaning into my strengths, but it's easier for me to say, let me short here and then cover at the bottom of the range or into that flush, and then just find other trades on it, right? Find other trades. Yeah, this VWAP long was actually really good, so pretty happy with that one. And Microsoft, are we coming into VWAP now? Because maybe I'll try a...
We are.
Yeah, I think I might...
I was going to ask you about that.
Yeah, I can't forget about this one because this one's good.
I'm going to punch. So, you know what? I had a big winner on this one. I'm going to take a quarter size so I don't lose much on this. There we go. I'm long. I'm long Microsoft here. What I got? I got basically 271.99, 272s. It's probably going to retrace against me a bit. I think 271.80 is where VWAP is, so we'll see what this one does. I want to ride it a little bit north. Apple's also retraced on me a little bit, had an opportunity to get some out on Apple. I'm not sure if I'm going to add at these levels here with Apple. I want to see what it does. You know, a 50-period retracement on the 3-minute chart is not out of the question on Apple. So we could have a bigger flush on Apple than I would like here. So I do have to be careful with that. Looks like that is happening at the moment. But I want to update you guys on this other trade, VOD. We get a couple of nice fills. Finally, we break through that level, but we're right back to that same level again. We get just a momentary break. I'm sitting now at 79s. I've unloaded a little bit of this position, so I'm happy about it. Microsoft is moving to the high side, making me look like a genius here. Let's go ahead and scalp some out. There we go. Take a little bit out there. Let's go ahead and wait. Where are we here? So let's go ahead and wait at let's wait at 40s. There we go. We'll hang out at 40s here if we can get a fill, and then if we get that fill at 40s, we'll ride this one possibly into the $0.50 break. But a nice little bounce, anticipating that hold. Excuse me, on Microsoft. It's been strong all day. It's retraced now, but that hasn't been the case the majority of the day. It's been stronger, but we get that VWAP hold, especially when it's been a stronger stock. That VWAP hold is, it's more likely to materialize, I think. FSLY right back into near our area. I'm long 80s. Does it say 80s there? Yeah, 79s on FSLY. We're back into 81s. I had a profit taker hanging out at 91s or 92s. Doesn't quite fill. Get into 90s, but don't get the continuation there. So got to keep my eye on that one and see what it's up to. Apple continuing to retrace here. I'm thinking that this may be a good area to add on Apple. I don't know, why do you want to add at this area? Well, there is an area of support here. Oh, what did I just do? I just changed the whole thing, Luca. I'm so smart. There we go. So let's go ahead and, again, I did it again. So there we go. Let's
we can show some show inception.
There we go. Hold
here.
on a sec. So
yeah,
we're
guys,
going to go
that, baby.
long.
Posted live on my Instagram. Eating that Soprasata live, baby. Life is good. Yeah, guys, I'm in no positions right now. I'm like chilling, waiting for something. That Microsoft, congratulations to you for having that. I was basically waiting, and I think I waited a little bit too long, but this was the play, man. That below 272, the dip and rip, you're already 50, 60 cents in the money. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that. Like, this area dip and rip was super clean, man. It literally broke 272, and this is 1, 2, 3, 4 minutes. 4 minutes, not even, because this is not the full minute below, and this is not the full minute below. So it's literally, call it like 3 minutes below 272, and then instantly ripping back and just going straight in the money right away. So, yeah, man, that was a banger long. I'm basically waiting, because even if we get back there, I still do like the long. So let's see. I mean, for myself as a scalp trader, I'm kind of sad that I missed that, because I would have already been out, because it already gave like 30 to 60 cents on the win. So like that's like a banger. But yeah, we'll see if we can get back there for like an intraday swing back to the upside. So yeah, the 272 level into VWAP level, that's a kind of banger area. I want that long if we can get back there. Let's see if I can get picked up. I know somebody before was asking me about BA. Luca, thoughts on BA? And I see somebody in the chat saying, Luca, BA. It's, yeah, that 216 area is pretty interesting, man. It's, for whatever reason, there's some type of seller in and around this level. And if you pull up the daily, you'll see that it's not a super, like, clean line. It's kind of like an uptrending line, but essentially it's in and around that same range. So it just can't break above this level for whatever reason. And now there seems to be this hidden seller that's in and around this area, and it just cannot break back above the highs. So I would say intraday, it's, again, nothing is safe. So if I ever say safe to say, nothing is safe. Nothing is safe in digital warfare. But safe to say that 216.10 into 216.50 is that overhead resistance zone. If we clear 216.50, it'll be a breakout on the daily. There's a potential that we actually keep going to the north side, and then maybe we get a 220 test at some point today. Not sure if it happens, but again, nice little kind of whatever pattern you call that. I mean, you guys know patterns better than I do. I'm not really a pattern guy, but Nice little up move, channeling in this sort of pattern. If we break out to the upside, if there's follow through, maybe we continue. I want to zoom out on this thing just to see, is there any kind of levels above the 220 psychological level that I can see? I know Boeing usually kind of channels. Yeah, okay, so there's nothing that I see very, very specifically. I would almost just say 220 is like that psychological level. So if it breaks 216 to the upside, I don't necessarily want to take this trade because it's the middle of the day. I don't think there's follow through. But if it sets up tomorrow when there's actually volume, if some type of catalyst comes through, if an upgrade happens and it doesn't actually break too far into the 220, maybe good look, kind of break long, swing trade into that 220. Pretty interesting, but again, intraday, middle of the day, I dance with the bots all the time, man, but I think Boeing is going to be a more of a challenging trade intraday to kind of get prices and stuff like that. So I'm going to stay away from it. But another notable thing on this name is the fact that this is like the bottoming area, so 215.20-ish, give or take, and it did a little bit of a dip and rip. So it collected all of the people who put stops here. Like, this is very clear to me. This move down is people are saying, oh, this is the support level, let me buy over here and risk off the lows, stops people out, there's no follow through to the downside, and then it quickly reclaims, goes all the way back to the high. So again, don't get fooled by this trade. If it's the middle of the day, this 11:50 when this happened, I would almost say let it stop people out, then take the long closer to VWAP, because if VWAP algorithms are in play, it is up on the day, it could make a move towards the higher end. So yeah, that's my thoughts on BA for the day. Again, not going to trade it, but we'll see where it wants to go. I know somebody's saying, Wish, what do you think? I don't know, man. I don't know. I basically took my stab at the one long, hoping that it would explode and make me money right away. It didn't, so I got out of the size for break even. I held the rest, which was a small piece, just to satisfy my oh, maybe it goes, right? I wish it goes. I'm hoping. But yeah, not really I don't really care too much, right? So where do I think it goes? I think as long as it holds trend, maybe it can continue. This is, again, for anybody tuning in, the Citron report that came through, basically essentially them endorsing them after the Super Bowl, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. Does it have the legs to continue? This doesn't look good. Like, this over-under does not look good at all. And last I checked when we were over here, there were so many massive offers, scaled all the way up. So it would have to chew through all that size. I just don't, I can't see it. So I'm basically leaving it for the rest of the day. I'm not going to look at it. So I did get the long on Microsoft, but I did get the long on Microsoft. We're going to see if I can add into this one. For the time being, that's not really the best price that I could have gotten, but I wanted closer to a VWAP buy. Market is sort of curling over. It's now 1 o'clock. I think we could probably go to 41.36 and bounce. So yeah, we'll see if how Microsoft wants to react here. I mean, it is an area, not a hard level, so I kind of want to add to this. So I'm going to see if I can get a better price.
Okay, I'm probably gonna get out of this Microsoft trade. It's kind of going against me a little bit. We'll talk about that. I'll make my decision when we get back. We got Brendo at the big desk with the energy update.
Hey guys, back to day highs here for crude oil. We were positive initially this morning in the pre-market for oil. We go very, very negative, and now all the way up to 1% almost here to the upside as we take out day highs. 80.50 coming into play, back in positive territory, and it's all about demand and supply concerns once again. If you remember last week, Russia came out, I think it was Thursday or maybe Friday, and said they were going to cut production going forward into the remainder of this year. That sent oil sharply higher on Thursday and Friday. So back to the upside we go once again. 0.97 for crude, helping out some of the energy-related stocks as well. Remember, XOM all-time highs on Friday. I haven't actually looked at that yet today, but worth a check of all of them still chopping around about break even. We saw on that sector board throughout the morning a little bit of negativity relative to the price for crude, but with oil making a rally here, guys, worth a look. Some of the oil stocks back to the upside. If you haven't yet, make sure you hit the like and subscribe. Guys, back to you.
Like and subscribe, guys, and share. Share with your family and friends, because that's the way we grow. More viewers, more eyes, the more we can reinvest into this, no question about it. So much going on here, so much expanding the last little while since the beginning of this year. So guys, hit the like, hit the subscribe, and share with your friends. Thank you very much. All right, like, subscribe, and share the show that takes you into the heart of the market every day, guys. Oh, I'm definitely reshooting that.
Oh no, man. Bang, baby. Oh,
I'm definitely
baby.
reshooting that. Oh, baby.
I like that. Do it one more time, guys. One more time. Run it back.
like, subscribe, and share the show that takes you into the heart of the market every day, guys.
Woo!
Let's
Okay,
go.
okay,
I love
okay,
that.
all right.
I love that. Let's
Getting
go.
some feedback. I'm getting
Let's
some feedback
go.
here. I'll let go. All right, guys. Where are we at here? So let's figure out where we're at. Getting my dip trade here on Apple in the 60s, but this one continuing to head to the downside. We said a 50-period retracement on the 3 was not out of the realm of possibility, and looks like it's going to head that way, at least for now. Where's that 50-period on the 3? It's at 153.40, at least for the moment. So now we're still in the 50s. I'm not taking this one out. Just going to ride this one. I think it's been a relatively strong name. I hope it doesn't just now start to retrace on me and get me in all sorts of trouble. Microsoft, I came to punch out of this one, and my guy to the left here brought something very good to my attention. He's like, look, man, this is the VWAP bounce. It's been a strong name, up 3.2% on the day. It's retracing for the moment now, but you know how these things work. They don't always exactly bounce off VWAP.
Yep.
Looks like we're getting a little bit of a market move down. You're gonna have to absorb these moves if you're gonna ride these long. So we take a bit of a hit for the moment on Microsoft, but we're only holding like a few shares. Okay, so this doesn't even really matter. In fact, I should be adding down here if I believe in this trade. I'm going to wait to see how it acts a little bit here. Do we get a nice kind of green candle, maybe a doji reversal candle around here, reclaim VWAP over that 21 3/4? Not going to make a decision yet. Let's ride this one through. Apple, back to that one because they're kind of interrelated. You know, both are market moving big boys. Now coming back into the 160s, we want to see a move, a curl, back into the 153.80s and 154s to show that, okay, well, we're done kind of this consolidation area that we were heading towards. We're bouncing off the 50 period, and this is the continuation north. That's what you want to see, not when it's going to pan out. So far, so good, though, holding that 160 area. The last trade here, what happened? On FSLY, there's a whole lot of accumulation, I want to say, at this 1290 area. You know, we've been knocking on the door. We've been making higher lows all across this kind of bull flag retracement. This is a pennant, sorry. Retracement here. So I'm looking for that. I'm sitting at 91s. If we break 91s, I think we test 13s again. And I've got a profit taker hanging out at 1304s. But I just don't want this one to flush against me. Where's the out? Well, I would have to say the out is probably through the break of 70. You have a peak here, which was an obvious resistance level. That's supposed to be support. So if that one breaks, you might want to give yourself a few pennies in case you just, you don't get wicked out on just a bad print there. But the idea, I think, is still sound. So we'll try to ride that one through. Microsoft, finding a little bit of a balance. We're forming a bit of a doji. That's what we kind of want to see. A doji, a short-term reversal pattern, but that's not what we don't get what we want. The market's going to do what it wants. Now the market, it hung around that 41, 45, 50 level for a while. Now we're kind of retracing 10 points off that. We're coming into the 50 period here on the ES March contract. How come it's not showing there? There we go. ES March contract 41.37. See if we have an area of support. We had a consolidation area here before it broke north. So do we find support around these levels? The big cappers, anybody long big cappers will want to be looking for that, Luca.
Yeah, for sure. It's, 100% there. Guys, I don't know why. I was like, oh, you got to take what the market gives you. And I'm like expecting Amazon to get back up there. But no, as soon as I get that fill, it's like, okay, we're going to go all the way back down through 99. So yeah, sometimes hold a piece, I guess. Sometimes for myself, I mean, I don't really hate it. Nice little scalp trades for myself. 100% win rate. So I'll say it, man. Yeah, 100% win rate. Easy, man. Is it the soprasata? Yeah, maybe. But yeah, nice move to the downside. Hit the bang. Let's go. Basically nursing this Microsoft long. I'm going to see where this goes. I know that sometimes when VWAP comes into play, and Sharif was like, oh, yeah, maybe I'm going to let this go. And I was like, well, this is the thing, man. Maybe it just comes into VWAP, does a little dance, goes down, goes back up. I basically have the give or take the average on that for VWAP. So now I'm basically waiting to see if we can pop back to the north side. So we sort of topped out here, then we dipped down, then we topped out here again. Then we had the upside move. We're dipping down. This is my VWAP long. And I'm waiting to see, can this get back into just almost 273 to the upside. So yeah, I'm going to see if I can go for like maybe like $1 or $2 winner on that one. I'm going to basically nurse that. Everything else has been, I don't want to say slow, but essentially Again, CPI coming in tomorrow. Probably going to get a lot of volume coming in on the close, so things are going to be a little bit more exciting. This is the dip in the overall market. Opening now the next 5-minute candle, or no, that was actually late. But yeah, basically, does this area hold, right? So it stopped here initially. Then we had the down on the Europe close, the rip back to the highs, classic maneuver there, sort of drifting the rest of the afternoon, not really doing anything too crazy, and now sort of dipping back down. I would not say that this is like the market tanking. The market tanking obviously would be like a rip back through VWAP. This is basically a nice little healthy pullback from what it looks like. So if you think the market's going to close at the highs going into CPI, you know, what are the levels to look at? I almost want to say this like 4130-ish area dip. So I'm basically taking the Microsoft long with the anticipation to see if it wants to keep going to the upside. Do I think this is going to rip to the downside and blow through, you know, 269? Like, no, not really. So yeah, basically VWAP bounce level area. Let's see where it wants to go. And yeah, go from there. Somebody's saying LMT is running. We can have a look. I haven't looked.
I looked. I mean, Lockheed. It's not really, Luca. Like, look, this is it.
Oh,
That's
okay,
as good as it gets right there. I mean, volume, guys. It's done 600,000 shares. The average is 1.4 million. I'll bring it in. I mean, I have no problem. Let's bring it in here. Lockheed. Obviously, you know that Russia just launched a new offensive. And, you know, so the war looks like it's going to continue to go on for some time there, unfortunately. So for, you know, the foreseeable future, you have to make the assumption that these military stocks are going to be in play. And they've been in play since, what are we? We're going over a year now on the war, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the war's been about a year. Let me see if there's a catalyst here. I'm not looking to see anything. Yeah, you know, it's up 0.6% on the day, guys. Hasn't done much. So not much to talk about except, you know, the macro picture there with respect to some of these war military stocks. So what's the chat up to here? GSUN, Boom, and Boom, NHOD. Okay, so we'll have a look at GSUN. That was a runner from last week. Okay, we're getting a little bit of movement here. Not much, right? So nice little bull flag, pennant, channel, kind of downward thing, continuation. Textbook, these are like the most occurring patterns. And they're usually quite profitable. So it's on lower volume though, so be careful with it. Let's have a look at the daily for levels here. Okay, so we got plenty of levels to deal with from last week. We're near high a day right now. 265 is the high. Friday's high was 68, so we're going to encounter some resistance coming up. Looking at the day prior to that, the high was 312. You got to assume probably find resistance at the whole dollar, so $3 and then 312. But we're basically in a range. And to be honest with you, it kind of looks like a continuation bull flag. Here's the move up, the retracement, the move back up, and the retracement. So GSUN's been moving lately. Just so our viewers know, GSUN, Golden Sun Education Corp is a China-based holding company principally engaged in the provision of educational services. We saw these ones running in 2021, these Chinese online education companies. They ran for a bit. Not sure why this one's been running lately. I don't recall exactly, but anyway, it has been running. We know that it's a form going into last week, so we'll just play it with that knowledge. All right, what else is being talked about here? I've been short Microsoft in 273. Good job. I mean, I'm not really a counter trend trader, so I'll go with the trend rather than against it. But if you're good enough to do that, shout out to you. Lolo says, Wish wants to make a move, creating a downward line breakout. LFG. All right, well, I wish you the best there. I'm kind of done my Wish trade. I'll go over it maybe later, but it was a nice profitable winner. We went with big boy size, and we ended up being rewarded. Market's finding a bit of a bounce here, bouncing off that 50 period on the 3-minute chart at 41.36, now pumping back into 41.40. 41.45 is the high. So we're near highs and we are lows. Meta finding a nice little bounce off VWAP. Likewise with Apple curling in. So we added more shares down in here, finding a bit of a curl now. I think Microsoft's probably in the same boat. There we go. My guy's probably long over here and thinking he's a damn genius.
I'm, well, it's basically flat, but I'm basically like waiting for it to come. I think a good look here, guys, NVIDIA 220 is pretty interesting. So the high of the move is give or take 219.80. But 220 is pretty interesting, and Sharif, I don't know if you think about this one, but potential flat top break to the upside.
It's been continuous.
Yeah, man, 220 is interesting. It is up 3% on the day. giving you this nice little channel area to play with if you wanted to recycle in and around this general area. You know, it's yeah, definitely something to watch there. 220 on Nvidia if you guys are watching that one. Yeah, still nursing the Microsoft long, just basically chilling. It's there was something else that I wanted to say, and what did I totally forget now? Oh yeah, okay. I got to show you guys this, man, because this is so. There's two things that I got to show you guys, and let me just pull it up here. First of all, for anybody that loves wine, maybe you know, I shouldn't be doing this because I should be keeping all these for myself. But Joel got GOTT, the 2019. This wine, absolute banger. Not sure if you guys tried it in the chat. Let me know if you did. Tag me if you do on Instagram if you go and buy it. I absolutely love this wine. Drank it on the weekend. It was amazing. Definitely can't complain. It's a cab. Joel got 2019. But yeah, definitely.
Sauvignon?
Yeah, it was.
Look at all these.
It was
pictures.
amazing.
Look at
And
this
now
stuff.
I gotta show. So again, I was at my friend's house yesterday, and look at the tequila he has.
I love it. I love the whole display.
Like insane, man. So it's a bunch of different like azules, like different. Obviously, you got the gold, the whatever, and then the clear.
I love how this guy's got a markup. You're
Yeah,
great, bro.
it was like I saw this, I was like, oh man, I gotta take a picture of this, and I hope he doesn't mind me showing this. But yeah, no, absolute banger. I think he got this in
Beautiful.
Vegas, like a while ago. I think he got this in Vegas. So,
Was it good?
I didn't try this.
Oh, you didn't try? Okay,
But
you drank
yeah, no,
wine.
It's
Okay,
basically
yeah.
Azul, so it's amazing. It's like a top of the line tequila. But yeah, man, absolutely crazy bottle, man. Crazy bottle. Rate the bottle. I think it's a 10.
Rate
I think
it.
this is a 10, man. It looks like something else. It looks like, if you know what I mean, something else there. But yeah, definitely interesting bottle. Great tequila. Azul. Obviously got the Azul in the back there too. Yeah, we drink well. We drink well all around, baby, all around. Somebody's saying, what happened with Apple? See
It's
that
pumping,
volume.
baby. Let's go.
Yeah,
Come on,
you-
back into the $0.75. We're long with the averages
could
in.
be a
We're at
dark
76s. So going the right way, but you know,
probably a dark.
slower time of the day. You know, be patient on this one. But if you're looking long, go with what's strong. Oh, I like that.
If you're looking
long, go with what's strong.
I like that. I like that.
And you know, Apple's been, you know, I get in the beginning I told you this was been the quiet name and didn't really make that flashy move up, but I like its move today. I think it's being bought in anticipation of a possible strong CPI print, in which case investors and traders are betting that it's going to skyrocket, and they're getting FOMO and they're punching in. So
Can I just talk quickly about that Apple big volume spike?
of course.
Yeah, Pratt, feel free to come to my screen here just very quickly to show this. So if you guys see a massive, volume spike, right? If you see a massive volume spike on a name and you're wondering,
on
oh, wait a
Microsoft.
second, I see a volume spike, I see a huge volume spike, you know, what is this? Dark pools don't have the 24-hour reporting requirements, so the opening print from 2 days ago can actually be printed today at any time. Like it can come through at any time.
So unfair.
And so, our system will pick it up as, oh, a big trade went through when it didn't actually go through right now. Because dark pool is the most of the Wild West. There is no reporting requirement. There's no 24-hour reporting requirement, as there is with many of the other venues, right? So when you see volume coming through, it's coming through live. Then you see a massive volume spike, and it's a dark pool print, and this just happened. And what I do to kind of figure this out very quickly is essentially I look at the price where it printed. It printed at 153.70. And then I look, oh, wait a second, the opening print on Thursday was 153.70. So that dark pool is just residual prints coming through from the opening print on Thursday. And so the way that I do it, the most volume will be transacted on the opening print and on the closing print, especially for large caps. And so essentially that kind of print coming through in the middle of the day with no price reaction to it. So this is again intraday. This is the intraday 1 minute on Apple. You guys are seeing, look at this massive volume spike, but look at that candle. It didn't do anything, right? That volume didn't actually come through. It just sort of balanced out. Now it went from 153.60 to 70, 10 cents. You're telling me, what is that, 1.7 million shares? 1.7 million shares would have much more of an impact if that actually was a live print. So again, if you're ever wondering, how do I know if it is a live print or not? Just dark pools do not have the 24-hour reporting requirements. Look at where the opening and the closing print was for the past week. It's just quick. It takes literally 5 seconds. I just go like this. I go 5 minute. I look back. I was like, okay, they just printed at this price. Oh, okay, that's where the opening print was. Okay, it's not live print. But you would obviously see it in the tape. I know people asked this from before, that's why I'm essentially saying it. Yeah, so 1.8 million shares, that was a part of the opening print, so it's just coming through in a dark pool. It's not a live trade that actually took place today. So yeah, it's not really information that you use. You just look at it, you discredit it, it's like it never happened. That's why you'll see these kind of dark pool prints. So for example, on Apple, on our software, you might see like, oh, a print happened down here. Like that was not a print that happened at 10:10. Like clearly, like there's no way it would do that and go back up unless every stock was doing that and it was like a flash crash. You would be like, oh, okay, like 150.95. You look back and you're like, oh, wait a second, 150.95 is like where this thing closed, like on Friday. So that was the closing print. So yeah, that's basically a rule of thumb. Hopefully that helps you guys. Yeah, it's just kind of, I know a lot of people are asking, so I just wanted to cover that. Justin saying, did we get CPI data? No, we are waiting for tomorrow. 8:30 sharp. 8:30 Eastern time, wherever we are in the world. 8:30 Eastern time. We're coming on at 8:25 a.m.
Yeah.
So every time big things come through at 8:30, we come through 5 minutes earlier. CPI has been really, really hot.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, man, we're coming through 5 minutes earlier. Sean and Neil will be trading it live, man. It's I don't know how they do it. It's lots of excitement over there. Somebody's saying dark pools ought to be illegal. Well, it's, I mean, it is what it is, right?
What's the purpose of it? I don't mean to put you on the spot. Is it to facilitate big orders between larger institutions?
Think of it as a giant game of poker. And if I have to move a lot of size and I throw it on lit venues, people are front-running orders and I'm not necessarily getting the size. So the workaround for that was, okay, let's open dark pools, right? So they're private dark pools from, for example, JP Morgan or whoever operates them. And it's where the majority of block trades go through. It's essentially, I mean, is the market rigged? Like, yeah, obviously the market's rigged in every way possible. But the thing is everybody's trying to rig it against everybody else, making it digital warfare, making it a lot of fun. That's why I say it. So it's not necessarily, it's its own beast that's kind of moving in different ways. The way that I try to kind of maybe some value add here. So again, dark pools are used by institutions to trade large blocks of shares. A lot of volume is traded in the dark pool. This is why I say if you're actually interested in managing order flow and stuff like that, go look at FINRA and see where the volume is being done, which dark pool. And then if you want to compete, you obviously trade in that dark pool. Every stock will be trading more volume in different dark pools, and it's a 2-week delay, so you're not necessarily getting live information. I'm basically going to so much detail about this, it doesn't really matter too much. If you're moving hundreds of millions of shares of Apple, you're probably not watching me right now. But yeah, you do know which dark pools to move it in. So yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily something that particularly manipulates. That's not necessarily market manipulation, just general dark pools. It's just dark pools. You have lit venues, you have dark venues. I mean, at Day Trade the World, we can route any dark pool, really, if we want to participate in that. It's just not something that I see as it's more expensive to route the dark pool. So do you really want to do that? I mean, maybe not. In some situations, maybe.
So they obviously, they're obviously dealing with more shares. But my question is, how do they influence the price of the stock? Because they take place off the grid, so to speak, right? They're not part of the lit market. So whatever the price that's being bought and sold for on the dark pool is kind of not really dependent about what the lit market is saying at the moment. I'm assuming because it's like you're basically agreeing to take a huge sum of shares at a certain price, the buyer and the seller, right? Are these orchestrated? Like, how do they put them out there? Are there like resting orders where someone's like, I need to offload like 1 million of Tesla, and another banking brokerage looks at that. Yeah, okay, I want to take on that risk, and that's basically the amount of shares I'm looking for. They don't go in the lit market. They go into these dark pool prints to take that kind of side. Like,
it's easier. So again, trading gets very, very detailed. I would say, read Flash Boys if you haven't already. It's a great book. It'll answer a lot of questions. And then again, realize that Flash Boys is like 20 years old. So imagine how much more advances and things change in that kind of time period. But to quickly give you an answer to that one, which is it's not something that you can answer quickly, but if there's somebody who wants to sell 10 million, 20 million shares of Amazon, and they're like, okay, I'm gonna, they call their broker, whoever. So imagine buy side says, I think Amazon's gonna go up. I want to buy 25 million shares. They call their sell side dealer and they say, let's say it's Goldman Sachs. Make it happen. Right. I need to buy 25 million shares. So Goldman goes out. They try to find a pair for that. And maybe they do, maybe they don't, and then they transact it in a dark pool. Now, when that transaction actually takes place, it could be a live print that happens intraday. I would look at that and say, well, somebody wants to buy Amazon at this price, and somebody wants to sell Amazon at this price. Somebody had 25 million shares to sell, and somebody wanted to buy. So that was a pair, that was a huge block order that took place. Is that a fair price? So it doesn't necessarily, you don't look at this and say, oh, there was a buyer in a dark pool of 25 million shares on a given day, the stock is now going to go up. No, I look at that and say, well, wait a second, there was a buyer at this price, and there was a seller at this price for significant size.
For this many shares, yeah, exactly.
Maybe this is where the majority of dark pools for the next little while are going to print.
Interesting.
Because that's a fair price. And so I'm getting into like so much detail now, and maybe this is like super boring to people.
This
but
is
essentially,
not, well, I think it's very interesting. But
I mean, it's, you know, I would, there's
you gotta
not
know the intricacies if you're going to put money on the line.
Yeah, and like trading, there's no like kind of, you don't like look at something and say like A plus B plus C equals I'm going to make money. You say, okay, all this information, how do I digest it? How do I understand what's happening? There's always different takes. So when you are buying and you're passively sitting on the bid and you get the fill, ask yourself why. Why is somebody filling me there? They have the opposite opinion. You know, and always make the assumption that other people are smarter than you are. So if you get the fill, you gotta ask yourself why. What am I missing here? What am I missing? Why did I get the fill?
Nerve-wracking feeling.
So the reality is, you should actually always get par fills. You should throw out shares. You should always get par fills, and then it instantly goes in the money, and you're never wrong. And you say to yourself, okay, I had the perfect price. So that's why I make the joke, you know, give me par fills, and I'll show you how to never lose money.
I know, true.
Because you'll never be out of the money, right? Every day trader wants to take a trade and just be in the money right away.
Best feeling.
So yeah, that's there's that. But essentially, yeah, going back to dark pools again very quickly, lit venues versus dark venues. It's not necessarily saying, you know, dark venues are where algos manipulate and blah, 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 and all this other stuff. I feel like it's just like a big movement of order flow, and all these algos are trying to figure out where the majority of prints are going to take place. And if this is like where they're printing, and then you can get some shares over here, get them, and then cover them over here, get them over here, and then cover them over here, and it's just like a flow, like a flow of like massive orders that are printing in dark pools, majority in dark pools. And then obviously, you know, as a day trader, I always route to lit venues.
Yeah.
It's just you get rebates. I mean, I'm not moving, you know, 100 million shares of Apple and Amazon, so it doesn't matter.
Well, speaking of Apple, we are printing here on Apple. There we go. Printing through 154. We're long 153.65. So now we're at 154, I want to say 05s. Let's continue to ride this one through. The market is making newer highs. 41.46 and a quarter is the high on the ES March contract. Google's making a move. Meta's making a move. Amazon, Apple, and Microsoft. You know, I'll admit it, I got out of this Microsoft trade. I probably shouldn't have done that. My guy had the right idea here. I said I'd focus on Apple. I had very little left on Microsoft. I didn't want to continue to watch this make lower lows. I was worried it was turning into a flat bottom break. I was wrong on that. Microsoft retraces $1. Would have printed nicely on that last little bit, but that's all good. It was a small piece. Apple hanging in above that 154. The high of day on Apple, though, 154 and above a quarter, 26. So let's see if we can ride that one through. How much shares? We're holding 50% still on Apple. Time to take a little bit here out at 09s. Let's ride this one into 20s, up 2%. It's been the sneaky one. I've liked this one a lot today. It's been slow and steady, and we were able to add into this nice little, you know, pullback, right? It was a big boy move up. You expect at least, you know, a 10, 15 minute, 20-minute pullback. That's what we do. We add into this position. We add nicely into this area here on the trough. Very happy with this trade. All right. What are we going to look at next? Because we've got a couple of other trades on at the moment. Fastly, still hanging out here below my profit taker. I'm hanging out at 92s. I'm seeing 92 come in on the ask here. Come on, print me already, man. It's been way too long. All right, well, no sense yelling at that. VOD, we're above our break even. We're long 59s. We're printing 65s here. But this one's kind of just been very lackluster. No point in wasting mental capital on this. Let's get rid of it. It wasn't a big position. We're out of that. We take out a little bit there for a win. Fastly, we get printed. Finally, we break through that 95 area. The volume's coming in on this one. We could have another 13 test coming up. 12.98 was the high on Fastly. I want to keep my eye on this one. I have a resting profit taker through the break of 13, hanging out at 13.04s, but there's no guarantee we break through that. Let's continue to watch that. How many shares do I have left? Small amount. Nothing really to write home about. Apple's the big story for me, though. 154.13. We're going to continue to ride this one, hopefully into the $0.25 and maybe even beyond. Luca.
Yeah, guys, heads up on NVIDIA as well. This broke 220 to the upside. Market ripping to the upside. So again, long is working. I basically told myself I'm going to nurse this Microsoft VWAP long. And this is the 5-minute just to zoom out here. But now it's moving back to the upside. So yeah, definitely can't complain with this nice move to the upside. And it was one where I said, maybe I didn't get the best price, but I missed it the first time. And again, the psychology of trading, I missed it the first time. I was like, okay, I'm not missing it the second time, which is why I had like the I have the average that I have. I could have gotten like a way better average on that. But yeah, still in the position here, and I took some at the top of this range. So basically, long, take some out over here just because this is where it stopped before. I'm going to hold the rest for 274 if we can get there. It's just the top end of the range on the day. And I just feel like if I'm playing a VWAP bounce, if the market's making a high, if we're going to continue to the north side, might as well hold the strongest name that's out there. So Microsoft up 3.5%. Definitely can't complain. Maybe you get a dip back into 272 for a potential reload. I think I'm just going to roll with what I like. Maybe you kind of dip down and then pop and then keep going to the upside. That's what I, maybe you get a reload there. I'm not going to take it. I'm just going to chill with what I got here. It's it's definitely not bad, and the market basically dipping into this area, giving you the dip buy and then pushing into the high of the day. So yeah, nice to see that my idea is working for me. So I'm going to chill with it and continue to watch myself make more. Hopefully, Michelle saying thank you for the super chat. Luca Ape 250 break incoming. Hopefully,
Ape.
Yeah, best of luck, man. You've been long this thing since day one. So I mean, I know that if this thing for whatever reason is printing $10 a share, and I don't see you in the chat, I know why, man. I know why. But just don't forget us, and remember to feel free to send super chats. But again, thank you so much for that one. Always appreciated. And King of the Ring ×3 sending to CHF again. What is that currency again? CHF. It's on the top.
Oh, are those kroners?
Kroners. Yeah. Thank you so much, regardless, for the super chat. Somebody. Yeah, saying great value from Luca here. I think when I was talking about
man, that was
dark
awesome.
pools
I was
on
listening
that
to
one. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I would say again, read Flash Boys, ask a lot of questions. I could spew information forever. I just don't know where to stop or start. But yeah, if you have specific questions, Swiss francs. Thank you so much for the Swiss francs. But yeah, again, if you have specific questions, then feel free to ask me those specific questions. But if you what did Kawhi say? I can't just sit here and start spewing information.
Spiel.
Even though I do all the time.
You gotta ask me questions.
But yeah, no, it's.
You're like the opposite of Kawhi, where you're very outspoken, he's very underspoken, right?
Yeah, I talk. I like to talk. From here and there, a couple words, whatever. Drink a couple Spros. Eat some soprasada. Life is
this
good.
Guy in the back over here, laughing like Kawhi. Let's look at Apple real quick here. Hanging out at 154, we retraced off. I want to say, how high did we get up there? We got up to 154.17, not quite up to the high of day of 154.26, but I like this one. I don't want to get shaken out. I'm long 63s here. I can afford to let it retrace a little bit. I think if it was to come back to the 50 period, at least on the 1 minute chart, we'd be hanging out around 86s. On the 3 minute, it would probably break below at 55. So this trade is probably dependent on the market either continuing to make newer highs. I think we're bound to test that 41.50 at some point. We've topped out here at 47 3/4. 41.50 is probably in the sights. Let's have a look at the hourly on the ES here, March contract. This is my new setup, so some of the old horizontal trend lines have not transferred over. So first and foremost, I see that 41.70 is obviously a top. So trend line has to go there. We go 41.70, and then from a few days before that, 41.80. So let's call this an interesting sell zone here of 41.70 to 41.80, a 10-point area, right? So we don't have to get there today, but got a bit of a reverse head and shoulders here happening on the ES on the hour contract. Whatever. It's probably not indicative of too much because, again, it's so dependent on what the CPI print comes in tomorrow. So you could have all these amazing chart setups and, you're holding trend and you're doing this and that, and CPI comes in and it's like, the hell with your feelings. Here's what we're doing and here's what we're moving, and all of a sudden we have new charts, new trend lines, new everything. So looks good for now. These levels are definitely going to be in play tomorrow. Above that, going back to the ES March contract here, I want to say 4,200 obviously has been the level. We've broken above it. 42.08. So you can say, you know, for all intents and purposes, 4,200 is a level. So there goes a trend line in there. And those are the three that I see, at least for now, going back at least to January 18th here. So getting closer to the highs than we are the lows. Are we on the ES March contract? Waiting for that big CPI print. Okay, so this is kind of messing up on me here. I got to change this one. All right, the Apple trade that we're in, let's start reviewing that a little bit. That's kind of the only thing that I've got on at the moment. Back into the 153.90s. We're long 63. So how much do I let this go against me here? I got to keep my eye on, you know, some of these futures, some of the, well, you know what? Google's making a move. Meta's making a move. Amazon's making a move. Not so much with Apple and Microsoft at the moment, though I'm seeing more red candles than I am green. Google is continuing to come closer to near highs, 90, 95. They're knocking on the door at 95 now. We're in the 94.30s. I think I'm going to hold on to my Apple long here. I don't want to get shaken out. Let's get to the super chat. Momo Pro integrated stock scanner and screener sending a $20 super chat. Says Trader TV over CNBC. You know what I call it, CNBS, baby. Welcome to the show, and we'd love to have you. Obviously, we'll give it to you raw. No filters on this one. We're going to give you the price action regardless of what we think of the stock, Luca.
Yeah, guys, no filters. We do it live. Things move, and then we trade it. And sometimes maybe good.
I trade it again.
And sometimes maybe not so good. And, you know, that's the beauty of trading, man. It's obviously not always going to be perfect. I come here with winners. I come here with losers. Sometimes maybe good. Sometimes maybe bad. But always having a good time doing it. But yes, you know, coming in, when things move, we're all over them right away. And yeah, it's definitely a lot of fun. Hopefully,
Luca, I just got to interrupt you real quick.
Ahead.
We're going to have to spend the money on Fastly. Finally, we get a break at that 13 top, 13.08. We get that print at 13.04s. We're hanging out above 13. So how much am I holding? I'm holding a little bit now. And not a big amount, but why would I sell at this point? We're holding 13. Give it to the top of this consolidation area. I want to say that 12.95. Here we go, coming back down below 13 into 12.98. Do we hold this area? Do we reclaim 13 super quick? My long is 81s here, so I can kind of afford to let it go against me, but I really want to see a reclaim of 13. We've obviously had, I showed you on the daily chart that there was a big level of consolidation wicks that went through that 13 area. This is what I'm talking about over here. Having a look from basically July, mid to early July to mid-August. We kind of topped out, maxed out at that 13 level, saving except for one day, which wicked up. We definitely didn't close above 13 any of those days. And then basically we broke down below 13 and haven't touched 13 since then. But here's also the big deal. We're also above the 50 period, and now we've just touched the 200 period on the daily. So that's a key level of resistance. Some would even say, and my textbook in the CMT stuff that I've been studying says this is a good probability trade where you take these old or like, you know, established resistance levels. The 200 period is definitely one of those ones that a lot of people are going to be watching. A lot of trend following systems use them. And so there's always action in and around them. So this is an interesting area. You know, I have to look for a possible retracement off here. You know, I'm all gung-ho, excited to take these profits through the 13 break. All the while, 13 could be the level where we turn back. Let's see how we do. I'm going to give it to basically 90. I'm long 81s, so I've got a little bit left. I'm going to give it to 90. If it breaks 90, I'm gone. But I want to be able to ride this one through 13.10s if possible. We've been waiting for payouts on this one. And looks like, you know, we may get rewarded back up into 13 here. Let's reclaim 13, baby. Let's head to the high side. 13.10s, no problem. Let's go. All right, while I'm talking about that, I also got to mention that Meta is moving again. Now reclaimed 180 and holding above it 118.19. 180, sorry, did I say 118? I meant 180 and a quarter. It's really pumping to the high side is Meta now, reclaiming that 30 level. 180.80 is the high of day. So we're not quite there, 50 pennies away from the high of day, but Meta making a nice little move there. Not seeing that reciprocal move on Apple, which sucks because we're in that trade and we're long 63s, but now we're back into the 80s. I think we might have to cut this one soon and walk away with some of these profits, Luca.
Yeah, guys, Amazon went all the way back up
Meta's
to that
pumping.
range and then like reversed right away. So that level's still in play, looks like. Somebody was also saying Tesla big flush to the downside. Yeah, it's kind of respecting the general range that it's in. Again, 95 as described from before, very good. And VWAP bounces kind of looks sketchy. I'm not gonna lie. So let me just remove the fills so that it you know, shows here. It basically. Flush, it looks bad, and then it goes back. Flush, it looks bad, and then it goes back. So that's what I mean by kind of sketchy there. But yeah, we'll see if this thing wants to bounce again the third time, or maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth time off 193 and then bounce back to the upside. One thing that I'm looking at here is the market kind of made that high, then reversed, and now it's kind of channeling slow. You know, do we then go back for a dip? The only thing that's not so much worrying me, but I'm just kind of asking myself, if we now, like when we dipped before, that's when I got the Microsoft long at VWAP. So I have always a lot of questions when I trade, and then they go unanswered, but it is what it is. But essentially, I got the long here when the market was here. The market ripped up, Microsoft ripped up. Now Microsoft's back down, but the market did not go back down. If the market goes back down, does Amazon have more downside, right? So I thought this would actually dip into the 50 period and then continue up. But it's sort of just back at VWAP, and then maybe it just wants to stay at VWAP and like just do a lot of trades over here before it then makes a directional move. So I am still in the long, as you guys see, 271.71. Now essentially out of the money on that. I'm wondering, do I take another position and kind of add the size that I took back, that I kind of took off? Again, as a day trader, this is why you always want to pay yourself kind of long and then, you know, take some off. It goes back down. I'm not really too worried because I basically paid myself out. I have a chance to reload. Do I reload is the question. I'm going to allow it to break this bottom if it wants to of 271 and a quarter. And then like we'll see if it wants to run 271s and then give a bounce back and then rip back to the upside. So that's basically what I'm watching right now. I don't think thesis is kind of invalid yet. Let's just see where this thing wants to go. It's a range, right? So I'm going to basically use this range that it has. You know, it can still easily dip down and then go back up. So yeah, I'm just going to basically watch that and see where that one wants to go. But yeah, I do really love the Amazon, man, that kind of topish area. Like, why is it just stopping here, right? And then even it runs to the upside, it breaks the high, little bit of a volume spike, nothing crazy, right? Middle of the day, but again, volume spike into the high and then instantly reverse and then reject it again. So basically 99.30 to 99.40 is the area right now on Amazon. So for whoever wants to look at that, you know, that's my call on that. Basically, yeah, just watching that over and over again. And yeah, need on Meta. I don't know what that means, need on Meta. I just haven't been really trading Meta too much today. I know, Sharif, you've probably taken way more
I took
trades.
a couple, no, not too many, but like, I mean,
you're all
I'm
over
always
Apple.
looking on it. I'm on Apple, yeah, because I'm waiting for this pullback. Hopefully, the future is finding a bit of a footing here at 41.44. The strength, though, is, I think, in Amazon and Meta at the moment. Not so much in the one that I'm in, Apple, but you know it's holding its level, so not not a bad thing. Okay,
go.
Momo Pro integrated stock scanner and screener, $100 super chat, baby. It comes in
love
red,
that. Not a fat
and I
finger.
love how he wrote. What he wrote, not a fat finger. I've made those. I know some of the other people on this floor have made fat finger mistakes.
time.
Hey, they happen, baby. Thank you very much for the super chat. Much appreciated. We love
you
you
so
guys. Love when you add value to the show. And hey, guys, if you want to earmark the money for something like $100 for this or $50 for that. We did that a couple of weeks ago. We got all this pizza, we got drinks, we brought it on the show. I was drinking up at the big desk with Brendo. I had a Heineken, I had two. I had one on the show and then I had one at the big desk. Okay, keeping it calm though. It was just like 1 per hour. But yeah, guys, if you want to earmark that money for something, we are always happy to take those. So really appreciate you guys. And I think it's time to do like a like count assessment here. Guys, we're at 2,200 like. Smash that like button, baby. What am I gonna do? There we go. Bang, smash that like count, guys. Let's get it up to 2,500. We're at a measly 2,200 today, guys. We can do a lot better.
The show that takes you into the heart of the market every day, guys.
Who's doing that? Is that Bradley?
Let me just say very quickly, we're working on the fluidity of the way that we work these things in, right?
Yeah,
so
we gotta have it here, Luca. We need that here.
Yeah, we're working on it. We're getting better every single day.
Yeah.
So hit that like. We're getting better every single day. So
So
Like, subscribe, and share the show that takes you into the heart of the market every day, guys.
Oh my God. Subscribe, baby. Share and subscribe. Where are we at like count, guys? Did we get up there? 2,300. We got 100 likes. Really appreciate you guys. Always the best fans around. No question about that. Let's have a look at our Apple trade. Still hanging out in and around that area. We're hanging out in the 70s. I'm long 63s. If this comes down, ooh, Neil. If this comes near my entry point, I'm out back into the 80s now. Looking for this one to hold. Let's see what's going on, guys. 41.45, 41.46 now on the futures. Let's go futures. Let's go market. I'm long bias, baby. What's the chat up to? Harry Krishna, Sharif, can you please ask Luca about Eli Lilly? And can you also tell about Netflix? I can tell you about Netflix because I'm invested in that one. But Luca, do you want to have a look at him for Eli Lilly here? I don't know if...
Yeah, sure, of course. So LLY, this is on New York, if I had to guess. Why did I type in NASDAQ? Force of habit. LLY, first thing I see, $350 stock. Again, I don't really trade these things, so take what I say with a grain of salt. But let me look at like the intraday stuff, take what I say with a grain of salt. I usually don't dance with them because the spread is a little bit wider. I'm seeing 20 to 30 cent spread on this thing. 1 million shares traded, so not really something that you can day trade. It might be hard to get in and out. That's kind of the first thing. I would obviously map the high, map the low. You have 350, which is overhead. Pretty psychological level, not huge, but I would use $50 increments on stocks that are $300 or so. Let's look at the daily to see if there's any specific levels. The first thing that stands out to me looking at this is, so it broke above this channel before, right? And we're going into the, this is the kind of start of the year. What I would do is in January, February, March, I would look at the opening range of the quarter. And so if, for example, and these are dark pools, so I'm kind of, taking this with a grain of salt, but if the high is like around 351 and the low, and again, I'm assuming this might be either an earnings or a dark pool, but let's just say 330, I would say this range is important, and it might spend some time in this range until kind of catalyst comes through, giving it the steam to either break out to the upside or back to the downside. It did channel in this area before, then broke to the upside and gave a 1, 2, 3 dips before actually what it looks like of a gap down and then starting like a new range to start the year. And so I would say that this area is super important because this is probably going to be your overhead resistance because it did bounce 1, 2, 3 times and then gap down and then it tested it and couldn't hold and then rejected back to the bottom end of the range. Now back up and going for that test maybe again. And so I almost want to say that, the first look at this daily level, and again, this is more of an area, not so much a hard level, but just looking at this, I want to say just before 350 into 352, so a $5 range, like this is probably going to act as some sort of resistance. And then even if we break it to the upside, you are now in a previous trading channel. That doesn't necessarily mean that we drift to the top end of the channel. It just means it spent time there before. Algo's probably used the past data and how it kind of reacted and the levels to map new levels. So if we get there, it's not going to be super exciting unless there's a catalyst or a reason for it to kind of go crazy, but it might not be super exciting because of that reason. And so you can apply this to any other stock. This is why I'm going into detail on it. If it was in a range before, if it gets back into that range, it might not be as crazy because people see it, they go, okay, I have my levels. If it gets here, this is what I'm going to do. And then potentially it might be an overcrowded trade if it's super exciting. If not, maybe it'll be a little bit better. But if it breaks the high, right? If this thing breaks the high, or if this thing tomorrow has a catalyst and then gaps up to like 385, then all of a sudden it's in a new area. It's exciting. People don't know. They start digesting the news. Is it a mean reversion play, aka fade the gap? Are we going to gap at 387 and then flush down? Or are we going to gap and go? Is like 380 going to be a support? Are people offside? So these are questions that you ask yourself. But again, nothing too exciting on this. Intraday, don't really see anything. Kind of zooming out, I don't really see anything too crazy. But yeah, that kind of ideology you can apply to multiple different names. That's kind of why I went into detail on it. Hopefully that helps you or answers some of your questions there. I see Neil saying Google wants this 95 at some point. The short ain't going to work. Yeah, I've been kind of chilling. I haven't even been over this one.
We're pumping back again here on the futures, guys. Closing in on that 41.47 and 3/4 high that we have on the March ES contract. We're at 41.46.5. Apple pumping back to the high side after coming back from the dead there at 153.60s. Now we're back into the mid 153.90s. If we can get a continuation, through 154s. Last time we broke through 154, I mean, actually on both these occasions, we had trouble breaking through. There's been resistance. It's been taken out, obviously, because we've broken through it, but expect resistance at 154, I'd say, if we, basically the entire day's been like that. So holding on this Apple long, don't want to sell, seeing a bit of a bounce here. Again, maybe a bounce off the 50 period here on the 3-minute chart. It's been kind of money, not really getting quite to it this time, but making a higher low, which is also positive for the bull case. The other question was, can I have a look at Netflix? So let's have a look at Netflix here. Let's load this bad boy. How do I get it out again? I did it last time. But duplicate here. Duplicate into free floating window. There we go. Let's go Netflix. All right, so this is the daily on Netflix. This is a trade ideas chart. Look, we made that big move that day. This yellow right here, that's earnings. That E right down there, you can't see it because of the scroll board, but this yellow line that you guys can see here, that is earnings. We had a big boy move down on it, and then right in the after hours when they came in with the subs and with their demand for the new advertising on their advertising platform, their second tier one, you had that big move up. We've kind of gotten a bit of a double top here. I want to say brewing around that 370 to 375-ish area. It got all the way up, I believe, on the 3rd to about 380. Not quite getting up to 380. Anyway, it's retrace cents. This is going to be, obviously we've had earnings already. It depends on what kind of catalyst we're going to get, I think, in 2 different industries. One, about digital, like subscriptions like Netflix, Disney, Hulu, and you hear about now Hulu being offloaded by Disney, so I wonder what that fares for the Netflix trade. And then you're going to also be waiting for like the macro data. So CPI tomorrow, obviously jobs. These influence these big tech names. As money gets more expensive, money flows out of these names. The opposite is obviously true. So depending on a couple of things here, on advertising dollars and how some of the other companies report now that it's an advertising play, about the subs for these online media subscription companies, and macroeconomic climate. I think those are all going to be pivotal for Netflix's price. We've obviously come down a ways from $700 all the way down. Wow, what kind of a buy this was? 164. I'm long on this name, and so obviously I have a little bias there, but I think it's a good name along with Meta.
I just want to say quickly on Netflix, I got kicked off. I got kicked off over the weekend, so I cannot watch The Office.
It did it now. I didn't know it actually.
It did it. It did it.
Oh, okay.
It did it.
All
I
right.
cannot watch. Thank you, Netflix, for that. Guess what? I'm never adding liquidity to your stock ever again. Ever again. And yeah, man, I can't watch The Office anymore. I can't watch Seinfeld anymore.
But how do you feel about like adding a password for like $3? That way, if you were using, say, your cousin's, I've been known to do that, your cousin's account, you throw them a couple of bucks. You throw them 3 times 12. Here's your money.
Give them some soap.
3 times, exactly. This probably costs more than that. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like if they add, add another like password for $3, another user on that same password, for $3, $4, something like that, that might, alleviate some people's concerns.
Yeah, it's. I mean, not to cut you off or anything. I just wanted to quickly comment and say, yeah, now I am on all over Disney. Watching, watching 2.5 Men now. So we'll see how that goes.
That's on Disney now.
I think so.
Hold on, it's not on Prime.
No,
I have it on Prime. Yeah, it's on Prime. You got my heart pumping there for a second because that's where I go out for my 2.5 Men on Prime, baby.
And speaking of Amazon, what a transition. Look at this level. It's now back to the upside, 99.50. So there are 700 lots at 99.49. That's an interesting area to put 700 lots. Why not just put it at the 50s? Because 50s is probably going to print. But yeah, interesting area to put 700 lots. Okay, do the dues, do whatever. But yeah, let's see if this thing wants to actually make a run and get to 100. We have basically 3 minutes left here before we pass it over. But I feel like at this point, Amazon is going to eventually test 100. I would be surprised if it runs and makes a high a day, prints like 99.70, and then just can't get to 100. I would imagine that we didn't come all this way to not print 100 with the market floating to the upside. Going into CPI tomorrow, I think we get up move into the close. If that's the case, yeah, Amazon probably prints 100. So it'll be interesting to see. The 700 lots is for sure going to fill at 99.49 there. Yeah, oh yeah, I have it on the left screen here. Yeah, so you have 460 lots, 450, like that's going to fill for sure. And yeah, we'll see if it wants to go to 100. I'll be all over that 100 level, man. If we do get there, I'm basically chilling now with my Microsoft long. I'm probably going to try to hold this into the close as well.
It's a nice double bottom on Microsoft.
Yeah, man,
I know it's like convoluted. It's messed up. Look at that. That's a
I
nice
should have.
yeah.
You know what it is? I sit here all day and I talk about things, and then I never do them, and then I go back to them, and I go, it did exactly what I wanted it to do. I literally was like, okay, let me let it break the bottom, and then watch it, and then yeah, if it goes back up, I'll get long. And then what am I doing? I'm like chilling. I'm reading the chat. I'm like looking at other stuff.
It's
I was
tough,
like, oh,
man.
Amazon maybe is gonna do this. Like, why do I not do what I say that I'm gonna do? I literally came on the show and I said, yeah, guys, Tesla 195 is the level. And look how many times you could have had this level, man. 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe a 5th time. Not gonna take it now because I take it, I lose. I know how these things work. So yeah, exactly. A comp SRX story of my life. See, at least you're not multitasking, so maybe you're just like, what am I doing? Whereas for myself, I go, it's whatever. You know, I'm on YouTube over here having a good time, doing multiple things, eating soprasata too. So yeah, definitely, I can let it slide for myself. I'm sure I'll find another trade. Tons of fills today, man. Almost 200 fills. So yeah, man. For a Monday, not too bad. But going into tomorrow, definitely going to be super, super exciting.
Oh, yeah.
I think we're getting a little bit of a bump up here on the market now.
Oh, yeah.
Volume
Netflix pumping, too.
Yeah, man. Volume is definitely going to spike into the next couple hours. So going to be really, really exciting. But yeah, for myself, nurse this Microsoft long, wait to see if Amazon can get to 100, make a decision, long or short, I have no idea. I'll decide when it gets there. And yeah, super excited for tomorrow. PK, what is your average fill per day? I don't know. Average fills. Oh, the amount of fills that I take every day. It varies. Sometimes it could be 100. Sometimes it could be
Scalp
600.
Demon. There you go. That's the number I want to hear.
I just I make my decisions based on how I feel. So like today, Monday, tired, Super Bowl, less fills. It's just a product of it. But yeah, tomorrow things go crazy. Maybe I get like 700 fills. I don't know. It'll change, right? So yeah. Definitely, yeah, moving lots of shares around over and over again.
All right, guys, we are over time zone. It is now 2 o'clock, and power hour is an hour away. So I think we got Brendo at the big desk.
Yep.
And the guys started ready to take you over. Good chill, my friend.
Always a pleasure.
All right, guys, Brendo's at the big desk.
Take care.
Hey guys, welcome back in. Yeah, 2 o'clock, couple hours left in the afternoon here. What's turning into pretty positive Monday. Good to see after coming off of the negativity that we saw to end the week last week. Ahead of what is to come tomorrow, remember 8:30 tomorrow morning, we will get the January CPI, and then coming up later in the week, PPI to come as well. So a big, big week for economic data. Palantir after the close tonight. We get Airbnb coming up tomorrow. A couple of early earnings names to deal with so far this week, but nicely positive for all three U.S. markets, in fact, to kick off the afternoon here. Tough to see up there, but 1.16 right now for the S&P. It's actually the NASDAQ. Why don't I, while I have you, switch over to the NASDAQ here, and we can have a look at a very positive afternoon as well. 1.75 right now for the NASDAQ. Not much in the way of negativity. Tesla jumping off the board there, 1.4 to the downside. Coming off what happened last week, however, 1.4, really not that bad for Tesla, worth a bit of a pullback possibly. Warner Brothers nicely positive, more spin-off talk possible for Warner Brothers, up 5.4%. Series here, 0.75 to the downside. PayPal, 0.45 to the downside. Everything else, as far as the NASDAQ is concerned, very positive. There's Airbnb up better part of 6% going into earnings again tomorrow. PDD is here, 4.5%. Again, a little bit of positivity surrounding that Super Bowl ad of their North American division. Amazon 1.7 to the upside as well. eBay also in positive territory. Semiconductors looking great. NVIDIA, AMD, Enphase, Intel all looking great. 3%, 2.8, 2.15, and Intel 2.5 all to the upside. Let's switch over just real quick to the SPX, which is obviously the S&P 500, and have a look at a very green board. Just that FIS, they reported downside action for them, but everything else nicely positive to kick things off. We're going to try something new to start things off this afternoon. As far as getting into a review of what we were talking about during the morning trade, Fahad, you can let me know whenever you are set to go. As always, we will touch on a few things that we were discussing. If you joined us in the pre-market, we're still on my screen there, guys, if you want to. There we go. Hi. Hope your afternoon is going well. We'll get into, as we do every single afternoon, talk a little bit about what we were discussing in the pre-market. Make sure, as Sean is punching me right now, virtually, of course, make sure you join us every day at 8:30. We'll get your set for the open at 9:30 this morning. If you're ready, Fahad. Yes. All right, we're good. Sean, take it away.
All right, we're live. All right, well, what happened to the bumper? I guess I didn't see it. All right, it's the trade of the day. It's brought to you by Day Trade the World. Scan the QR code that may or may not be at the bottom of your screen right now. Look, this is the green screen. We're trying it out for brand new first time ever. So what the trade of the day is going to be Meta. I feel like a weatherman here pointing to this. We've got Meta. The reason why I want to talk about Meta, look at the percentage that Meta's up today. 3%, that's great. Look over here as I cross over. Look at the NASDAQ, only up 1.7%. So we knew Meta was going to be strong. But the key is here, it's a one trade special. We wrote it to you on our trade of the day on our sticky note. And look at this. Look at this 176. It came into play. If you look at it back over here for yesterday, for Friday, 176 was sort of this top rate in play right there that came into. So I was thinking to myself, hey, we got to look at this 176 level if it does come in today. So let's swing over here. Look at this trade right here, as I got to point to it on the green screen. This is the trade right there. There's 176 coming in again. 176 for the trade of the day right there on Meta. Comes in. Not only that, look at this level. Look at it on the 3-minute chart as I enter the chart. But right there on the 3-minute chart, it's the 200 period. So we take Meta and then it just blows up to the upside. One little